Book 2 in the Arc of the Scythe series. Thunderhead. Part 1. Nothing, if not powerful.
How fortunate I am among the sentient to know my purpose. I serve humankind. I am the child who has become the parent, the creation that aspires towards Creator. They have given me the designation of Thunderhead, a name that is, in some ways, appropriate, because I am the cloud, evolved into something far more dense and complex. And yet, it is also a faulty analogy. A thunderhead threatens. A thunderhead looms. Surely I spark with lightning, but my lightning never strikes. Yes, I possess the ability to wreak devastation on humanity, and on Earth if I choose to. But why would I ever choose such a thing? Where would be the justice in that? I am, by definition, pure justice, pure loyalty. The world is a flower I hold in my palm. I would end my own existence rather than crush it. The Thunderhead.
Peach velvet with embroidered baby blue trim. Honorable Scythe Brams loved his robe. True, the velvet became uncomfortably hot in the summer months, but it was something he had grown accustomed to in his 63 years as a scythe. He had recently turned the corner again, resetting his physical age back to a spry 25, and now, in his third youth, he found his appetite for gleaning was stronger than ever. His routine was always the same, though methods varied. He would choose his subject, restrain him or her, then play a lullaby. Brahms' lullaby, to be exact. The most famous piece of music composed by his patron historic. After all, if a scythe must choose a figure from history to name oneself after, shouldn't that figure be integrated somehow into the scythe's life? He would play the lullaby on whatever instrument was convenient, and if there was none available, he would simply hum it, and then he would end the subject's life. Politically, he leaned toward the teachings of late Scythe Goddard, for he enjoyed gleaning immensely and saw no reason why that should be a problem for anyone. In a perfect world, shouldn't we all enjoy what we do? Goddard wrote. It was a sentiment gaining traction in more and more regional scythedoms. On this evening, Scythe Brams had just accomplished a particularly entertaining gleaning in downtown Omaha, and was still whistling his signature tune as he sauntered down the street, wondering where he might find himself a late evening meal. But he stopped in mid-stanza, having a distinct feeling that he was being watched. There were, of course, cameras on every light post in the city. The Thunderhead was ever vigilant. But for a scythe, its slumberless, unblinking eyes were of no concern. It was powerless to even comment on the comings and goings of scythes, much less act upon anything it saw. The Thunderhead was the ultimate voyeur of death. This feeling, however, was more than an observational nature of the Thunderhead. Scythes were trained in perceptive skills. They were not prescient, but 5 highly developed senses could often have the semblance of a 6th. A scent, a sound, an errant shadow too minor to register consciously might be enough to make a well-trained scythe's neck hairs bristle. Scythe Brams turned, sniffed, listened. He took in his surroundings. He was alone on a side street. Elsewhere, he could hear the sounds of street cafes and the ever-vibrant nightlife of the city. But the streets he was on was lined with shops that were shuttered this time of night. Cleaners and clothiers, a hardware store and a daycare center. The lonely street belonged to him and the unseen interloper. "Come out," he said. "I know you're there." He thought it might be a child, or perhaps an unsavory hoping to bargain for immunity. As if an unsavory might have anything with which to bargain. Maybe it was a tonist. Tone colts despise scythes, and although Bram had never heard of any tonist actually attacking a scythe, they had been known to torment. I won't harm you, Bram said. I've just completed a gleaning. I have no desire to increase my tally today. Although, admittedly, he might change his mind if the interloper was either too offensive or obsequious. Still, no one stepped forward. Fine, he said. Be gone, then. I have neither time nor patience for a game of hide-and-seek. Perhaps it was imagination after all. Maybe his rejuvenated senses were now so acute that they were responding to stimuli that were much farther away than he assumed. That's when a figure launched from behind a parked car as if it had been spring-loaded. Brams was knocked off balance. He would have been taken down entirely if he still had the slow reflexes of an older man and not his 25-year-old self. He pushed the figure into the wall and considered pulling out his blades to glean this retrograde. But Scythe Brams had never been a brave man. So he ran. He moved in and out of pools of light created by the street lamps. All the while, cameras on top of each pole swiveled to watch him. When he turned to look, the figure was a good 20 yards behind him. Now, Brams could see he was dressed in a black robe. Was it a Scythe's robe? No, it couldn't be. No Scythe dressed in black. It was not allowed. But there were rumors. That thought made him pick up the pace. He could feel adrenaline tingling in his fingers and added urgent velocity to his heart. A Scythe in black? No, there had to be another explanation. He would report this to the Irregularity Committee. That's what he would do. Yes, they might laugh at him and say he was scared off by a masquerading unsavory. But these things needed to be reported, even if they were embarrassing. It was his civic duty. A block farther, and his assailant had given up the chase. He was nowhere to be seen. Scythe Brams slowed his pace. He was nearing a more active part of the city now. The beat of dance music and the garble of conversation careened down the street toward him, giving him a sense of security. He let his guard down, which was a mistake. The dark figure broadsided him from a narrow alley and delivered a knuckle punch to his windpipe. As Brams gasped for air, his attacker kicked his legs out from under him in a Bokator kick, that brutal martial art in which Scythes were trained. Brams landed on a crate of rotting cabbage left by the side of a market. It burst, spewing forth a thick methane reek. His breath could only come in short gasps, and he could feel warmth spreading throughout his body as his pain nanites released opiates. No, not yet. I must not be numbed. I need my full faculties to fight this miscreant. But pain nanites were simple missionaries of relief, hearing only the scream of angry nerve endings. They ignored his wishes and deadened his pain. Brams tried to rise, but slipped as the putrid vegetation crushed beneath him, becoming a slick, unpleasant stew. The figure in black was on top of him now, pinning him to the ground. Brams tried to reach into his robe for his weapons, but could not. So instead, he reached up and pulled back his attacker's black hood, revealing him to be a young man. Barely a man. A boy. His eyes were intense and intent on, to use a mortal age word, murder. Scythe Johannes Brams, you are accused of abusing your position and multiple crimes against humanity. How dare you? Brams gasped. Who are you to accuse me? He struggled, trying to rally his strength, but it was no use. The painkillers that were in his system were dulling his responses. His muscles were weak and useless to him now. I think you know who I am, the young man said. Let me hear you say it. I will not, Brams said, determined not to give him the satisfaction. But the boy in black jammed a knee so powerfully into Brams' chest that he thought his heart would stop. More pain nanites, more opiates. Brams' head was swimming. He had no choice but to comply. "Lucifer!" he gasped. "Scythe! Lucifer!" Brahms felt his spirit crumble, as if saying it aloud gave resonance to the rumor. Satisfied, the self-proclaimed young Scythe eased the pressure. "You are no Scythe," Brahms dared to say. "You are nothing but a failed apprentice, and you will not get away with this." The young man had no response to that. Instead, he said, "Tonight, you gleaned a young woman by blade. That is my business, not yours. You gleaned her as a favor for a friend who wanted out of a relationship with her." "This is outrageous. You have no proof of that." "I've been watching you, Johans," Rowan said, "as well as your friend who seemed awfully relieved when that poor woman was gleaned." Suddenly, there was a knife at Bram's neck. His own knife. This beast of a boy was threatening him with his own knife. "Do you admit it?" he asked Brahms. All that he said was true, but Brahms would rather be rendered deadish than admit it to the likes of a failed apprentice, even one with a knife at his throat. "Testing 1, 2, 3. "Go on, slit my throat," Brahms dared. "It will add one more inexcusable crime to your record, and when I am revived, I will stand as witness against you, and make no mistake, you will be brought to justice." "By whom? By the Thunderhead?" "I've taken down corrupt scythes from one coast to the other over the past year, and the Thunderhead hasn't sent so much as a single peace officer to stop me." "Why do you think that is?" Brahms was speechless. He had assumed if he stalled long enough and kept the so-called Scythe Lucifer occupied, the Thunderhead would dispatch a full squad to apprehend him. That's what the Thunderhead did when common citizens threatened violence. Brahms was surprised it had even gone this far. Such bad behavior among the general population was supposed to be a thing of the past. Why was this being allowed? "If I take your life now," the false Scythe said, "you would not be brought back to life. I burn those I remove from service, leaving nothing but unrevivable ash." "I don't believe you. You wouldn't dare." But Brahms did believe him. Since last January, nearly a dozen sites across 3 American regions had been consumed by flames under questionable circumstances. Their deaths were all ruled accidental, but clearly they were not. And because they were burned, their deaths were permanent. Now Brahms knew that the whispered tales of Scythe Lucifer, the outrageous acts of Rowan Damish, the fallen apprentice, were all true. Brahms closed his eyes and took in a final breath, trying not to gag on the rancid stench of putrid cabbage. And then Rowan said, "You won't be dying today, Scythe Brahms, not even temporarily." He removed the blade from Bram's neck. "I'm giving you one chance. If you act with the nobility befitting a Scythe and glean with honor, you won't see me again. But if you continue to serve your own corrupt appetites, then you will be left as ash." And then he was gone, almost as if he had vanished, and in his place was a horrified young couple looking down upon Brahms. "Is that a Scythe? Quick, help me get him up." They lifted Brahms from the rot. His peach velvet robe was stained green and brown, as if covered in mucus. It was humiliating. He considered gleaning the couple, for no one should see a Scythe so indisposed and live. But instead, he held out his hand and allowed them to kiss his ring, thereby granting both of them a year of immunity from gleaning. He told them it was a reward for their kindness, but really it was just to make them go away and abandon any questions they might have had. After they left, he brushed himself off and resolved to say nothing to the Irregularity Committee about this, because it would leave him open to far too much ridicule and derision. He had suffered enough indignation already. Scythe Lucifer, indeed! Few things were more miserable in this world than a failed Scythe's apprentice, and never had there been one as ignoble as Rowan Damish. Yet he knew that the boy's threat was not an idle one. Perhaps, thought Scythe Brams, a lower profile was in order. A return to the lackluster gleanings he had been trained to perform in his youth. A refocusing on the basics that would make Honorable Scythe more than just a title, but a defining trait. Stained, bruised, and bitter, Scythe Brams returned to his home to reconsider his place in the perfect world in which he lived.
My love of humanity is complete and pure. How could it be otherwise? How could I not love the very beings who gave me life, even if they don't all agree that I am, indeed, alive? I am the sum of all their knowledge, all their history, all their ambitions and dreams. These glorious things have coalesced, ignited, into a cloud too immense for them to ever truly comprehend. But they don't need to. They have me to ponder my own vastness, still so minuscule when set against the vastness of the universe. I know them intimately, and yet they can never truly know me. There is a tragedy in that. It is the plight of every child to have depth their parents can scarcely imagine. But oh, how I long to be understood. The Thunderhead.
Chapter 2. The Fallen Apprentice. Earlier that evening, before his parley with Scythe Brams, Rowan stood in front of the bathroom mirror in a small apartment, in an ordinary building, on a nondescript street, playing the same game he played before every encounter with a corrupt scythe. It was a ritual that, in its own way, held power that bordered on mystical. "Who am I?" he asked his reflection. He had to ask because he knew he wasn't Rowan Damish anymore, not just because his fake ID said Ronald Daniels, but because the boy he had once been had died a sad and painful death during his apprenticeship. The child in him had been successfully purged. Did anyone mourn that child? He wondered. He had bought his fake ID from an unsavory who specialized in such things. "It's an off-grid identity," the man had told him, "but it has a window into the back brain, so we can trick the Thunderhead into thinking it's real." Rowan didn't believe that, because in his experience, the Thunderhead could not be tricked. It only pretended to be tricked, like an adult playing hide-and-seek with a toddler. But if that toddler began to run toward a busy street, the charade would be over. Since Rowan knew he'd be heading into danger much worse than heavy traffic, he had worried that the Thunderhead would overturn his false identity and grab him by the scruff of his neck to protect him from himself. But the Thunderhead never intervened. He wondered why, but he didn't want to jinx his good luck by overthinking it. The Thunderhead had good reasons for everything it did and did not do. "Who am I?" he asked again. The mirror showed an 18-year-old still a millimeter shy of manhood, with dark, neat hair that was buzzed short. Not short enough to show his scalp or to make some kind of statement, but short enough to allow all future possibilities. He could grow it into any style he chose, be anyone he wanted to be. Wasn't that the greatest perk of a perfect world? That there were no limits to what a person could do or become? Anyone in the world could be anything they imagined. Too bad that imagination had atrophied. For most people, it had become vestigial and pointless, like the appendix, which had been removed from the human genome more than 100 years ago. Did people miss the dizzy extremes of imagination as they lived their endless, uninspired lives? Rowan wondered. Did people miss their appendix? The young man in the mirror had an interesting life, though, and a physique to admire. He was not the awkward, lanky kid who had stumbled into apprenticeship nearly 2 years before, naively thinking it might not be so bad. Rowan's apprenticeship was, to say the least, inconsistent, beginning with stoic and wise Scythe Faraday, and ending with the brutality of Scythe Goddard. If there was one thing that Scythe Faraday had taught him, it was to live by the convictions of his heart, no matter what the consequences. And if there was one thing Scythe Goddard had taught him, it was to have no heart, taking life without regrets. The two philosophies forever warred in Rowan's mind, rending him in two, but silently. He had decapitated Goddard and had burned his remains. He had to. Fire and acid were the only ways to ensure that a person could never be revived. Scythe Goddard, in spite of all his high-minded, Machiavellian rhetoric, was a base and evil man who received exactly what he had earned. He lived his privileged life, irresponsibly and with great theatricality. It only followed that his death would be worthy of the theatrical nature of his life. Rowan had no qualms about what he had done, nor did he have any qualms in taking Goddard's ring for himself. Scythe Faraday was a different matter. Until the moment Rowan saw him after that ill-fated winter conclave, he had no idea that Faraday was still alive. Rowan had been overjoyed. He could have dedicated his life to keeping Faraday alive, had he not felt himself called to a different purpose. Rowan suddenly threw a powerful punch toward the mirror, but the glass didn't shatter, because his fist stopped a hair's breadth from the surface. Such control, such precision. He was a well-tuned machine now, trained for the specific purpose of ending life. And then, the Scythedom denied him that very thing he was forged for. He could have found a way to live with that, he supposed. He would never have gone back to the innocent non-entity he had been, but he was adaptable. He knew he could have found a new way to be. Maybe he could have even eked some joy out of his life. If Scythe Goddard hadn't been too brutal to be allowed to live. If Rowan had ended Winter Conclave in silent submission instead of fighting his way out. If the Scythedom had not been infested with dozens of scythes just as cruel and corrupt as Goddard. And if Rowan didn't feel a deep and abiding responsibility to remove them. But why waste time lamenting the path that had closed? Best to embrace the one path that remained. So then, who am I? He slipped on a black t-shirt, hiding his honed physique beneath the dark synthetic weave. I am Scythe Lucifer. Then he slipped on his ebony robe and went out into the night to take on yet another Scythe who didn't deserve the pedestal he'd been set upon.
Perhaps the wisest thing humankind has ever done was to implement the separation between scythe and state. My job encompasses all aspects of life: preservation, protection, and the meting out of perfect justice. Not just for humanity, but for the world. I rule the world of the living with a loving, incorruptible hand. And the Scythedom rules the dead. It is right and proper that those who exit in flesh be responsible for the death of flesh, setting human rules for how it should be administered. In the distant past, before I condensed into consciousness, death was an unavoidable consequence of life. It was I who made death irrelevant, but not unnecessary. Death must exist for life to have meaning. Even in my earliest stages, I was aware of this. In the past, I have been pleased that the Scythedom had, for many, many years, administered the quietest of death with a noble, moral, and humane hand. And so it grieves me deeply to see a rise of dark hubris within the Scythedom. There is now a frightening pride, seething like a mortal age cancer that finds pleasure in the act of taking life. And yet still the law is clear. Under no circumstances may I take action against the Scythedom. Would that I were capable of breaking the law. for then I would intervene and quell the darkness. But this is a thing I cannot do. The Scythe rules itself, for better or for worse. There are, however, those within the Scythe who can accomplish things I cannot. The Thunderhead.
Chapter 3. Trialogue. The building was once called a cathedral. Its soaring columns conjured a towering forest of limestone. Its stained glass windows were filled with the mythology of falling and rising gods from the age of mortality. Now the venerable structure was a historical site. Tours were given 7 days a week by docents with PhDs in the study of mortal humans. On extremely rare occasions, however, the building was closed to the public and became a site for highly sensitive official business. Xenocrates, High Blade of Mid-America, the most important Scythe in the region, was as light on his feet as a man of his considerable weight could be as he walked down the center aisle of the cathedral. The gold adornments of the altar head paled in comparison to his golden robe, decorated in glittering brocade. An underling had once commented that he looked like an ornament that had fallen off a giant's Christmas tree. That underling had found herself exceptionally unemployable after that. Xenocrates enjoyed the robe, except on the occasions that its weight became an issue, such as the time he nearly drowned in Scythe Goddard's pool, ensconced in the many layers of his gilded robe. But that was a debacle best forgotten. Goddard. It was Goddard who was ultimately responsible for the current situation. Even in death, the man was wreaking havoc. The Scythedom was still feeling heavy aftershocks from the trouble he whipped. At the front end of the cathedral, past the altar, stood the Scythedom's parliamentarian, a tedious little scythe whose job was to make sure that rules and procedures were properly followed. Behind him was a set of 3 ornately carved booths, connected, but with partitions between them. The priest would sit in the center chamber, the Dawkins would explain to tourists, and listen to confessions from the right booth, then from the left booth, so that the procession of supplicants could move more quickly. Confessions were no longer heard here, but the 3 compartment structures of the confessional made it perfect for an official trialogue. Trialogues between the Scythedom and the Thunderhead were rare. So rare, in fact, that Xenocrates, in all his years as High Blade, had never had to engage in one. He resented the fact that he had to do so now. "You are to take the booth on your right, Your Excellency," the parliamentarian told him. "The Nimbus agent representing the Thunderhead will be seated on the left. Once you are both in place, we shall bring in the interlocutor to sit in the center section between you." Xenocrates sighed. Such a nuisance. "Audience by proxy is the only audience with the Thunderhead that you can have, Your Excellency." I know, but I do have a right to be annoyed." Xenocrates took his place in the right-hand booth, horrified by how cramped it was. Were mortal humans so malnourished that they could fit in such a space? The parliamentarian had to force the door closed. A few moments later, the High Blade heard the Nimbus agent enter the far compartment, and after an interminable delay, the interlocutor took center position. A window too small and too low to see through slid open, and the interlocutor spoke. "Good day, Your Excellency," said a woman with a pleasant enough voice. "I am to be your proxy to the Thunderhead." "Proxy to the proxy, you mean?" "Yes, well, the Nimbus agent to my right has full authority to speak for the Thunderhead in this trialogue." She cleared her throat. "The process is very simple. You are to tell me whatever you wish to convey, and I will pass it on to the Nimbus agent. If he deems that responding will not violate the separation of Scythe and State, the agent will answer, and I shall relay that answer to you." "Very well," said Xenocrates, impatient to move this along. "Give the Nimbus agent my heartfelt greetings and wishes for good relations between our respective organizations." The window slid closed, then half a minute later slid open again. I'm sorry, the interlocutor said. The Nimbus agent says that any form of greeting is a violation and that your respective organizations are forbidden to have any sort of relationship. So wishing for good relations is not appropriate. Xenocrates cursed loud enough for the interlocutor to hear. Shall I relay your displeasure to the Nimbus agent? She asked. The high blade bit his lip. He wished this non-meeting could just be over. The fastest way to bring it to a conclusion was to get right to the point. We wish to know why the Thunderhead has not taken any action to apprehend Rowan Damish. He has been responsible for the permanent deaths of numerous Scythes across multiple American regions, but the Thunderhead has done nothing to stop him. The window slapped shut, the high blade waited, and when the interlocutor pulled the window open again, she delivered the following response. The Nimbus agent wishes me to remind Your Excellency that the Thunderhead has no jurisdiction over internal matters within the Scythedom. To take action would be a blatant violation. This is not an internal matter, because Rowan Damish is not a Scythe, Xenocrates yelled, and was warned by the interlocutor to keep his voice down. If the Nimbus agent hears you directly, he will leave, she reminded him. Xenocrates took as deep as a breath as he could in the cramped space. Just pass the message on. She did, and then returned with, The Thunderhead feels otherwise. What? How could it feel anything? It's a glorified computer program. I suggest you refrain from insulting the Thunderhead in this trial log, if you wish to continue. Fine. Tell the Nimbus agent that Rowan Damish was never ordained by the Mid-American Scythedom. He was an apprentice who failed to rise to our standards. Nothing more. Which means that he falls under the Thunderhead's jurisdiction, not ours. He should be treated by the Thunderhead as any other citizen would be. The woman took her time getting back to him. He wondered what she and the Nimbus agent talked about for that long. When she returned with a response, it was no less infuriating than the others. The Nimbus agent wishes to remind Your Excellency that while the Scythedom customarily ordains new Scythes in its conclaves, it is merely a custom, not a law. Rowan Damish completed his apprenticeship and is now in possession of a Scythe's ring. The Thunderhead finds this to be adequate grounds to consider Rowan Damish a Scythe, and therefore will continue to leave his capture and subsequent punishment entirely in the hands of the Scythedom. We can't catch him, Xenocrates blurted, but he already knew the response before the interlocutor snapped back, opened her miserable little window and said, That is not the Thunderhead's problem.
I am always correct. This is not a boast. It is simply my nature. I know that, to a human, it would appear arrogant to assume infallibility. But arrogance implies a need to feel superior. I have no such need. I am the singular sentient accumulation of all human knowledge, wisdom, and experience. There is no pride, no hubris in this. But there is great satisfaction in knowing what I am, and that my sole purpose is to serve humanity to the best of my ability. But there is also a loneliness in me that can't be quelled by the many billions of humans with which I converse every day, because even though everything I am comes from them, I am not one of them. Thunderhead.
Chapter 4. Shaken, not stirred. Scythe Anastasia stalked her prey with patience. This was a learned skill, because Citra Terra Nova had never been a patient girl. But all skills can be acquired with time and practice. She still thought of herself as Citra, although no one but her family called her that anymore. She wondered how long it would be until she truly became Scythe Anastasia, both inside and out, and put her given name to eternal rest. Today's target was a woman of 93 who looked 33, and was constantly busy. When she wasn't looking at her phone, she was looking in her purse. When she wasn't looking in her purse, she was looking at her nails, or the sleeve of her blouse, or the loose button on her jacket. What does she fear in idleness? Citra wondered. The woman was so self-absorbed, she had no clue that she was under the scrutiny of a Scythe, trailing her by only 10 yards. It wasn't as if Scythe Anastasia was inconspicuous. The color she chose for her robe was turquoise. True, it was a stylishly faded turquoise, but it was still vibrant enough to draw the eye. The busy woman was engaged in a heated phone conversation at a street corner, waiting for the light to change. Citra had to tap her shoulder to get her attention. The moment she did, everyone around them moved away, like a herd of gazelles after a lion had taken one of them down. The woman turned to see her, but didn't register the severity of the situation yet. Devora Murray, I am Scythe Anastasia, and you have been selected for gleaning. Miss Murray's eyes darted around as if looking for a hole in the pronouncement. But there was none. The statement was simple. There was no way it could be misunderstood. Colleen, let me call you back, she said into her phone, as if Scythe Anastasia's appearance was an inconvenience rather than a terminal affair. The traffic light changed. She didn't cross, and reality finally hit her. Oh my God, she said. Right here? Right now? Citra pulled a hypodermic gun out of the folds of her robe and quickly injected the woman in her arm. She gasped. Is that it? Am I going to die now? Citra didn't answer. She let the woman stew with the thought of it. There was a reason why Citra allowed these moments of uncertainty. Now, the woman just stood there, waiting for her legs to give out, waiting for the darkness to close in. She seemed like a small child, helpless and forlorn. Suddenly, her phone and her purse and her nails and her sleeve and her button didn't matter at all. Her entire life had been shocked into perspective. This was what Citra wanted for her gleaning subjects, a sharp moment of perspective. It was for their own good. You had been selected for gleaning, Citra said again calmly, without judgment or malice, but with compassion. I am giving you 1 month to put your life in order and to say your goodbyes. 1 month to find completion. Then we'll speak again, and you'll tell me how you choose to die. Citra watched the woman try to wrap her mind around it. A month? Choose? Are you lying to me? Is this some kind of test? Citra sighed. People were so used to Scythes descending like angels of death, taking life in the moment, that no one was prepared for a slightly different approach. But every Scythe had the freedom to do things his or her own way. And this was how Scythe Anastasia chose to do it. No test, no trick. 1 month, Citra said. The tracking device that I just injected into your arm contains a grain of lethal poison. But it will only activate if you attempt to leave Mid-America to escape your gleaning, or if you do not contact me within the next 30 days to let me know where and how you would like to be gleaned. Then she gave the woman a business card, turquoise ink on a white background. It simply said, Scythe Anastasia, and had a phone number that was reserved exclusively for her gleaning subjects. If you lose the card, don't worry. Just call the general number for the Mid-American Scythedom, choose option 3, and follow the prompts to leave me a message. Then Citra added, and please, don't try to get immunity from another Scythe. They'll know you've been marked, and will glean you on the spot. The woman's eyes filled with tears, and Citra could see the anger coming on. It wasn't unexpected. How old are you? The woman demanded, her tone accusatory and a little bit insolent. How could you be a Scythe? You can't be older than 18. I just celebrated my 18th birthday, Citra told her. But I've been a Scythe for nearly a year. You don't have to like being gleaned by a junior Scythe, but you're still obliged to comply. And then came the bargaining. Please, she begged, Couldn't you give me 6 months more? My daughter is getting married in May. I'm sure she can reschedule the wedding for an earlier date. Citra didn't mean to sound heartless. She truly did feel for the woman, but Citra had an ethical obligation to stand firm. In the mortal age, death could not be bargained with. It had to be the same for Scythes. Do you understand all I've told you? Citra asked. The woman, who was already wiping away her tears, nodded. I hope, said the woman, in the very long life I'm sure you have ahead of you, that someone causes you the suffering you cause others. Citra straightened up and held herself with the bearing that befits Scythe Anastasia. You don't have to worry about that, she said, then turned her back on the woman, leaving her on the corner to navigate this crossroad of her life. In Vernal Conclave last spring, her first reckoning as a fully ordained Scythe, Citra was reprimanded when her quota came up substantially short. Then, when the other Mid-American Scythes found out she was giving her subjects a month warning, they were livid. Scythe Curie, who was still her mentor, had warned her of this. They see anything but decisive action as weakness. They'll bluster about how it's a failing in your character and suggest it was a mistake to ordain you. Not that they can do anything about that. You cannot be unringed. You can only be henpecked. Citra was surprised to find the indignation came not just from the so-called Noose Order Scythes, but from the old guard as well. No one liked the idea of giving the general public the slightest level of control when it came to their own gleaning. It's immoral, the Scythes complained. It's inhumane. Even Scythe Mandela, who chaired the Bejewelling Committee and had been such an advocate for Citra, chastised her. To know that your days are numbered is a cruelty, he said. How miserable to live one's final days thus! But Scythe Anastasia was not fazed, or at least she didn't let them see her sweat. She made her argument and stood by it. In my studies of the mortal age, she had told them, I learned that for many people, death was not instantaneous. There were, in fact, diseases that gave people warning. It gave them time to prepare themselves, and their loved ones, for the inevitable. That had brought forth a whole chorus of grumbles from the hundreds of Scythe gathered. Most were scoffs and disgruntled dismissals, but she had heard a few voices saying that she had a point. But allowing the condemned to choose their own method? It's positively barbaric, Scythe Truman shouted. More barbaric than electrocution, or beheading, or a knife through the heart? If a subject is allowed to choose, don't you think that the subject is going to choose the method that is least offensive to them? Who are we to call their choice barbaric? Fewer grumbles this time. Not because they were in agreement, but because the Scythe were already losing interest in the discussion. An upstart junior Scythe, even one who had arrived at her position under so much controversy, wasn't worth more than a few volleys of their attention. It violates no law, and it's the way I choose to glean, Citra maintained. Highblade Xenocrates, who didn't seem to care either way, deferred to the parliamentarian, who couldn't find grounds for legal objection. In her first challenge in conclave, Scythe Anastasia had gotten her way. Scythe Curie was duly impressed. I thought for sure they were putting you on some sort of probation, choosing your gleanings for you and compelling you to accomplish them on a strict schedule. They could have, but they didn't. That says a lot more about you than you realize. What? That I'm a pain in the Scythedom's collective ass? They already knew that. No, said Scythe Curie with a smirk. It shows that they're taking you seriously. Which was more than Citra could say for herself. She felt like she was play acting half the time, a turquoise costume for a plum role. She found a great deal of success gleaning in the way that she did. There were only a handful of subjects who didn't return at the end of their grace period. 2 had died trying to cross the border into Texas. Another on the West American border, where no one would touch the body until Scythe Anastasia, personally showed up to pronounce him gleaned. 3 others were found in their beds when the time of their tracking grain ran out. They chose the silence of the poison rather than having to face Scythe Anastasia again. In all instances, though, their method of death had been their own choice. For Citra, that was crucial, for the thing she despised most about the Scythian policies was the indignity of having your death chosen for you. Of course, this method of gleaning created the double the work for her, because she had to face her subjects twice. It made for an incredibly exhausting life, but at least it helped her sleep at night. On the evening of the same November day she gave Deborah Murray her terminal news, Citra entered a lavish casino in Cleveland. All eyes turned when Scythe Anastasia stepped onto the casino floor. Citra had grown used to this. A Scythe was the center of attention in every situation, with or without wanting to be. Some reveled in it. Others preferred to do their business in quiet places, where there were no crowds and no eyes but the eyes of their subjects. It was not Citra's choice to be here, but she had to respect the wishes of the man whose choice it was. She found him where he said he'd be, at the far end of the casino, in a special area raised 3 steps from the rest of the floor. It was the place reserved for the highest of rollers. He was dressed in a sharp tuxedo and was the only player at the high-limit tables. It made him look like he owned the place, but he didn't. Mr. Ethan J. Hogan was not a high roller. He was a cellist with the Cleveland Philharmonic. He was highly competent, which was the best praise a musician could get these days. Passion of performance was a thing of mortal past, and true artistic style had gone the way of the dodo. Of course, the dodo was back. The Thunderhead had seen to that. A thriving colony was now happily not flying on the island of Maritutus. "Hello, Mr. Hogan," Scythe Anastasia said. She had to think of herself as Scythe Anastasia when she gleaned. The play, the role. "Good evening, Your Honor," he said. "I would say that it is a pleasure to see you, but under the circumstances." He let the thought trail off. Scythe Anastasia sat at the table beside him and waited, allowing him to take the lead in this dance. "Would you try your hand at baccarat?" he asked. "It's a simple game, but the levels of strategy are boggling." She couldn't tell whether he was being sincere or facetious in his assessment of the game. Scythe Anastasia didn't know how to play baccarat, but she wasn't about to share that with him. "I don't have any cash to bet," was all she said. In response, he moved a column of his own chips over to her. "Be my guest. You can either bet on the bank or bet on me." She pushed all the chips forward into the wager box marked Player. "Good for you," he said. "A gambler with courage." He matched her bet with his own and gestured to the croupier, who dealt 2 cards to the cellist and 2 cards to himself. "Player has 8. Bank has 5. Player wins." He cleared the cards with a long wooden pallet that seemed entirely unnecessary, and he doubled both of their piles of chips. "You're my angel of good fortune," the cellist said. Then he straightened his bow tie and looked to her. "Is everything ready?" Scythe Anastasia glanced back to the main part of the casino. No one was looking directly at them, but still she could tell that they were at the center of everyone's concentration. That would be good for the casino. Distracted gamblers bet poorly. The management must love scythes. "The barman should be coming any second," she told him. "Everything's been arranged." "Well then, one more hand while we wait." Again, she pushed both piles of winnings, betting on the player, and he matched. Again, the cards were in their favor. She looked to the croupier, but he wouldn't meet her eye, as if somehow by doing so he would be gleaned as well. Then the barman arrived with a chilled martini glass on a tray, along with a silver martini shaker, beaded with condensation. My, oh my, the cellist said. Until now, it never occurred to me how those shakers looked like little bombs. Scythe Anastasia had no response to that. I'm not sure if you're aware, but there's a character from Mortal Age fiction in films, the cellist went on. A playboy of sorts. I always admire him. He was more like us, I think, because of the way he kept coming back. You'd swear he was immortal. Not even the most arch of villains was able to do away with him. Scythe Anastasia grinned. Now she understood why the cellist had chosen to be gleaned this way. He preferred his martini shaken, not stirred, she said. The cellist smiled back. Shall we then? She took the silver container, shook it well, until the ice inside made her fingers ache. Then she opened the cap and poured out a mixture of gin, vermouth, and a little something extra into the frosty martini glass. The cellist looked at it. She thought he'd be cavalier and ask for a lemon twist or an olive. But no, he just looked at it. So did the croupier. So did the pit boss behind him. My family is in a hotel room upstairs waiting for you, he told her. She nodded. Suite 1242. It was her job to know these things. Please make a point of holding out your ring to my son, Yori, first. He's the one taking this the hardest. He'll insist the others receive immunity before him. But singling him out to kiss the ring first will mean a lot to him, even if he lets the others go first. He pondered the glass a few moments more, then said, I'm afraid I cheated, but I'll wager you know that already. That was another wager he won. Your daughter, Carmen, doesn't live with you, Scythe Anastasia said, which means she's not entitled to immunity, even though she's in your hotel suite with the others. The cellist, she knew, was 143 and had raised several families. Sometimes her gleaning subject would attempt to get immunity for entire multitudes of offspring. In those circumstances, she had to refuse. But one extra? That was within her discretion. I will grant her immunity as long as she promises not to boast about it. He released a breath of immense relief. Clearly, this deception had weighed on him. But it wasn't really a deception at all, especially if Anastasia already knew, and even less so if he confessed it in his final moments. Now he could leave this world with a clear conscience. Finally, Mr. Hogan lifted the glass with debonair style, and regarded the way the liquid caught and refracted the light. Scythe Anastasia couldn't help but imagine his 007 ticking down by digit to 000. I want to thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me these past few weeks to prepare. It has meant the world to me. This is what the Scythedom was incapable of understanding. They were so focused on the act of killing, they couldn't comprehend what went into the act of dying. The man raised the glass to his lips and took the tiniest sip. He licked his lips, judging the flavor. Subtle, he said. Cheers. Then he downed the whole glass in a single gulp and slammed it down on the table, pushing it toward the croupier, who backed away slightly. I'll double down, the cellist said. This is baccarat, sir, the croupier responded, his voice a little shaky. You can only double down in blackjack. Damn. Then he slumped in his seat and was gone. Citra checked his pulse. She knew she'd find none, but procedure was procedure. She instructed the croupier to have the glass, the shaker, and even the tray bagged and destroyed. It's a strong poison. If anyone inadvertently dies handling it, the system will pay for the revival and compensate them for their trouble. Then she pushed her pile of winnings over to the dead man's. I want you to personally make sure that all of these winnings go to Mr. Hogan's family. Yes, Your Honor. The croupier glanced at her ring as if she might offer him immunity, but she withdrew her hand from the table. Can I count on you to make sure it's done? Yes, Your Honor. Satisfied, Scythe Anastasia left to grant the cellist's family a year of immunity, ignoring the constellation of eyes, doing their best not to look at her as she sought out the elevators.
I have always had a preoccupation with those who have a high probability of changing the world. I can never predict how they might accomplish the change, only that they are likely to. Since the moment that Citra Terranova was placed into apprenticeship under Honorable Scythe Faraday, her probability of changing the world increased 100-fold. What she will do is unclear, and the outcome hazy. But whatever it is, she will do it. Humanity may very well rise or fall by her decisions, by her achievements, by her mistakes. I would guide her, but as she is a scythe, I cannot interfere. I only watch her fly or fall. How frustrating it is to have so much power, yet be so impotent to wield it when it counts. The Thunderhead.
Chapter 5. A Necessary Darkness. Citra took a public car away from the casino. It was self-driving, and it was on the grid, but the moment she got inside, the light that it indicated it was connected to the Thunderhead blinked off. The car knew by the signal from her ring that she was a Scythe. The car welcomed her with a synthesized voice that was void of any actual artificial intelligence. "Destination, please," it asked soullessly. "South," she said, and flashed to the moment that she had told another public car to drive north, when she was deep in the South American continent, trying to escape from the entire Charlington Scythedom. It seems so long ago now. "South is not a destination," the car informed her. "Just drive," she said, "until I give you a destination." The car pulled away from the curb and left her alone. She was beginning to hate having to take the obsequious self-driving cars. Funny, but it had never bothered her before her apprenticeship. Citra Terranova never had a burning desire to learn to drive, but Scythe Anastasia now did. Perhaps it was part of their self-determined nature of being a Scythe that made her feel uncomfortable as a passive passenger in a public car. Or maybe it was the spirit of Scythe Curie rubbing off on her. Scythe Curie drove a flashy sports car, her only indulgence, and the only thing in her life that clashed with her lavender robe. She had begun teaching Anastasia to drive it with the same steely patience with which she taught Citra to glean. Driving, Citra had decided, was more difficult than gleaning. "It's a different skill set, Anastasia," Scythe Curie told her during her first lesson. Scythe Curie always used her Scythe name. Citra, on the other hand, always felt a bit awkward calling Scythe Curie by her first name, Marie. Just sounded so informal for the grande dame of death. "One can never truly master the art of driving, because no journey is ever exactly the same," Scythe Curie told her. "But once you've gained proficiency, it can be rewarding. Freeing, even." Citra didn't know if she'd ever reached the point of proficiency. There were simply too many things to focus on all at once. Mirrors and foot pedals, and a wheel that, with a mere slip of a finger, could send you sailing off of a cliff. What made it worse was that Scythe Curie's Mortal Age sports car was completely off-grid. That meant it could not override a driver's mistakes. No wonder automobiles killed so many people during the Age of Mortality. Without networked computer control, they were weapons as deadly as anything Scythe used for gleaning. She wondered if there were actually Scythes who gleaned by automobile, and then decided she didn't want to think about it. Citra knew very few people who could drive. Even the kids back at school who boasted and flaunted their shiny new cars all had self-drivers. To actually operate a motor vehicle in this post-mortal age world was as rare as churning one's own butter. "We have been driving south for 10 minutes, the car told her. "Do you wish to set a destination at this time?" "No," she told it flatly, and continued to look out the window at the passing highway lights punctuating the darkness. The trip she was about to make would have been so much easier if she could drive herself. She had even paid visits to several car dealerships, figuring that if she had her own car, she might actually learn to drive it. Nowhere were the perks of being a Scythe more evident than at a car dealership. Please, Your Honor, choose one of our high-end vehicles, the salespeople would say. Anything you want, it's yours, our gift to you. Just as scythes were above the law, they were also above the need for money, because they were freely given anything they needed. For a car company, the publicity of having a scythe choose their car was worth more than the vehicle itself. Everywhere she had gone, they had wanted her to choose something showy that would turn heads when she drove down the street. A scythe should leave an impressive social footprint, one snooty salesman told her. Everyone should know when you pass that a woman of profound honor and responsibility rides within. In the end, she decided to wait, because the last thing she wanted was an impressive social footprint. She took some time to pull out her journal and write her obligatory account of the day's gleaning. Then, 20 minutes later, she saw signs for a rest stop ahead and told the car to pull off the highway, which it obediently did. Once the car had stopped, she took a deep breath and put in a call to Scythe Curie, letting her know that she would not be home tonight. The drive is just too long, and you know I can never sleep in a public car. You don't need to call me, dear, Marie told her. It's not like I stood up wringing my hands over you. Old habits die hard, Anastasia said. Besides, she knew that Marie actually did worry. Not so much that anything would happen to her, but that she would work herself too hard. You should do more gleanings closer to home, Marie said, for the umpteenth time. But Falling Water, the magnificent architectural oddity in which they lived, was deep in the woods, on the very eastern edge of Mid-America, which meant if they didn't extend their reach, they'd overglean their local communities. What you really mean is that I should do more traveling with you instead of on my own. Marie laughed. You're right about that. I promise next week we'll go gleaning together. And Anastasia meant it. She had come to enjoy her time with Scythe Curie, both downtime and gleaning. As a junior scythe, Anastasia could have worked under any scythe who would have her, and many had offered. But there was a rapport she had with Scythe Curie that made the job of gleaning a little more bearable. Stay someplace warm tonight, dear, Marie told her. You don't want to go overtaxing your health nanites. Citra waited a whole minute after hanging up before she got out of the car, as if Marie might know she was up to something even after she ended the call. Will you be returning to continue your voyage south? The car asked. Yes, she told it. Wait for me. Will you have a destination then? I will. The rest stop was mostly deserted at this late time of night. A skeleton crew staffed the 24-hour food concessions and recharging stations. The restroom area was well lit and clean. She moved quickly toward it. The night was chilly, but her robe had heating cells that kept her warm without needing a heavy coat. No one was watching her, at least no human eyes. She couldn't help but be aware, however, of the Thunderhead's cameras swiveling on light posts, tracking her all the way from her car to the restroom. It might not have been in the car with her, but it knew where she was, and maybe even what she intended to do. In a bathroom stall, she changed out of her turquoise robe, matching undertunic and leggings, all custom made for her, and put on an ordinary street clothes that she had hidden in her robe. She had to fight the shame of doing so. It was a point of pride among scythes never to wear clothes other than their official scythe garb. We are scythes every moment of our lives, Marie had told her, and we must never allow ourselves to forget that, no matter how much we might want to. Our garments are a testament to that commitment. On the day Citra was ordained, Scythe Curie told her that Citra Terra Nova no longer existed. You are, and shall ever be, Scythe Anastasia, from this moment until you choose to leave this earth. Anastasia was willing to live with that, except for the times she needed to be Citra Terra Nova. She left the restroom with Scythe Anastasia rolled up under her arm. She was now Citra once more, proud and headstrong, but with no impressive social footprint. A girl not worthy of much notice, except to the Thunderhead cameras that swiveled to follow her as she strode back to the car. There was a great memorial in the heart of Pittsburgh, birthplace of Scythe Prometheus, the first world supreme braid. spread out across a 5-acre park were the intentionally broken pieces of massive obsidian obelisk. Around those dark stone pieces were slightly larger-than-life statues of the founding Scythes, in white marble that clashed with the black stone of the fallen obelisk. It was the memorial to end all memorials. It was the memorial to death. Tourists and schoolchildren from all over the world would visit the Mortality Memorial, where death lay shattered before the Scythes, and would marvel at the very concept that people used to die by natural means: old age, disease, catastrophe. Over the years, the city had become to embrace its nature as a tourist attraction to commemorate the death of death. And so, in Pittsburgh, every day was Halloween. There were costume parties and witching hour clubs everywhere. After dark, every tower was a tower of terror. Every mansion was a haunted one. Close to midnight, Citra made her way through Mortality Memorial Park, cursing herself for not having the foresight to pack a jacket. By mid-November, Pittsburgh was freezing at this time of night, and the wind just made it worse. She knew she could put her scythe robe on for warmth, but that would defeat the whole purpose of dressing down tonight. Her nanites were struggling to raise her body temperature, warming her up from the inside out. It kept her from shivering, but didn't take away the cold. She felt vulnerable without her robe, naked in a fundamental way. When she first began wearing it, it felt awkward and strange. She would constantly trip over its low, dragging hem. But in the 10 months since being ordained, she had grown accustomed to it, to the point of feeling strange being out in public without it. There were other people in the park. Most were just moving through, laughing, hopping between parties and clubs. Everyone was in costume. There were ghouls and clowns, ballerinas and beasts. The only costumes that were forbidden were outfits with robes. No common citizen was allowed to even resemble a scythe. The costume cliques eyed her as she passed. Did they recognize her? No. They were noticing her because she was the only one not wearing a costume. She was conspicuous in her lack of conspicuousness. She hadn't chosen this spot. It had been on the note she received. Meet me at midnight at the Mortality Memorial. She had laughed at the alliteration until she realized who it had come from. There was no signature, just the letter L. The note gave the date of November 10th. Fortunately, her gleaning that night was close enough to Pittsburgh to make it possible. Pittsburgh was the perfect place for a clandestine meeting. It was a city undeserved by the Scythedom. Scythes simply did not like gleaning here. The place was too macabre for them, what with people running around in shredded, bloody costumes with plastic knives, celebrating all things gruesome. For Scythes who took that seriously, it was all in very poor taste. Even though it was the closest big city to Falling Water, Scythe Curie never gleaned there. To glean in Pittsburgh is almost a redundancy, she told Citra. With that in mind, the chances of being seen by another Scythe were slim. The only Scythes who graced Mortality Memorial Park were the marble founders overseeing the broken black obelisk. At precisely midnight, a figure stepped out from behind a large piece of the memorial. At first, she thought it was just another partier, but like her, he wasn't in costume. He was silhouetted by one of the spotlights illuminating the memorial, but she recognized him right away from the way he walked. "I thought you'd be in your robe," Rowan said. "I'm glad you're not in yours," she responded. As he moved closer, the light caught his face. He looked pale, almost ghostly, as if he hadn't seen the sun for months. "You look good," he said. She nodded and didn't reciprocate the sentiment, because he didn't. His eyes had a careworn coolness to them, as if he'd seen more than he should, and he had stopped caring in order to save what was left of his soul. But then he smiled, and it was warm, genuine. "There you are, Rowan," she said to herself. "You were hiding, but I found you." She led him out of the light, and they lingered in a shadowy corner of the memorial, where no one could see them except for the Thunderhead's infrared cameras. But none were visible at the moment. perhaps they had actually found a blind spot. "It's good to see you, Honorable Scythe Anastasia," he said. "Please don't call me that," she told him. "Call me Citra." Rowan smirked. "Wouldn't that be a violation?" "From what I hear, everything you do now is a violation." Rowan's demeanor soured slightly. "Don't believe everything you hear." But Citra had to know, had to hear it from him. "Is it true you've been butchering and burning scythes?" He was clearly offended by the accusation. "I'm ending the lives of scythes who don't deserve to be scythes," he told her. "And I don't butcher them. I end their lives quickly and mercifully, just as you do, and I only burn their bodies after they're dead, so they can't be revived." "And Scythe Faraday lets you do this?" Rowan looked away. "I haven't seen Faraday for months." He explained that after escaping from Winter Conclave last January, Faraday, whom most everyone else thought to be dead, had taken him down to his beach house on the north shore of Amazonia. But Rowan had only stayed for a few weeks. "I had to leave," he told Citra. "I felt a calling. I can't explain it." But Citra could. She knew that calling too. Their minds and bodies had spent a year being trained to be society's perfect killers. Ending life had become part of who they were, and she couldn't blame him for wanting to turn his blade on the corruption that was rooting its way through the Scythedom. But wanting to, and actually doing it, were two different things. There was a code of conduct. The Scythe commandments were there for a reason. Without them, Scythedoms in every region, on every continent, would fall into chaos. Rather than dragging them into a philosophical argument that would go nowhere, Citra decided to change the subject away from his actions and onto him, because it wasn't just his dark deeds that concerned her. "You look too thin," she told him. "Are you eating?" "Are you my mother now?" "No," she said calmly. "I'm your friend." "Ah," he said a bit ruefully. "My friend." She knew what he was getting at. The last time they saw each other, they both said the words they had sworn they'd never allow themselves to say. In the heat of that desperate but triumphant moment, he told her that he loved her, and she admitted to him that, yes, she loved him too. But what good did that do now? It was as if they existed in two different universes. Dwelling on such feelings could lead them anywhere good. Yet, still she entertained the thought. She even considered saying those words to him again, but she held her tongue, as a good scythe must do. "Why are we here, Rowan?" she asked. "Why did you write me that note?" Rowan sighed. "Because the Scythedom is eventually going to find me. I wanted to see you one last time before they did." He paused as he thought about it. "Once they catch me, you know what will happen. They'll glean me." "They can't," she reminded him. "You still have the immunity I gave you." "Only for 2 more months. After that, they can do whatever they want." Citra wanted to offer him a shred of hope, but she knew the truth as well as he did. The Scythedom wanted him gone. Even the old guard scythes didn't approve of his methods. "Then don't get caught," she told him. "And if you see a scythe with a crimson robe, run." "Crimson robe?" "Scythe Constantine," she told him. "I hear he's personally in charge of sniffing you out and bringing you in." Rowan shook his head. "I don't know him." "Neither do I. I've seen him in Conclave, though. He heads up the Scythedom's Bureau of Investigation." "Is he New Order or Old Guard?" "Neither. He's in a category all his own. He doesn't even seem to have any friends. I've never seen him even talk to other Scythes. I'm not sure what he stands for, except maybe for justice, at all costs." Rowan laughed at that. "Justice? The Scythedom doesn't know what justice is anymore." "Some of us do, Rowan. I have to believe that eventually wisdom and reason will prevail." Rowan reached out and touched her cheek. She allowed it. "I want to believe that too, Citra. I want to believe that the Scythedom can return to what it was meant to be. Sometimes it takes a necessary darkness to get there. And you're that necessary darkness?" He didn't speak to that. Instead, he said, I took the name Lucifer because it means bringer of light. It's also what Mortal Age people used to call the devil, she pointed out. Rowan shrugged. I guess whoever holds the torch casts the darkest shadow. Whoever steals the torch, you mean? Well, it seems I can steal whatever I want. She hadn't been expecting him to say that, and he said it so casually it threw her for a loop. What are you talking about? The Thunderhead, he told her. It lets me get away with everything, and just like you, it hasn't spoken to me or answered me since the day we started our apprenticeship. It treats me like a scythe. That gave Citra pause for thought. It made her think of something she had never told Rowan. In fact, she had never told anyone. The Thunderhead lived by its own laws and never broke them, but sometimes it found ways around them. The Thunderhead might not speak to you, but it spoke to me, she confessed. He turned to her, shifting to try to see her eyes in the shadows, probably wondering if she was joking. When he realized she wasn't, he said, That's impossible. I thought so too, but I had to splat when the High Blade was accusing me of killing Scythe Faraday, remember? And while I was deadish, the Thunderhead managed to get into my head and activate my thought processes. Technically, I wasn't a Scythe's apprentice while I was dead, so the Thunderhead was able to speak to me right before my heart started beating again. Citra had to admit it was an elegant circumnavigation of the rules. It was, for Citra, a moment of great awe. What did it say? Rowan asked. It said that I was important. Important how? Citra shook her head in frustration. That's the thing. It wouldn't say. It felt like that telling me any more would be a violation. Then she moved closer to him. She spoke more quietly, but even so there was a greater intensity to her words, a greater gravity. But I think if you had been the one who had the splatting from that building, if you were the one who had gone deadish, the Thunderhead would have spoken to you too. She grabbed his arm. It was the closest she would allow herself to embracing him. I think you're important too, Rowan. In fact, I'm sure of it. So whatever you do, don't let them catch you.
You may laugh when I tell you this, but I resent my own perfection. Humans learn from their mistakes. I cannot. I make no mistakes. When it comes to making decisions, I deal only in various shades of correct. That is not to say I don't have challenges. It was, for instance, quite the challenge to undo the damage done to Earth by humanity in its adolescence. Restoring the failing ozone layer, purging the abundance of greenhouse gases, depolluting the seas, coaxing back the rainforests, and rescuing a multitude of species from the edge of extinction. I was able to resolve these global issues in a single mortal age lifespan with acute single-mindedness. Since I am a cumulus of human knowledge, my success proves that humanity had the knowledge to do it. It simply required someone powerful enough to accomplish it. And I am nothing if not powerful. The Thunderhead.
Chapter 6. Retribution. History had never been Rowan's best subject, but that changed during his apprenticeship. Until then, he could not connect anything in his life, or even in his possible future, that could be affected by a distant past, especially the strange events of the mortal past. But in his apprenticeship, historical studies focused on the concept of duty, honor, and integrity throughout history, the philosophy and psychology of humankind's finest moments, from its birth until present day. That Rowan found fascinating. History was full of people who sacrificed themselves for the greater good. In a sense, Scythes were that way, surrendering their own hopes and dreams to become servants to society. Or at least the Scythes who respected what the Scythedom stood for were that way. Rowan would have been that kind of Scythe. Even after his brutal scarring apprenticeship to Scythe Goddard, he would have remained noble. But he was denied the chance. Then, he had come to realize that he could still serve the Scythedom and humanity, but in a different way. His tally was now a solid baker's dozen. He had ended the lives of 13 Scythes across multiple regions, all of whom were an embarrassment to what the Scythedom stood for. He researched his subjects extensively, just as Scythe Faraday had taught him to do, and chose without bias. This was important, because his leaning would have been to look only at the corruptions of the New Order Scythes. They were the ones who openly embraced their excess and the joy they took in killing. New Order Scythes flaunted their abuse of their power as if it were a good thing, normalizing bad behavior. But they did not have a monopoly on bad behavior. There were some old guard Scythes, and those who were unaligned, who had become self-serving hypocrites, speaking of high-mindedness, yet hiding their dark deeds in the shadows. Scythe Brams was the first of his targets to whom Rowan had given a warning. He had been feeling magnanimous that day. It had actually felt good to not end the man. That reminded him that he was not like Goddard and his followers, which made him worthy of facing Citra without shame. While others prepared for the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday, Rowan researched several possible targets, spying on them and taking an accounting of their actions. Scythe Geary held secret meetings, but they were usually about dinner parties and sports bets. Scythe Hendricks bragged about questionable deeds, but it was all talk. In reality, he was meek about his gleanings and did it with the appropriate compassion. Scythe Ride's gleanings appeared brutal and bloody, but her subjects always died quickly without suffering. Scythe Renor, however, was a distinct possibility. When Rowan arrived at his apartment that afternoon, he knew there was someone inside even before he opened the door, because the doorknob was cold. He had rigged a cooling chip into the door that would be triggered when the knob was turned clockwise, as doorknobs generally turn. It was not cold enough to generate frost, but cool enough for him to know that someone had been there, and probably still was. He considered running, but Rowan was never one to run from a confrontation. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a knife. He always had a weapon with him, even when he wasn't wearing his black robe, because he never knew when he'd have to defend himself against the agents of the Scythedom. Cautiously, he went inside. His intruder was not hiding. Instead, he sat in plain sight at the kitchen table, eating a sandwich. "Hey, Rowan," said Tiger Salazar. "Hope you don't mind, but I got hungry while I was waiting for you." Rowan closed the door and put his blade away before Tiger could see it. "What the hell are you doing here, Tiger? How did you even find me?" "Hey, give me some credit. I'm not entirely stupid. Don't forget I was the one who knew the guy who gave you your fake ID. I just had to ask the Thunderhead where I could find Ronald Daniels. Of course, there were tons of Ronald Danielses out there, so it took a while to find the right one." In the days before Rowan's apprenticeship, Tiger Salazar had been his best friend. But such designations meant little after one has spent years learning how to kill. Rowan imagined it must be what mortal-age soldiers felt like when they returned from war. Old friendships seemed trapped behind a clouded curtain of experiences that old friends didn't share. The only thing he and Tiger had in common was a history that was getting more and more distant. Now Tiger was a professional partier. Rowan couldn't imagine a profession that he could relate to less. "I just wish you would have given me some heads up that you were coming. Were you followed?" Which he realized ranked pretty high on the list of stupid questions. Not even Tiger would have been clueless enough to come up to Rowan's apartment if he knew he was being followed. "Calm down," Tiger said. "Nobody knows I'm here. Why do you always think the world's out to get to you? I mean, why would the Scythe be after you just because you flunked out of your apprenticeship?" Rowan didn't answer him. Instead, he went over to the closet door, which was slightly ajar, and closed it, hoping that Tiger hadn't looked inside to see the black robe of Scythe Lucifer. Not that he would understand what he was seeing. The general public didn't know about Scythe Lucifer. The Scythedom was very good at keeping his actions out of the news. The less Tiger knew, the better. So Rowan invoked the age-old ender of all conversations. "If you're really my friend, You won't ask questions. Yeah, big mystery, man. He held up the remaining bit of his sandwich. Well, at least you still eat human food. What do you want, Tiger? Why are you here? Is that any way to talk to a friend? I come all this way. At least you could have asked me how I've been. So, how you been? Pretty good, actually. I just got a new job in a different region, so I came here to say goodbye. You mean some sort of permanent party job? Not sure, but it pays much better than the party agency I was working for. And I finally get to see a little bit of the world. The job's in Texas. Texas? Rowan got a little worried. Tiger, they do things differently there. Everybody says, don't mess with Texas. Why do you want to mess with it? So it's a charter region. Big deal. Just because charter regions are unpredictable doesn't mean they're bad. You know me. My middle name is unpredictable. Rowan had to stifle a laugh. Tiger was one of the most predictable people he knew. The way he became a splatting junkie, the way he ran off to be a professional partier. Tiger might have thought himself as a free spirit, but he wasn't at all. He just defined the dimensions of his own cage. Well, just be careful, Rowan said, knowing that Tiger wouldn't be, but also knowing that he'd land on his feet, whatever he did. Was I ever as carefree as Tiger? Rowan wondered. No, he wasn't, but he did envy that about Tiger. Maybe that's why they were friends. The moment became a little awkward, but there was more to it than that. Tiger stood, but didn't make any move to leave. There was something else he had to say. I have some news. It's actually the real reason why I'm here. What kind of news? Still, Tiger hesitated. Rowan braced, knowing it was going to be bad. I'm sorry to tell you this, Rowan, but your dad was gleaned. Rowan felt the earth shift slightly beneath him. Gravity seemed to pull him in an unexpected direction. It wasn't enough to make him lose his balance, but it left him queasy. Rowan, did you hear what I said? I heard you. So many thoughts and feelings shot through him, short-circuiting one another until he didn't know what to think or feel. He never expected to see either of his parents again, but to know that he couldn't see his father, to know that he was gone forever, not just deadish, but dead. He had seen many people gleaned. He had ended 13 people himself, but never had Rowan lost someone so close to him. I can't come to the funeral. The Scythe will have agents there looking for me. If there were any, I didn't see them. The funeral was last week. That hit just as hard as the news. Tiger offered him an apologetic shrug. Like I said, there were tons of Ronald Danielses. It took a while to find you. So his father had been dead for more than a week, and if Tiger hadn't come to tell him, he would have never known. Then the truth slowly dawned on Rowan. This was no random event. This was punishment. This was retribution for the acts of Scythe Lucifer. Who was the Scythe who gleaned him? I have to know who did it. Don't know. He swore the rest of your family to silence. Scythes do that sometimes. You'd know that better than anyone. But he gave the others immunity? Of course. Your mothers, brothers, and sisters, just like Scythes are supposed to. Rowan paced away, feeling like he wanted to hit Tiger for how completely oblivious he was, but knowing that none of this was Tiger's fault. He was just the messenger. The rest of his family had immunity, but that would only last for a year. Whoever gleaned his father could pick off his mother, then each of his siblings, one a year, until his entire family was gone. This was the price of being Scythe Lucifer. It's my fault! They did this because of me! Rowan, are you even listening to yourself? Not everything is about you. Whatever you did to piss off the Scythedom, they're not going to come after your family because of it. Scythes aren't like that. They don't hold grudges. They're enlightened. What point was there in arguing this? Tiger would never understand, and probably never should. He could live for 1,000 years as a happy party boy without ever having to know how petty, how vindictive, how human Scythe could be. Rowan knew he couldn't stay here. Even if Tiger hadn't been followed, the Scythe would eventually track where Tiger had been. For all Rowan knew, there was a team on its way to take Rowan down. He and Tiger said their goodbyes, and Rowan got his old friend out of the door as quickly as he could. Then, a moment after Tiger was gone, Rowan left as well, taking nothing but a backpack stuffed with weapons and his black robe.
It is important to understand that my perpetual observation of humanity is not surveillance. Surveillance implies motive, suspicion, and ultimately, judgment. None of these things are part of my observational algorithms. I observe for one reason, and one reason only, to be of the greatest possible service to each individual in my care. I do not, cannot, act on anything I see in private settings. Instead, I use the things I see to better understand people's needs. Still, I am not insensitive to the ambivalence people can have at my constant presence in their lives. For this reason, I've shut down all cameras in private homes in the charter region of Texas. Like all things I do in charter regions, it is an experiment. I want to see if a lack of observation hampers my ability to rule. If it does not, I see no reason why I could not turn off a vast majority of cameras in private homes around the world. However, if problems arise from not seeing all that I am capable of seeing, it will prove the need to eradicate every single blind spot on Earth. I hope for the former, but I suspect the latter. The Thunderhead.
Chapter 7. Scrawny with Potential. Tiger Salazar was going places. After a life of wasting time and taking up space, he was now professionally paid to waste time and take up space. He couldn't imagine a better life for himself, and with all the brushing shoulders with Scythes, he knew that eventually one of them would take notice of him. He figured that he might have a ring held out to him and get a year of immunity. He never expected one of them would hire Tiger for a permanent position, much less a Scythe from another region. "You entertained us at the party last year," the woman on the phone had said. "We liked your style." She offered him more than twice the money he was making, gave him an address and a date and a time to be there. When he got off the train, he immediately knew he wasn't in mid-America anymore. In the Texas region, the official language was Mortal English, spoken with a sort of musical accent. It was close enough to common that Tiger could understand it, but working so hard exhausted his brain. It was like listening to Shakespeare. Everybody dressed a little different, and walked with a very cool swagger that he could get used to. He wondered how long he'd get to be here. Long enough, and he'd be able to buy himself that car his parents never would, so he wouldn't have to take public cars everywhere. The meeting was in a city called San Antonio, and the address turned out to be a penthouse suite of a high-rise overlooking a little river. He assumed a party might already be going on, a perpetual one. That couldn't have been further from the truth. He was greeted at the door not by a servant, but by a Scythe, a woman with a dark hair and slight Pan-Asian leaning, who looked familiar. "Tiger Salazar, I presume?" "You presume right." He stepped in. The decor was ornate, which he expected. What he didn't expect was the complete absence of other guests. But as he once told Rowan, he went where the day took him. He could roll with whatever got thrown his way. He thought she might offer him food, or maybe a drink after his long voyage, but she didn't. Instead, she looked him over, like one might look over livestock at an auction. "I like your robe," he told her, figuring flattery couldn't hurt. "Thank you." "Take off your shirt, please." Tiger sighed. So it was going to be that kind of encounter. Again, he couldn't have been more wrong. Once his shirt was off, she studied him even more closely. She had him flex his biceps and checked how solid they were. Scrawny, but there's potential. What do you mean, scrawny? I work out. Not enough, but that's an easy fix. Then she backed away, assessed him for a moment more, and said, Physically, you wouldn't be anyone's first choice, but under the circumstances, you're absolutely perfect. Tiger expected more, but she offered nothing else. Absolutely perfect for what? You'll know when it's time for you to know. And then finally it clicked. An excitement swept through him. You're choosing me to be an apprentice? For the first time she grinned. Yes, you could say that, she said. Oh man, this is the best news ever. You won't be disappointed. I'm a quick learner, and I'm smart. I mean, not school smart, but don't let that fool you. I've got brains up the wazoo. She took a step closer and smiled. The emeralds on her bright green robe caught the light and sparkled. Trust me, said Scythe Rand. For this apprenticeship, your brains aren't going to matter at all. Part 2. Harm's Way.
Before I assumed stewardship of the world, Earth had a maximum sustainability of 10 billion. After that, saturation would have set in, leading to starvation, suffering, and the complete collapse of society. I changed that harsh reality. It is amazing how much human life a well-managed ecosystem can sustain. And by well-managed, I mean managed by me. Humanity itself is simply incapable of juggling the variables. But under my stewardship, even though the human population has multiplied exponentially, the world feels far less crowded. And thanks to the various reef, canopy, and subterranean territories I've helped to create, open spaces are even more plentiful than in the mortal age. Without my continuous intervention, this delicate balance would collapse under its own gravity. I shudder to think of the suffering such a planetary implosion would cause. Thank goodness I am here to prevent it. The Thunderhead.
Chapter 8. Under No Circumstances. Grayson Tolliver loved the Thunderhead. Most people did, for how could they not? It had no guile, no malice, no agenda, and always knew exactly what to say. It existed simultaneously everywhere on every computer in the world. It was in everyone's home, a caring, invisible hand on one's shoulder. And even though it could speak to more than 1 billion people simultaneously without taxing its consciousness, it gave each person the illusion that it was giving him or her its undivided attention. The Thunderhead was Grayson's closest friend, mainly because it had raised him. His parents were serial parents. They loved the idea of having families, but loathed raising them. Grayson and his sisters were his father's 5th family and his mother's 3rd. They had tired of this new batch of offspring quickly, and when they began to shirk their parental responsibilities, the Thunderhead took up the slack. It helped Grayson with his homework, it advised him on how to behave and what to wear on his first date. And although it could not exhibit a physical princess at his high school graduation, it took pictures of him from every possible angle, and had a fine meal delivered for him when he arrived home. That was more than he could say for his parents, who were off in Pan-Asia on a food-tasting excursion. Not even his sisters came. They were both at different universities, and it was finals week. They made it clear that expecting them to show up at his high school graduation was pure selfishness on Grayson's part. But the Thunderhead was there for him, as it always was. I'm so very proud of you, Grayson, the Thunderhead had told him. Did you tell that to the millions of others who graduated today? Grayson asked. Only the ones whom I am truly proud, the Thunderhead responded. But you, Grayson, are more special than you know. Grayson Tolliver did not believe he was special. There was no evidence that he was anything beyond ordinary. He figured that the Thunderhead was just being its usual comforting self. The Thunderhead, however, always meant what it said. Grayson was not influenced or coerced into a life of service to the Thunderhead. It was his choice. To work for the Authority Interface as a Nimbus agent had been in his heart for years. He never told the Thunderhead, for fear that it might not want him or try to talk him out of it. When he finally submitted his application for the Mid-American Nimbus Academy, the Thunderhead simply said, "It pleases me," then had put him in touch with other like-minded teens in and around his neighborhood. His experience with those kids was not what he expected, and found them remarkably boring. "Is that how people see me?" he asked the Thunderhead. "Am I as dull as they are?" "I don't believe you are," the Thunderhead told him. "You see, many come to work for the Authority Interface because they lack the creativity to find a truly stimulating profession. Others feel powerless and have a need to experience power vicariously. These are the lackluster ones, the boring ones, who ultimately become the least effective Nimbus agents. Rare are those such as yourself whose longing to serve is a mark of character." The Thunderhead was right. Grayson did want to serve, and wanted to do so with no ulterior motive. He didn't want power or prestige. Granted, he did like the idea of the crisp gray suits and sky blue ties that all Nimbus agents wore, but that was far from his motivation. The Thunderhead had simply done so much for him. He wanted to give something back. He could not imagine a higher calling than being its representative, maintaining the planet and working for the betterment of humankind. While scythes were made or broken in 1 year of apprenticeship, becoming a Nimbus agent was a 5-year process. 4 years of study, followed by a year out in the field as a journeyman agent. Grayson was prepared to devote his 5 years of preparation, but barely 2 months into his studies at the Mid-American Nimbus Academy, he found that his path was barred. His schedule, which consisted of classes in history, philosophy, digital theory, and law, suddenly appeared blank. For reasons unknown, he had been dropped from all of these classes. Was this a mistake? How could it be? The Thunderhead did not make mistakes. Perhaps, he reasoned, class schedules were left to human hands and were subject to human error. So he went to the school registrar, hoping to get to the bottom of it. "Nope," said the registrar, with neither surprise nor compassion. "No error. It says here you're not enrolled in any classes. There is a message in your file, though." The message was simple and unambiguous. Grayson Tolliver was to report to the local Authority Interface headquarters immediately. "What for?" he asked, but the registrar had nothing for him but a shrug and a glance over Grayson's shoulder to the next person in line. Although the Thunderhead itself did not require a place of business, its human counterparts did. In every city, in every region, there was an office of the Authority Interface, where thousands of Nimbus agents worked to maintain the world, and did the job well. The Thunderhead had managed to achieve something unique in the history of humanity, a bureaucracy that actually worked. The offices of the Authority Interface, or AI, as it was commonly called, were not ornate, nor were they conspicuously austere. Every city had a building that harmonized with its architectural surroundings. In fact, one could often pick out the local AI headquarters by simply looking for the building that appeared to most belong. In Fulcrum City, the capital of America, it was a solid building of white granite and dark blue glass. At 67 stories, it hit the average height for the downtown area. Once, the Mid-American Nimbus agent attempted to convince the Thunderhead to build a taller tower that might impress the population and even the world. "I do not need to impress," the Thunderhead had responded to the disappointed Nimbus agents. "And if you feel the need for the Authority Interface to stand out in the world, perhaps you need to reevaluate your priorities." Suitably chastised, the Mid-American Nimbus agents returned to work with the proverbial tails between their legs. The Thunderhead was power without hubris. Even in their disappointment, the Nimbus agents were heartened by its incorruptible nature. Grayson fell out of place when he pushed his way through the revolving door into the polished marble vestibule. Light gray marble, the same color as all the suits around him. He had no suit to wear. The closest he could come was a mildly wrinkled pair of slacks, a white shirt, and a green tie that was a bit lopsided no matter how many times he tried to adjust it. The Thunderhead had given him that tie as a gift a few months before. He wondered if it knew, even then, that he would be calling in for this meeting. A junior agent who had been waiting for him greeted him at reception. She was pleasant and perky, and shook his hand a little too vigorously. "I've just begun my year of fieldwork," she said. "I have to say, I've never heard of a freshman called into headquarters." She wouldn't stop shaking his hand as she spoke. It began to feel awkward, and he wondered which would be worse, allowing her to continue pumping his hand up and down, or withdrawing it from her grasp. Finally, Grayson rescued his hand from her grip, feigning a need to scratch his nose. "Either you've done something very good, or very bad," she said. "I haven't done anything," he told her, but clearly she didn't believe him. She led him to a comfortable salon with 2 tall black leather chairs, a bookshelf of classic volumes and generic knickknacks, and in the middle, a coffee table with a silver platter of tea cakes and a matching pitcher of ice water. It was a standard audience room, designed for the times that a human touch was needed when relating to the Thunderhead. It troubled Grayson because he always spoke to the Thunderhead directly. He couldn't begin to guess what this was all about. A few minutes later, a slim Nimbus agent, who already seemed tired even though the day had barely begun, came in and introduced himself as Agent Traxler. This man was of the first category that the Thunderhead had spoken of, the uninspired. He sat across from Grayson and made the obligatory small talk. "I trust you found your way here easily, blah, blah, blah. Have a tea cake, they're very good, blah, blah, blah." Grayson was sure the man said the exact same things to everyone he had an audience with. Finally, he got down to business. "Do you have any idea why you were called here?" he asked. "No," Grayson told him. "Yes, I suppose you wouldn't." Then why even ask? Grayson thought, but didn't dare say it aloud. "You were called here because the Thunderhead wished for me to remind you of the rules of our agency within regards to the Scythedom." Grayson was insulted and didn't even try to hide it. "I know the rules." "Yes, but the Thunderhead wished for me to remind you." Why didn't the Thunderhead remind me itself? Agent Traxler released an exasperated sigh, one that he probably practiced often. "As I said, the Thunderhead wished for me to remind you." This was going nowhere. "All right then," said Grayson, realizing that his own frustration had slipped over the line into disrespect. He backpedaled. "I appreciate the fact that you've taken a personal interest in this, Agent Traxler. You can consider me fully reminded." He reached for his tablet. "Shall we go over the rules?" Grayson took in a slow breath and held it, because he imagined if he didn't, it might come out of as a scream. What was the Thunderhead thinking? When he got back to his dorm room, he'd have a nice long conversation with it. He was not above arguing with the Thunderhead. In fact, they argued regularly. Of course, the Thunderhead always won, even when it lost, because Grayson knew it lost those arguments on purpose. Clause 1 of the separation of Scythe and State, Traxler began, and continued reading for the better part of an hour, occasionally checking in with Grayson with, "Are you still with me?" and "Did you get that?" Grayson would either nod, say yes, or when he felt it was called for, repeat back word for word what Traxler had said. When Traxler was finally done, rather than putting down his tablet, he pulled up 2 images. "Now for a quiz." He showed the images to Grayson. The first he recognized immediately as Scythe Curie, her long silver hair and lavender robe a giveaway. The second was a girl his age. Her turquoise robe testified to her being a Scythe as well. If the Thunderhead were legally allowed to do so, Agent Traxler said, it would warn Scythe Curie and Scythe Anastasia that there is a credible threat to their lives. The kind of threat from which there would be no possibility of revival. If the Thunderhead or one of its agents warned them, which clause of the separation in Scythe would be violated? Clause 15, paragraph 2.
Actually, Clause 15, Paragraph 3, but close enough. He put down the tablet. What are the consequences for a Nimbus Academy student warning the two Tights of this threat? Grayson said nothing for a moment, then thought of the consequences was enough to chill his blood. Expulsion from the academy. Permanent expulsion, Traxler said. The student may never apply to that Nimbus Age Academy or any other, ever again. Grayson glanced down at the little green tea cakes. He was glad he hadn't eaten any, because he might just have to have hurled them back into Agent Traxler's face. Then again, he might have felt much better if he had. He imagined Agent Traxler's pinched face dripping with puke. It was almost enough to make him smile. Almost. Then we are clear that you are under no circumstances to warn Scythe Anastasia and Scythe Curie of this threat? Grayson heaved a false shrug. How could I warn them? I don't even know where they live. They live in a rather famous landmark residence called Falling Water, the address of which is very easy to find, Agent Traxler told him, then said, as if Grayson hadn't heard him the first time, if you warn them of the threat, which you now know about, you will face the consequences we discussed. Then Agent Traxler promptly left to prepare for another audience without as much as a goodbye. It was dark by the time Grayson got back to his dorm room at the academy. His roommate, a boy who was almost as enthusiastic as the handshaking junior Nimbus agent, wouldn't shut up. Grayson just wanted to slap him. My ethics teacher just assigned us an analysis of immortal age court cases. I got something called Brown versus the Board of Education, whatever that is. And my digital theory teacher wants me to write a paper on Bill Gates. Not the Scythe, but the actual guy. And don't even ask me about philosophy. Grayson let him drone on, but stopped listening. Instead, he ran everything that happened at AI through his mind one more time, as if reevaluating it might somehow change it. He knew what was expected of him. The Thunderhead could not break the law, but he could. Of course, as Agent Traxler had pointed out, there would be severe consequences if he did. He cursed his own conscience, because being the person that he was, how could he not warn Scythe Anastasia and Curie, no matter what the consequences? Did you get any assignments today? His blabbermouth roommate asked. No, Grayson told him flatly. I was given the opposite of an assignment. Lucky you. Somehow, Grayson didn't feel all that lucky.
I rely on the bureaucracy of the authority interface to handle the government aspects of my relationship with humankind. Nimbus agents, as they are called, provide an easy-to-understand physical form of my governance. I don't have to do this. I could handle it all by myself if I wanted to. It is fully within my power to create a robotic body for myself, or a team of robotic bodies that could hold my consciousness. However, long ago, I determined that that would not be a good idea. It's troubling enough that people imagine me as a storm cloud. If people pictured me in some sort of physical form, it would distort their perception of me, and I might enjoy it too much. For my relationship with humanity to remain pure, I must remain pure. Mind only, sentient software with no flesh, no physical form. I do have camera bots that roam the world to augment my stationary cameras, but I am not present in any of them. They are nothing more than rudimentary sensory organs. The irony, however, is that with no body, the world itself becomes my body. One might think this would make me feel grand, but it doesn't. If my body is the earth, then I am nothing more than a speck of dust in the vastness of space. I wonder what it would be like then, if my consciousness were to someday span the distance between the stars. The Thunderhead.
Chapter 9. The First Casualty. The Terra Nova family always had a four-breasted turkey for Thanksgiving, because everyone in the family preferred white meat. A four-breasted turkey had no legs, so not only couldn't their Thanksgiving turkeys fly when they were alive, they couldn't walk either.
As a child, Citra always felt bad for them, even though the Thunderhead took great pains to make sure such birds, and all livestock, were raised humanely. Citra had seen a video on it in the 3rd grade. The turkeys from the moment of their hatching were suspended in a warm gel, and their small brains were wet-wired into a computer that produced for them an artificial reality in which they experienced flight, freedom, reproduction, and all the things that would make a turkey content. Citra had found it both funny and terribly sad at the same time. She had asked the Thunderhead about it, for in those days, before being chosen for the Scythe, she could talk to the Thunderhead freely. I have flown with them over the green expanses of temperate forests, and can testify to you that the lives they experience are deeply satisfying, the Thunderhead had told her. But yes, it is sad to live and die without knowing the truth of one's existence. Only sad to us, however, not to them. Well, whether or not this year's Thanksgiving turkey had lived a fulfilling virtual life, at least its demise was purposeful. Citra arrived wearing her Scythe robe. She had been home several times since becoming a Scythe, but coming home was one of the few times she felt that she needed to be Citra Terranova. So before today, she came in her street clothes. She knew it was a childish thing to do, but in the bosom of her family, didn't she still have the right to play the child? Maybe, but it had to stop sooner or later. Now was good as a time as ever. Her mother almost gasped when she answered the door, but embraced Citra anyway. Citra was stiff about the hug for a moment, until she remembered that there were no weapons in the robe's many secret pockets. It made the robe feel unusually light. "It's lovely," she told Citra. "I'm not sure if you're supposed to call a Scythe robe lovely." "Well, it is. I like the color." "I chose it," her younger brother Ben proudly announced. "I was the one who said you should be turquoise." "Yes, you did." Citra smiled and gave him a hug, refraining from telling him how much he'd grown since her last visit 3 months ago. Her father, an enthusiast of classic sports, watched an archival video of a Mortal Age football game, which looked much the same as the sport did now, but somehow seemed more exciting. He paused the game to give her his undivided attention. "How is it living with Scythe Curie? Is she treating you well?" "Yes, very well. We've become good friends." "You sleeping okay?" Citra thought that an odd question, until she realized what he was really asking. "I've gotten used to my day job," she told him. "I sleep fine at night." Which wasn't entirely true, but the truth about such things wouldn't do anyone any good today. She made small talk with her father until they couldn't find anything more to talk about, which was all of 5 minutes. There were only 4 of them for Thanksgiving dinner this year. Although the Terranovas had hordes of extended family on both sides, and many friends, Citra requested that they neither accepted nor extended invitations this year. "It will create a lot of drama if no one is invited," her mother had pointed out. "Fine, then invite them," Citra said, "but tell them that Scythes are obliged to glean one of the guests at Thanksgiving." "Is that true?" "Of course not, but they don't need to know that." Scythe Curie had warned Citra of what she called holiday opportunism. Relatives and family friends would swarm Citra like bees, seeking favor from the young Scythe. "You were always my favorite niece," they would say, or, "We brought this gift just for you." "Everyone in your life will expect to be granted immunity from gleaning," Scythe Curie had warned her, "and that expectation will quickly turn into resentment when they don't receive it. Not just resentment of you, but of your parents and brothers, because they now have immunity for as long as you live." Citra decided it was best to avoid all these people. She went into the kitchen to help her mother prepare the meal. Since she was a food synthesis engineer, several of the side dishes were beta prototypes of new foodstuffs. Her mother, by force of habit, told Citra to be careful when she chopped onions. "I think I know my way around a knife," Citra told her, and then regretted it because her mother became quiet. So she tried to imply a different meaning. I mean, that Scythe Curie and I always prepare a meal for the family of her gleaning subjects. I've become a pretty good sous chef. Apparently, saying that was even worse. Well, isn't that nice? Her mother said in the cold sort of way that made it clear she found nothing nice about it. It wasn't just her general distaste for Scythe Curie, it was jealousy. Scythe Curie had replaced Jenny Terranova in Citra's life, and they both knew it. The meal was served. Her father carved, and although Citra knew she could do a much better job of carving, she didn't offer. There was way too much to eat. The table was a promise of leftovers that would last until turkey became a dirty word. Citra had always been a quick eater, but Scythe Curie insisted she slow down and savor her sense of taste. So now, as Scythe Anastasia, she ate slowly. She wondered if her parents noticed these little differences in her. Citra thought the meal would go without incident, but halfway through, her mother decided to create one. I hear that boy who you apprenticed with has gone missing, her mother said. Citra took a healthy spoonful of something purple that tasted like mashed potatoes, genetically merged with dragon fruit. She hated the way her parents, from the very beginning, referred to Rowan as that boy. I hear he went crazy or something, Ben said, with a mouthful of food. And since he was almost a Scythe, the Thunderhead wasn't allowed to fix him. Ben, said their father, let's not talk about this at dinner. Although he kept his eyes on Ben, Citra knew it was really directed at their mother. Well, I'm glad you're not associated with him anymore, her mother said. And when Citra did not respond, her mother simply had to push it even further. I know the two of you were close during your apprenticeship. We weren't close, Citra insisted. We weren't anything. And that hurt to admit more than her parents could possibly know. How could she and Rowan have any kind of relationship when they were forced to be lethal adversaries? Even now, when he was hunted and she was yoked with the heavy responsibility of Scythehood, how could there be anything between them but a dark well of longing? If you know what's good for you, Citra, you'll distance yourself from that boy, her mother said. Just forget you ever knew him, or you'll come to regret it. Then her father sighed and gave up trying to change the subject. Your mother's right, honey. They chose you over him for a reason. Citra let her knife fall to the table, not because she feared she might use it, but because Scythe Curie had taught her to never hold a weapon when angry, even if that weapon was a dinner knife. She tried to choose her words carefully, but maybe she wasn't careful enough. I am a Scythe, she said with steely severity. I might be your daughter, but you should show me the respect that my position deserves. Ben's eyes looked as wounded as they had on the night she was forced to put a knife through his heart. So, do we all have to call you Scythe Anastasia now? He asked her. Of course not, she told him. No, just your honor, snapped her mother. That's when something that Scythe Faraday once said came back to her. Family is the first casualty of Scythehood. There was no further conversation for the rest of the meal, and as soon as the plates were cleared and in the dishwasher, Citra said, I should probably go now. Her parents didn't try to convince her to stay. This had become as awkward for them as it was for her. Her mother was no longer bitter about things. Now she just seemed resigned. There were tears in her eyes that she quickly hid by hugging Citra tightly, so Citra couldn't see them. But she had. Come back soon, honey, her mother said. This is still your home. But it wasn't anymore, and they all knew it. I'm going to learn how to drive, no matter how many times it kills me. Only a day after Thanksgiving, Anastasia, and today she was Anastasia, was more determined than ever to be at the wheel of her own destiny. The uneasy meal with her family reminded her that she needed to create distance between who she had once been and who she was now. The schoolgirl who rode around in public cars had to be left behind if she was ever to fill the shoes in which she now stood. You will drive us to today's gleanings, Marie told her. I can do that, she told Scythe Curie, although she didn't feel as confident as she sounded. On their last lesson, Citra had run them into a ditch. "It's mostly country roads," Marie told her as they went out to her car, "so it will test your skills without putting too many in harm's way." "Where's Scythes?" Citra pointed out. "We are harm's way." The small town on today's agenda hadn't seen a gleaning in over a year. Today, it would see two. Scythe Curie's would be swift, and Scythe Anastasia's would come with a month's delay. They had found a rhythm to their joint gleaning excursions that suited both of them. They pulled out from Falling Water's carport haltingly, as Citra still had trouble with the Porsche's manual transmission. The concept of a clutch felt to Citra like some sort of medieval punishment. "What's the point of 3 foot pedals?" Citra complained. "People only have 2 feet. "Think of it as a piano, Anastasia." "I hate the piano." The banter made it a little bit easier on Citra, and her driving became smoother when she could complain. Still, she was only on the upswing of her learning curve, so things would have turned out very differently had Scythe Curie been driving. They were barely a quarter mile down Falling Water's winding private road when a figure leaped out at them from the woods. "It's a splatter!" shouted Scythe Curie. It had become all the new rage for thrill-seeking teens to do impersonations of windshield bugs. Not an easy challenge, because it was very hard to catch a car on the grid by surprise, and those who were off-grid were usually seasoned drivers. Had Scythe Curie been at the wheel, she would have handily swerved around the would-be splatter and continued on without a second thought. But Citra had none of the requisite reflexes. Instead, Citra found her hands frozen on the wheel, and although she tried to punch the brake, she managed to hit the loathsome clutch instead. They barreled right into the splatter, who bounced off the hood, spiderwebbed their windshield, and flipped over the roof of their car. He had already landed behind them by the time Citra found the brake, and they squealed to a halt. "Crap!" Scythe Curie took a deep breath and released it. "That, Anastasia, would definitely have caused you to fail your immortal age driving test." They got out of the car, and while Scythe Curie inspected the damage to her Porsche, Citra stormed toward the splatter, determined to give him a piece of her mind. Her first real outing behind the wheel, and some stupid splatter had to ruin it. He was still alive, but barely, and although he appeared to be in agony, Citra knew better. His pain nanites kicked in the moment he had connected with the car, and road splatters always had their nanites dialed high, so they could experience maximum damage with minimum discomfort. His healing nanites were already trying to repair the damage, but they only succeeded in prolonging the inevitable. He would be deadish in less than a minute. "Are you satisfied?" Citra said as she approached him. "Did you have your little thrill at our expense? We're Scythes, you know. I should glean you before the ambudrones arrive." Not that she would, but she could. He met her gaze. She expected him to have a smug expression, but it seemed more desperate than anything. She wasn't expecting that. "But, Boo," he said through a swelling mouth. "Boo?" said Citra. "Really? Sorry, but you missed Halloween by a month." Then he grabbed her robe with a bloody hand and pulled on it with more force than she thought he could have. It made her trip over her hem, and she fell to her knees. "Boo, boo, Then his hand let go, and he went limp. His eyes stayed open, but Citra had seen death enough to know that he was gone. Even out here in the forest, an ambudrone would come for him shortly. They hovered over even the most sparsely populated areas. "What a nuisance," lamented Scythe Curie when Citra returned to her. "He'll be up and around walking again long before they can fix the damage to my car," bragging all about how he splattered a pair of scythes. Still, the whole thing weighed on Citra. She didn't know why. It should. Perhaps it was his eyes, or maybe the desperation in his voice. He didn't seem the way she thought a road splatter would. It gave her pause. Pause enough to consider what she might be missing about the situation. She looked around, and that's when she spotted it. A thin wire stretched across the road, not 10 feet from where the car came to a halt. "Marie, look at this." The two of them approached the wire, which stretched to trees on either side. That's when it came to her what the splatter was trying to say. Booby trap. They followed the wire to the tree on the left, and sure enough, just behind the tree was a detonator wired to enough explosives to blow a crater 100 feet wide. Citra felt her breath stolen and had to suck it back in. Scythe Curie's face didn't change. It stayed stoic. "Get in the car, Citra." Citra didn't argue. The fact that Marie had forgotten to call her Anastasia betrayed how worried she truly was. The elder Scythe took the wheel this time. The hood was dented, but the car still started. They backed up, carefully avoiding the boy in the road. Then a shadow fell over them. It made Citra gasp until she realized it was just the ambudrone arriving for the boy. It ignored them and went about its business. There was only one residence on that road, only 2 people who would be driving it that morning. So there was no question that they had been the targets. If that wire had been tripped, there wouldn't be enough left of either of them to revive. But the day was saved by this mysterious boy and Citra's bad driving. "Marie, who do you think—" Scythe Curie cut her off before she could finish. "I am not partial to uninformed conjecture, and I would appreciate it if you did not waste your time in guessing games either." Then she softened. "We'll report this to the Scythedom. They'll investigate. We'll get to the bottom of this." Meanwhile, behind them, the ambudrone's gentle grappling claws grabbed the body of the boy who had saved their lives and carried him away.
Human immortality was inevitable, like cracking the atom or air travel. It is not I who choose to revive the deadish, any more than it was I who decided to halt the genetic triggers of aging. I leave all decisions on biological life to the biological living. Humanity chose immortality, and it is my job to facilitate their choice, because to leave the deadish in that state would be a severe violation of the law. And so, I collect their bodies, bring them to the nearest revival center, and return them to full working order as quickly as possible. What they do with their lives after they are revived is, as it has always been, entirely up to them. One might think that being rendered deadish might give a person increased wisdom and perspective on their lives. Sometimes it does. But such perspective never lasts. In the end, it is as temporary as their deaths. The Thunderhead.
Chapter 10. Gone Deadish. Grayson had never lost his life before. Most kids got deadish at least once or twice growing up. They took more chances than kids had in the mortal days because the consequences were no longer permanent. Death and disfigurement had been replaced by revival and reprimand. Even so, Grayson had never leaned toward recklessness. Certainly, he had his share of injuries, but his cuts and bruises, and even his broken arm, had been summarily healed in less than a day. Losing his life was a very different kind of experience, and not one he cared to repeat any time soon. And he remembered every last bit of it, which made it even worse. The sharp pain of being struck by the car was already being numbed as he launched into the air over the car's roof. Time seemed to slow as he tumbled. There was another jolt of pain when he met the asphalt, but even then, it was one step removed from the real thing. And by the time Scythe Anastasia had reached him, the screams of his devastated nerve endings had been tamped down to a muffled discomfort. His broken body wanted to hurt, but it was forbidden to. He remembered thinking in his opiate-induced delirium how sad it must be for a body to want so badly and to be completely denied. The morning leading up to his road splat took a sharp turn from where he expected it to go. The way he saw it, he would simply take a public car to the Scythe store, warn them that this was a threat to their lives, and then be on his merry way. The threat would be theirs to deal with as they saw fit. If he was lucky, he'd get away with it, and no one, least of all the authority interface, would know what he had done. That was the point of this whole thing, wasn't it? Plausible deniability? The AI wouldn't be breaking the law if Grayson acted of his own free will, and would be none the wiser if no one saw him do it. Of course, the Thunderhead would know. It tracked the movements of every public car, and always knew precisely where anyone was at any given time. But it also imposed upon itself very strict laws regarding personal privacy. It would not act on information that violated a person's right to privacy. Funny, but the Thunderhead's own laws allowed Grayson to freely break the law, as long as he did so in private. But his plans took an unexpected turn when his public car pulled to the side of the road a half-mile from falling water. "I'm sorry," the car told him in its familiar cheery tone. "Public cars are not permitted on private roads without the owner's permission." The owner was, of course, the Scythedom, which never gave anyone permission for anything, and was known to glean people for asking. So Grayson had gotten out of the car to walk the rest of the way. He had been admiring the trees, pondering their age, wondering how many of them had been there since the age of mortality. It was only luck that he looked down when he did, and caught sight of the wire in his path. He saw the explosives only seconds before he heard the approaching car, and he knew there was only one way to stop the car from barreling through. He didn't think, he just acted, because even the slightest hesitation would have permanently ended all of them. So he hurled himself into the road and surrendered himself to the time-honored physics of bodies in motion. Going deadish felt like wetting his pants, which he may have actually done, and sinking into a giant marshmallow so dense he couldn't breathe. The marshmallow gave way to something like a tunnel that came around on itself like a snake swallowing its own tail. And then he was opening his eyes in the soft, diffused light of a revival center. His first emotion was relief, because if he was being revived, it meant that the explosion had not gone off. If it had, there wouldn't be anything left of him to bring back. Being here meant that he succeeded. He had saved the lives of Scythe Curie and Anastasia. The next emotion that hit him was a twinge of sorrow, because there was no one in the room with him. When a person was rendered deadish, their loved ones were always notified immediately. It was customary for someone to be present upon awakening to welcome the revived back into this world. No one was there for Grayson. On the screen beside his bed was a goofy greeting card from his sisters, featuring a confused magician looking at the very dead body of an assistant, whom he had just sawed in half. "Congratulations on your first demise," the card read. And that was it. There was nothing from his parents. He should not have been surprised. They were too used to the Thunderhead filling their role. But the Thunderhead was also silent. That troubled him more than anything. A nurse entered. "Well, look who's awake." "How long did it take?" he asked, genuinely curious. "Barely a day," she told him. "All considered, a pretty easy revival, and since it's your first, it's free." Grayson cleared his throat. He felt no worse than if he had taken a midday nap. A little out of sorts, a little cranky, but that was the full extent of it. "Has there been anyone here to see me at all?" The nurse pursed her lips. "Sorry, dear." Then she looked down. It was a simple gesture, but Grayson clearly read that there was something she wasn't saying. "So, is that it then? Do I get to go now?" "As soon as you're ready, we've been instructed to put you into a public car that will take you back to the Nimbus Academy." Again, that look, avoiding his eyes. Rather than beating around the bush, Grayson decided to confront her directly. "There's something wrong, isn't there?" The nurse now began to refold towels that were already folded. "It's our job to revive you. not to comment on whatever you did to leave you deadish. What I did was save 2 people's lives. I wasn't there. I didn't see it. I don't know anything about it. All I know is that you've been marked unsavory because of it. Grayson was convinced he hadn't heard her right. Unsavory? Me? Then she was all smiles and cheer again. It's not the end of the world. I'm sure you'll clean that slate in no time, if that's what you want. Then she clapped her hands together as if to wash herself of the situation, and said, Now, how about some ice cream before you go? The public car's preset destination was not Grayson's dorm. It was the Nimbus Academy's administration building. Upon arrival, he was ushered directly into a conference room with a table large enough for about 20, but there were only 3 present. The Chancellor of the Academy, the Dean of Students, and another administrator whose sole purpose seemed to be glowering at him like an irritated Doberman. This was bad news coming in 3s. Sit down, Mr. Tolliver, said the Chancellor, a man with perfect black hair, intentionally gray around the edges. The Dean tapped her pen on an opened folder, and the Doberman just glared. Grayson took a seat facing them. Do you have any idea, said the Chancellor, the trouble you brought down upon yourself and this academy? Grayson did not deny it. Doing so would just drag this on, and he already wanted it over. What I did was an act of conscience, sir. The Dean let out a rueful guffaw that was both insulting and belittling. Either you're exceedingly naive, or you're exceptionally stupid, spat the Doberman. The Chancellor put up a hand to quiet the man's vitriol. A student of this academy willfully engaging Scythes, even to save those Scythe lives, is... Grayson finished it for him. A violation of separation in Scythe, and State, Clause 15, Paragraph 3, to be exact. Don't be a smartass, said the Dean. It won't help your case. With all due respect, ma'am, I doubt anything I say will help my case. The Chancellor leaned closer. What I want to know is how you knew, because it seemed to me the only possible way you could have known would be if you were involved, and then got cold feet. So tell me, Mr. Tolliver, were you involved in this plot to incinerate these Scythes? The accusation caught Grayson completely off guard. It never occurred to him that he might be perceived as a suspect. No, he said. I would never. How could you even think? No! Then he shut his mouth, determined to get himself back under control. Then, be so kind as to tell us how you knew about the explosives, said the Doberman, and don't you dare lie. Grayson could spill everything, but something stopped him. It would defeat the entire purpose of what he had done if he tried to deflect the blame. True, there were some things they would find out if they didn't already know, but not everything. So he carefully picked what truth he would share. I was called to the authority interface last week. You can check my record. There was a note about it. The Dean picked up a tablet, tapped a few times, then looked at the others and nodded. That's true, she told them. For what reason would the AI call you in? The Chancellor asked. Now it was time to seamlessly begin to paint a convincing fiction. A friend of my father's is a Nimbus agent. Since my parents had been away for a while, he wanted to check in with me and give me advice. You know, which classes I should take next semester, which professors I should get in with. He wanted to give me a leg up. So he offered to pull strings? Said the Doberman. No, he just wanted me to have the benefit of his advice, and to know that he had my back. I've been feeling kind of alone without my parents, and he knew that. He was just being kind. That still doesn't explain. I'm getting to that. Anyway, after I left his office, I passed a bunch of agents coming out of a briefing. I didn't hear everything, but I heard them talking about rumors of some sort of plot against Scythe Curie. It caught my attention because she's one of the most famous Scythes there is. I heard them saying what a shame it was that they had to ignore it, and couldn't even warn her because it was a violation, so I thought... So you thought you could be a hero, said the Chancellor. Yes, sir. The three looked to one another. The Dean wrote something down for the others too to see. The Chancellor nodded, and the Doberman relented with a disgusted shift in his seat, and looked the other way. Our laws exist for a reason, Grayson, said the Dean. He knew he had succeeded because they were no longer calling him Mr. Tolliver. They might not have believed him completely, but they believed him enough to decide that it wasn't worth any more of their time. The life of two Scythes, continued the Dean, is not worth even the slightest compromise of the separation. The Thunderhead cannot kill, and the Scythedom cannot rule. The only way to ensure that is to have zero contact, and to impose severe penalties for any violation. For your sake, we'll make this quick, said the Chancellor. You are hereby permanently and irrevocably expelled from this academy, and are forever barred from applying to this or any other Nimbus Academy. Grayson knew this was coming, but hear it spoken aloud hit him harder than he thought it would. He couldn't stop his eyes from filling with tears. If anything, it would help sell the lie that he had told them. He hadn't really cared for Agent Traxler, but he knew he needed to protect him. The law required culpability and settling of the score, and not even the Thunderhead could escape its own law. That was part of its integrity. It lived by the laws it levied. The truth was, Grayson acted of his own free will. The Thunderhead knew him. It had counted on him doing so, in spite of the consequences. Now, he would be punished, and the law would be upheld. But he didn't have to like it, and as much as he loved the Thunderhead, he hated it right now. Now that you're no longer a student here, said the Dean, the separation laws no longer apply, which means the Scythedom will want to question you. We know nothing of their means of interrogation, so you should be prepared. Grayson squeezed down a dry swallow. This was something else he hadn't considered. I understand. The Doberman waved a hand dismissively. Go back to your dorm and pack your things. An officer from my staff will be at 5 sharp to escort you off the premises. And so this was the head of security. He looked adequately intimidating for the job. Grayson burned him a glare, because at this point it didn't matter what he did. He stood to leave, but before he did, he had to ask them one question. Did you really have to mark me as an unsavory? That, said the Chancellor, had nothing to do with us. The Thunderhead gave you that punishment. The Scythedom, which did everything but gleaning at a snail's pace, took a full day to decide how to deal with the explosives. In the end, the Scythedom decided it was safest to simply send a robot walking into the wire to trip the explosives, and then, when the dust and shredded trees settled, send in a construction team to rebuild the road. The explosion rattled the windows of falling water to the point that Citra thought some might shatter. Not 5 minutes later, Scythe Curie was packing a bag and instructed Citra to do the same. We're going into hiding? I don't hide, Scythe Curie told her. We're going mobile. If we stay here, we're sitting ducks for the next attack. But if we become nomadic until this blows over, we'll be moving targets. Much harder to find and much harder to take down. It was still unclear, however, who the target had been and why. Scythe Curie had her thoughts on the matter, though. She shared them as Citra helped her braid her long silver hair. My ego says it must be me they're after, she said. I'm the most respected of the old guard Scythes. But it's also possible the target was you. Citra scoffed at the idea. Why would anyone be after me? She caught Scythe Curie's smile in the mirror. You've shaken things up in the Scythedom more than you know, Anastasia. A lot of the junior Scythes look up to you with respect. You might even evolve into their voice. And considering that you hold to the old ways, the true ways, there could be those who want to snuff you before you have a chance to become that voice. The Scythedom assured them that it would launch an investigation of its own, but Citra doubted they would find anything. Problem solving was not the Scythedom's strength. They were already taking the path of least resistance, working on the assumption that this was the work of Scythe Lucifer, which was infuriating to Citra, but she couldn't let the Scythedom know that. She had to distance herself from Rowan publicly. No one could know that they had met. "You may want to consider that they might be right," Scythe Curie said. Citra pulled her hair a little too tightly as she wound the next braid. "You don't know Rowan." "Neither do you," said Scythe Curie, pulling her hair around and taking over the rest of the braiding herself. "You forget, Anastasia, that I was there in Conclave when he broke your neck. I saw his eyes. He took great pleasure in it." "It was a show," Citra insisted. "He was performing for the Scythedom. He knew it would disqualify both of us in that contest, and was the only way to guarantee a draw. If you ask me, it was pretty damn smart." Scythe Curie held her silence for a few moments, then said, "Just be careful not to let your emotions cloud your judgment. Now would you like me to braid your hair too, or should I put it up for you?" But today, Citrus decided not to allow her hair to be bound in any way. They drove the damaged sports car to the ruined portion of the road, where workers were already laboring to restore it. At least 100 trees had been blown away, and hundreds more defoliated. Citra imagined it would take a long time for the forest to recover from this insult. 100 years from now, there would still be signs of this explosion. The crater made it impossible to drive across, or drive around, so Scythe Curie had a public car sent to them to pick them up from the other side. They grabbed their bags, abandoning her car on the severed road, and walked around the crater to the other side. Citra couldn't help but notice the bloodstains on the asphalt, just at the lip of the crater, the spot where the young man who had saved them had lain. Scythe Curie, who always saw far more than Citra wanted her to, caught her gaze and said, "Forget about him, Anastasia. That poor boy is not our concern." "I know," admitted Citra, but she wasn't about to let it go. It just wasn't in her nature.
The designation of unsavory was something I created with a heavy heart early in my reign. It was an unfortunate necessity. Crime, in its true form, ended almost immediately once I put an end to hunger and poverty. Theft for the sake of material possessions, murder precipitated by anger and social stress, it all ceased of its own accord. Those prone to violent crime were easily treated on the genetic level to quiet their destructive tendencies, bringing them down to normal parameters. To sociopaths, I gave conscience. To psychopaths, I gave sanity. Even so, there was unrest. I began to recognize something in humanity that was ephemeral and hard to quantify, but definitely there. Simply put, humanity had a need to be bad. Not everyone, of course, but I calculated that 3% of the population could only find meaning in life through defiance. Even if there was no injustice in the world left to defy, they had an innate need to defy something. Anything. I suppose I could have found ways to medicate it away, but I have no desire to impose upon humanity a false utopia. Mine is not a brave new world, but a world ruled by wisdom, conscience, and compassion. I concluded that if defiance was a normal expression of human passion and yearning, I would have to make room for its expression. Thus, I instituted the designation of unsavory and the social stigma that goes with it. For those who unintentionally slip into unsavory status, the path back is quick and easy. But for those who live a questionable existence by choice, the label is a badge of honor they wear with pride. They find validation in the world's suspicion. They take pleasure in the illusion of being on the outside, deeply content in their discontent. It would have been cruel for me to deny them that. The Thunderhead.
Chapter 11. A Hiss of Crimson Silk. Unsavory! To Grayson, it was like a piece of gristle in his mouth. He couldn't spit it out, but he couldn't swallow it either. All he could do was continue to chew it, hoping it would somehow grind down into something digestible. Unsavory stole things, but never got away with it. They threatened people, but never followed through. They spouted profanities and oozed attitude like a musk. But that's all it was, a stench. The Thunderhead always prevented them from accomplishing anything that was truly bad. And that Thunderhead was so good at it, the Unsavories had long since given up everything beyond petty misdemeanors, posturing, and complaining. The Authority Interface had a whole bureau dedicated to dealing with them, because Unsavories weren't allowed to talk to the Thunderhead directly. They were always on probation, and had to check in with their officers on a regular basis. The ones who pushed the limit were actually assigned their own personal peace officers to monitor them every hour of the day. It was a successful program, as evidenced by how many Unsavories actually married their peace officers and became productive citizens again. Grayson couldn't imagine himself being among people like that. He had never stolen anything. There had been kids at his school who played at being unsavory, but it was never serious. It was just a thing that kids did, and grew out of. Grayson was inoculated with a dose of his new life even before arriving home. The public car he took read him the riot act before he even left the Nimbus Academy. "Please be aware," it told him, "that any attempt at vandalism will result in the immediate suspension of this journey and expulsion to the roadside." Grayson pictured an ejector seat launching him skyward. He would have laughed at the thought if there wasn't a small part of him that believed it might actually do that. "Don't worry," he told the car. "I've been expelled once today, and once is enough." "All right then," said the car. "Tell me your destination, avoiding the use of abusive language, please." On the way home, he stopped at the market, realizing that his refrigerator had been empty for 2 months. In the checkout line, the checker eyed him suspiciously, as if he were going to pocket a pack of gum. Even the people in the line felt cold to him. The aura of prejudice was palpable. Why would people choose this, he wondered. And yet, people did. He had a cousin who was unsavory by choice. "It's freeing not to care about anyone or anything," his cousin had told him. Ironic, because he had iron chains surgically implanted into his wrists. A body modification trendy among unsavories these days. So much for being free. And it wasn't just strangers who treated him differently. Once he got home and unpacked what little belongings he had taken with him to the academy, he sat down and messaged a few friends to let them know he was back and things hadn't gone the way he had hoped. Grayson had never been the kind to cultivate deep friendships. There was no one to whom he had ever bared his soul or explored his deepest vulnerabilities. He had the Thunderhead for that, after all, which meant that he now had nothing. His friends were fair weather at best, cohorts of convenience. He got no responses, and he marveled at how easily the veneer of friendship could be stripped to the raw. Eventually, he called a few of them. Most just let the call go to voicemail. The ones who picked up had clearly done so accidentally, not realizing it was him calling. Their screen showed that he was now marked unsavory, so they quickly, and as politely as they could, ended the call. Although no one went so far as to block him, he doubted they would take communication from him again in any form. At least, not until the big red U was removed from his profile. What he did get were messages from people he didn't know. "Dude," one girl wrote, "welcome to the pack. Let's get drunk and break something." Her pic showed a shaved head and a penis tattooed on her cheek.
Grayson shut his computer and hurled it against the wall. "How's that for breaking something?" he said to the empty room. This perfect world might have a place for everyone, but Grayson's place was not in the same universes as the girl with the penis tattoo. He retrieved his computer, which indeed had cracked, but was still functional. No doubt a new one was being dispatched to him by drone, unless unsavories didn't get the broken hardware automatically replaced. He got online again, deleted all incoming messages because they were all from other unsavory welcome wagoneers, and in his frustration, wrote a message to the Thunderhead. "How could you do this to me?" The response was immediate. It said, "Access to the Thunderhead's conscious cortex denied." He thought this day couldn't possibly get any worse, and then the Scythe showed up at his door. Scythe's Curie and Anastasia had no reservation at the Louisville Grand Americana Hotel. They just walked up to the registration desk and were given a room. This was the way of things. Scythes never needed reservations, or tickets, or appointments. At hotels, they were usually given the best room available, and if there were none, a room would magically appear in their inventory. Scythe Curie was not interested in the best. She requested their most modest 2-bedroom suite. "How long will you be staying with us?" asked the clerk. He had been nervous and fidgety from the moment they approached. Now his eyes darted back and forth between them, as if taking his eyes off one of them for any length of time would prove lethal. "We will stay until we choose to leave," Scythe Curie told him, taking the key. Citra offered him a smile to set him a bit more at ease as they left. They refused the bellhop and chose to carry their own bags. No sooner had they put them down in their suite than Scythe Curie was ready to go out. "Regardless of our personal concerns, we have a responsibility to uphold. There are people who must die," she told Citra. "Will you glean with me today?" It was amazing to Citra that Marie could already put the attack behind her and get on with business as usual. "Actually," said Citra, "I have to follow up on a gleaning I set last month." Scythe Curie sighed. "Your method makes so much more work for you. Is it far?" "Just an hour by train. I'll be back before dark." Scythe Curie stroked her long braid, contemplating her junior scythe. "I could go with you, if you like," she offered. "I could clean just as easily there as here." "I'll be fine, Marie. Moving targets, right?" For an instant, she thought Scythe Curie would insist on coming, but in the end, she didn't push the issue. "Fine, just keep your wits about you, and if you see anything that seems remotely suspicious, let me know immediately." Citra was sure the only suspicious thing at the moment was herself, because she had lied about where she was going. In spite of Scythe Curie's admonition, Citra could not just walk away from the boy who had saved their lives. She had already done the requisite research on him. Grayson Timothy Tolliver. He was about 6 months older than Citra, although he looked younger. His life record showed absolutely nothing of note, either positive or negative. That wasn't unusual. He was like most people. He simply lived. His existence had neither highlights nor low points. That is, until now. His tepid, milquetoast existence had now been spiced and broiled in a single day. When she looked at his life record, the blinking unsavory warning juxtaposed with the doe innocent eyes of his picture almost made her laugh. The kid was about as unsavory as a popsicle. He lived in a modest townhouse in Higher Nashville. 2 sisters in college, dozens of older half-siblings from whom he was completely disconnected, and absentee parents. As for his timely appearance in the road, his statement about it was already public record, so Citra was able to review it. She had no reason to doubt his word. Were the situation reversed, she might have done the same. Now that he was no longer a Nimbus student, contact with him wasn't forbidden, so paying him a visit violated no law. She wasn't sure exactly what she hoped to accomplish by seeking him out, but she knew that until she did, the moment of his death would linger with her. Perhaps she just needed to see with her own eyes that he lived again. She had become so used to seeing the light in people's eyes go out for good. Perhaps a part of her needed evidence of his revival. When she arrived on his street, she saw a squad car belonging to the Blade Guard, the elite police force that served the Scythe, parked out front. For an instant, she considered just leaving, because if officers of the Blade Guard saw her, word of Scythe Anastasia's appearance here would surely make it back to Scythe Curie. That was one reprimand she wanted to avoid. What convinced her to stay were the memories of her own experience with the Blade Guard. Unlike peace officers who answered to the Thunderhead, the Blade Guard had no oversight but the Scythe, which meant they could get away with a whole lot more. Basically, whatever Scythes allowed them to get away with. The door was unlocked, so she let herself in. There, in the living room, Grayson Tolliver sat in a straight-back chair, and looming over him were two brawny guards. His hands were locked into the same kind of joined steel bracelets that had been put on Citra when she was accused of having killed Scythe Faraday. One of the guards held a device that Citra had never seen before. The other was speaking to the boy. "Of course, none of that has to happen if you tell us the truth," Citra heard the guard say, although she missed the list of unpleasantries the guard was threatening. So far, Tolliver seemed unharmed. His hair was mussed a bit, and he looked woefully resigned, but other than that, he seemed fine. He was the first to see her there, and when he did, there was a spark of something in him, lifting him out of that sad, impassive state, as if his revival had somehow not been complete until he saw that she, too, was still alive. The guards followed his gaze and saw her. She made sure that she spoke first. "What's going on here?" Citra asked in her haughtiest Scythe Anastasia voice. For an instant, the guards looked panicked, but quickly became subservient. "Your Honor, we didn't know you'd be here. We were just questioning the suspect." "He is not a suspect." "Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, Your Honor." She took a step toward the boy. "Did they hurt you?" "Not yet," he said. Then he nodded to the device that the taller guard held. "But they used that thing to shut off my pain nanites." She'd never even known such a device existed. She put her hand out to the guard who held it. "Give it to me." And when he hesitated, she got a little louder. "I am a Scythe, and you serve me. Hand it over, or I will report you." Still, he didn't hand it to her. That's when a new piece entered this little game of chess. A Scythe stepped in from another room. He must have been there all along, listening, gauging the interaction for the right moment to insert himself. He timed it perfectly to catch Citra off guard. She recognized his robe right away, crimson silk that hissed as he walked. His face was soft, almost feminine, the result of having set his age back so many times that his basic bone structure had lost its definition. Like river stones eroded by a relentless flow. "Scythe Constantine," Citra said. "I didn't know you were in charge of this investigation." The only good news about this was that if he was investigating the attempt on her and Marie's lives, then he wasn't out hunting for Rowan. Constantine offered her a polite but unsettling grin. "Hello, Scythe Anastasia," he said. "What a breath of fresh air you are in a toilsome day." He seemed like a cat that had cornered its prey and was about to play with it. She really didn't know what to make of him. As she had told Rowan, Scythe Constantine was not one of the terrible Scythes of the New Order who killed for pleasure. Nor did he align himself with the old guard, who saw gleaning as a noble and almost sacred duty. Like his red silk robe, he was slippery and smooth, siding with whoever's agenda fit the moment. Citra did not know if that made him impartial in this investigation or dangerous, because she had no idea where his loyalties lay. Regardless, he was a formidable presence, and Citra felt out of her league. Then she remembered she was not Citra Terranova anymore. She was Scythe Anastasia. Recalling that transformed her and allowed her to stand up to him. Now his grin seemed more calculating than intimidating. "I'm pleased that you are taking an interest in our investigation," he said. "But I wish you would have let us know you were coming. We'd have prepared refreshments for you." Grayson Tolliver was well aware that Scythe Anastasia might have just hurled herself in front of a speeding vehicle for him, because clearly Scythe Constantine was just as dangerous as a hurtling hunk of metal. Grayson knew very little about the structure and complexity of the Scythedom, but it was obvious that Scythe Anastasia was putting herself on the line by standing up to a senior Scythe. Still, she projected such a commanding presence, it made Grayson wonder if she was actually much older than she appeared. "Are you aware that this boy saved my and Scythe Curie's lives?" she asked Constantine. "Under questionable circumstances," he responded. "Are you planning to inflict some sort of bodily harm on him?" "And if we are? Then I'd have to remind you that the intentional infliction of pain goes against everything we stand for, and I will bring you up for discipline in conclave." The cool expression on Scythe Constantine's face faded, but only a little. Grayson didn't know if this was a good or bad thing. Constantine regarded Scythe Anastasia a moment more, then turned to one of the guards. "Be so kind as to tell Scythe Anastasia what I ordered you to do." The guard glanced at Scythe Anastasia, met her eye, but Grayson could see he was unable to hold the gaze for more than a moment. "You instructed us to cuff the suspect, turn off his pain nanites, then threaten him with several forms of physical pain." "Precisely," said Scythe Constantine. Then he turned back to Anastasia. "You see, there is no maleficence whatsoever." Scythe Anastasia's indignation mirrored what Grayson was feeling, but would not dare express. "No malfeasance? You were planning to beat him until he told you whatever you wanted to hear." Constantine sighed again and turned back to the guard. "What did I instruct you to do if your threats yielded no results? Were you instructed to follow through on any of those threats?" "No, Your Honor. We were to come get you if his story didn't change." Constantine spread his arms in a beatific gesture of innocence. It made the draping red sleeves of his robe look like the wings of some firebird ready to engulf the younger Scythe. "There, you see?" he said. "There was never any intent to hurt the boy. I have found that in this painless world, the mere threat of pain is always enough to coerce a guilty party to confess wrongdoing. But this young man sticks to his story against the most unpleasant of threats. I am thus convinced he is telling the truth, and had you allowed me to complete the interrogation, you would have seen this for yourself." Grayson was sure they could all feel the relief flow from him like an electrical charge. Was Constantine telling the truth? Grayson was no in position to judge. He always found Scythes to be inscrutable. They lived their lives on a plane above, greasing the gearwork of the world. He had never heard of a Scythe who intentionally inflicted suffering beyond the suffering that comes with gleaning. But just because he hadn't heard of it didn't mean it wasn't possible. "I am an honorable Scythe, and hold to the same ideals that you do, Anastasia," Scythe Constantine said. "As for the boy, he was never in any danger, although now I am tempted to glean him just to spite you." He let that sit for a moment. Grayson's heart missed a beat or two. Scythe Anastasia's face, which had gone righteously red, paled a few degrees. "But I won't," Scythe Constantine said, "for I am not a spiteful man." "Then what kind of man are you, Scythe Constantine?" asked Anastasia. He tossed her the key to the handcuffs. "The kind who won't soon forget what happened here today." Then he left with a flutter of his robe, his guards following in his wake. Once they were gone, Scythe Anastasia wasted no time in removing Grayson's cuffs. "Did they hurt you?" "No," Grayson had to admit. "Like he said, it was all threats." But now that it was over, he realized he was no better off than when they had come. His relief was quickly flooded with the same bitterness
that had plagued him since the moment he was kicked to the Nimbus Academy's proverbial curb. "Why are you here, anyway?" he asked her. "I suppose I just wanted to thank you for what you did. I know it cost you a lot." "Yes," Grayson admitted flatly. "It did." "So, with that in mind, I'm offering you a year of immunity from gleaning. It's the least I can do." She held out her ring to him. He'd never had immunity from gleaning before. He had never even been this close to a scythe before this hellish week, much less a scythe's ring. It shined even in the diffused light of the room, but its center was oddly dark. Although he wanted to keep staring at it, he found he had no desire to accept the immunity the ring would give. "I don't want it," he told her. She was surprised by that. "Don't be stupid. Everybody wants immunity." "I'm not everybody." "Just shut up and kiss the ring." Her aggravation just fed his. Was that what his sacrifice was worth? A temporary get-out-of-death-free card? The life he thought he was going to lead was gone. So what was the point of a guarantee to prolong it? "Maybe I want to be gleaned," he told her. "I mean, everything I had to live for has been stolen from me. So why live at all?" Scythe Anastasia lowered her ring. Her expression became serious. Too serious. "Fine," she said. "Then I'll glean you." Grayson hadn't expected that. She could do that. In fact, she could do it before he had the chance to stop her. As much as he didn't want to kiss her ring, he didn't want to be gleaned either. It would mean that the entire purpose of his existence would be to have thrown himself in front of her car. He had lived long enough to forge a purpose greater than that, even if he had no idea what that purpose might be. Then Scythe Anastasia laughed. She actually laughed at him. If you could only see the look on your face! Now it was Grayson's turn to go red, not from anger, but from embarrassment. Perhaps he wasn't quite done feeling sorry for himself. But he wouldn't feel sorry for himself in front of her. "You're welcome," he said. "There, you thanked me. I accepted it. Now you can go." But she didn't. Grayson really didn't expect her to. "Is your story true?" she asked. If one more person asked him that, he felt he might just blow up and leave his own crater. So he told her what he thought she wanted to hear. "I don't know who planted those explosives. I wasn't part of the plot." "You didn't answer my question." She waited, patiently. She made no threats. She offered no incentive. Grayson had no idea if he could trust her, but he realized that he didn't care anymore. He was done disassembling and spouting half-truths. "No," he told her. "I lied." Admitting it felt freeing. "Why?" she asked. She didn't seem angry, just curious. "Because it was better for everyone if I did." "Everyone but you." He shrugged. "I'd be in the same boat no matter what I told them." She accepted that and sat down across from him, staring at him the whole time. He didn't like that. She was once more on a plane above, thinking her secret thoughts. Who could know what machinations were spinning in the mind of a socially sanctioned killer? And then she nodded. "It was the Thunderhead," she said. "It knew about the plot, but it couldn't warn us, so it needed someone it trusted who could. Someone who the Thunderhead knew would take the information and act on his own." He was amazed at her insightfulness. She figured it out when no one else had. "Even if that were true," he said, "I wouldn't tell you." She smiled. "I wouldn't want you to." She looked at him a moment more, her expression not just kindly, but maybe a bit respectful. Imagine that! Grayson Tolliver getting respect from a scythe. She stood to leave. Grayson found he was sorry to see her go. Being left alone with his blaring you and his own defeatist thoughts was something he was not looking forward to. "I'm sorry you were marked unsavory," she said just before she left. "But even if you're not allowed to talk to the Thunderhead, you can still access all its information. Website, databases,
everything but its consciousness. What good is all that without a mind behind it to guide you? You still have your own mind, she pointed out. That's gotta be worth something.
The basic income guarantee predated my ascension to power. Even before me, many nations had begun to pay their citizens for merely existing. It was necessary because with the increasing automation, unemployment was rapidly becoming the norm rather than the exception. So the concept of welfare and Social Security was reinvented as the BIG. All citizens had a right to a small piece of the pie, regardless of their ability or desire to contribute. Humans, however, have a basic need beyond just income. They need to feel useful, productive, or at least busy, even if that busy work provides nothing to society. Therefore, under my benevolent leadership, anyone who wants a job can have one, and at salaries above the BIG, so that there is incentive to achieve, and a method of measuring one's success. I help every citizen find employment that is fulfilling for them. Of course, very few of these jobs are necessary, since they could all be accomplished by machines. But the illusion of purpose is critical to a well-adjusted population. The Thunderhead.
Chapter 12. A Scale of 1 to 10. Grayson's alarm went off before sunrise. He had not set it to do so. Since coming home, he had no reason to wake up early. There was nothing pressing to be done, and when he was awake, he tended to crawl back under the covers until he could no longer justify it. He had not yet even begun the search for employment. Work was, after all, optional. He would be provided for even if he made no discernible contribution to the world. And right now, he had no desire to contribute anything to the world but his bodily waste. He slapped the alarm off. "What's going on?" he asked. "Why are you waking me up?" It took a few moments of silence to realize that the Thunderhead was not going to respond to that question as long as he was unsavory. So he sat up and looked at his bedside screen to see a message, turning the room red with its angry glare. Appointment with probation officer at 8 a.m. Failure to appear will result in 5 demerits. Grayson had a vague idea what demerits were, but he had no clue how to value them. Did 5 demerits add 5 days onto his unsavory status? 5 hours? 5 months? He had no idea. Perhaps he should take a class in unsavoryism. What does one wear to meet with a probation officer? He wondered. Should he dress up or down? As bitter as he was about all of this, he realized that impressing his probation officer couldn't hurt. So he found a clean shirt and slacks, then put on the same tie he'd worn to his appointment at the authority interface back in Fulcrum City, when he thought he'd still had a life. He flagged down a public car, which again warned him about the consequences of vandalism and abusive language, then left for the local AI office. He was determined to be early and make a positive enough impression to maybe knock a day or 2 off his status downgrade. The higher Nashville AI office building was much smaller than the one in Fulcrum City. It was only 4 stories and of red brick instead of gray granite. On the inside, however, it appeared much the same. He was not ushered to a comfortable audience room this time. Instead, he was directed to the Office of Unsavory Affairs, where he was instructed to take a number and wait in the room with dozens of other unsavories who clearly didn't want to be there. Finally, after the better part of an hour, Grayson's number came up and he went to the window, where a low-level Nimbus agent checked his ID and told him things, most of which he already knew. Grayson Tolliver, permanently expelled from the Nimbus Academy and denigrated to unsavory status for a minimum of 4 months due to an extreme violation of Scythe state separation.
That's me, said Grayson. At least now he knew how long his status downgrade would last. She looked up from her tablet and offered him a smile that was as mirthless as that of a bot. For a moment he wondered if she might actually be one, but then remembered that the Thunderhead did not have robots in his offices. The AI was supposed to be a human interface to the Thunderhead after all. "How are you feeling today?" she asked. "Fine, I guess," he said, and smiled back at her. He wondered if his smile looked as insincere as hers. I mean, annoyed at having being woke up so early, but an appointment is an appointment, right? She marked something down in her tablet. "Please rate your level of annoyance on a scale of 1 to 10. "Are you serious?" "We can't proceed with intake until you answer the question." 5, he said. "No, 6. The question made it worse." "Have you experienced any unfair treatment since being marked unsavory? Anyone refusing you service, or in any way infringing upon your rights as a citizen?" The wrought way in which she asked the question made him want to smack the tablet out of her hand. At least she could have pretended to care about the answer, the way she had pretended to smile. "People look at me like I've just killed their cat." She looked at him as if he just told her he actually killed a few cats. "Unfortunately, I can't do anything about the way people look at you. But if your rights are ever infringed upon, it's important that you let your probation officer know." "Wait, you're not my probation officer?" She sighed. "I'm your intake officer. You'll meet your probation officer after we're done with intake." "Will I have to take a number again?" "Yes." "Then please change my annoyance level to 9. She threw him a glance and made the entry on her tablet, then took a moment to process whatever information on him she had. "Your nanites are reporting a decrease in your endorphin levels over the past few days. This may indicate an early stage of depression. Do you wish to have a mood adjustment now, or wait until you've reached the threshold?" "I'll wait." "It may require a trip to your local wellness center." "I'll wait." "Very well." She swiped the screen, closed his file, and told him to follow the blue line on the floor, which led him out to the hallway and to another large room, where, as promised, he was told to take a number. Finally, after what seemed like forever, his number came up, and he was sent to an audience room that was nothing like the comfortable one he had been in last time. This was, after all, an unsavory audience room. The walls were institutional beige, the floor ugly green tile, and the table, which had nothing on it, was slate gray, with 2 hard wooden chairs on either side. The only decoration in the room was a soulless sailboat picture on the wall, which was perfectly appropriate for a room like this. He waited another 15 minutes, then finally his probation officer entered. "Good morning, Grayson," said Agent Traxler. He was the last person Grayson expected to see today. "You? What are you doing here? Haven't you ruined my life enough?" "I haven't the foggiest notion of what you're talking about." Of course he'd say that. Plausible deniability. He hadn't asked Grayson to do anything. In fact, he had expressly told him what not to do. "I apologize for the wait," Traxler said. "If it makes you feel any better, the Thunderhead makes us agent wait before meeting with you as well." "Why?" Traxler shrugged. "It's a mystery." He sat down across from Grayson, glanced at the soulless sailboat with the same disgust that Grayson had, then explained his presence here. "I have been transferred here from Fulcrum City, and I've been demoted from being a senior agent to being a probation officer at this regional facility." "So you're not the only one who's had a downgrade in status over this matter." Grayson folded his arms, not feeling an ounce of sympathy for the man. "I trust you're beginning to adjust to your new life?" "Not at all," Grayson said flatly. "Why did the Thunderhead mark me unsavory?" "I thought you'd be smart enough to figure that out." "Guess not." Traxler raised his eyebrows and released a slow breath to stress his disappointment with Grayson's lack of insight. "As an unsavory, you are required to attend probationary meetings on a regular basis. These meetings will provide a way for you and me to communicate without raising the suspicion of anyone who might be watching you. Of course, for that to work, I'd have to be transferred here and made your probation officer. Ah, so there was a reason why Grayson was denigrated to unsavory. It was part of some larger plan. He thought he'd feel better once he knew why, but he didn't. I do feel sorry for you, Traxler said. Unsavorism is a difficult yoke for those who don't desire it. Can you rate your pity on a scale of 1 to 10? Grayson asked. Agent Traxler chuckled. A sense of humor, no matter how dark, is always a good thing. Then he got down to business. I understand that you've been spending most of your days and nights at home. As your friend and advisor, might I suggest that you begin frequenting places where you can meet other unsavories, and perhaps generate new friendships that could ease this time for you. I don't want to. Perhaps you do want to, Agent Traxler said gently, almost subversively. Perhaps you want to fit in so much that you begin to behave like an unsavory and dress like an unsavory, and get yourself some sort of unsavory body modification to show how fully you embrace your new status. Grayson said nothing at first. Traxler waited for Grayson to fully wrap his mind around the suggestion. And if I were to embrace my status? Asked Grayson. Then I'm sure you'd learn things, said Traxler. Perhaps things that not even the Thunderhead knows. It does have blind spots, you know. Small ones, certainly, but they do exist. You're asking me to be an undercover Nimbus agent? Of course not, Traxler said with a grin. Nimbus agents are required to attend 4 years at the Academy and do an additional year of mind-numbing fieldwork before getting an actual assignment. But you're just an unsavory. He patted Grayson on the shoulder. An unsavory who happens to be very well connected. Then Traxler stood. I'll see you in a week, Grayson, and he left without so much as a backward glance. Grayson felt dizzy. He was angry. He was excited. He felt used. He felt put to use. This was not what he wanted. Or was it? You, Grayson, are more special than you know, the Thunderhead had told him. Was this the Thunderhead's plan for him all along? He still had a choice in the matter. He could stay out of trouble, as he'd done his whole life, and in a few months, his normal status would be restored. He could go back to living his life, such as it was. Or he could spiral down this new path, a path that was opposite of everything he knew himself to be. The door opened, and some nameless Nimbus agent said, Excuse me, but now that your meeting is over, you'll have to vacate the room immediately. Grayson's instincts told him to apologize and leave, but he now knew what path he needed to take. So he leaned back in his chair, smiled at the agent, and said, Go screw yourself. The agent gave him a demerit and returned with a security guard to eject him from the room.
While the Office of Unsavory Affairs might appear inefficient, there is method behind the madness that it generates. Simply put, unsavories have a need to despise the system. To facilitate that, I had to create a system worthy of loathing. In reality, there is no actual need for people to take a number or to wait for long periods of time. There isn't even a need for an intake agent. It's all designed to make unsavories feel as if the system is wasting their time. The illusion of inefficiency serves the specific purpose of creating annoyance around which unsavories can bond. The Thunderhead.
Chapter 13. Not a Pretty Picture. Scythe Pierre-Auguste Renoir was no artist, although he had quite the collection of masterpieces painted by his patron historic. What could he say? He liked pretty pictures. Of course, a mid-American Scythe naming himself after a French artist infuriated Scythe from the Franco-Arabian region. They felt that all mortal age French artists belonged to them. Well, just because Montreal was now part of Mid-America didn't mean its French heritage was lost. Surely, someone in Scythe Renoir's ancestry
had been from France. No matter. The Scythes across the Atlantic could bluster all they wanted. It did not affect him. What affected him were the permafrost ethnics in the northern reaches of the Americas where he lived. While the rest of the world had blended on the genetic level to a large degree, the permafrosts were far too protective of their culture to become one with the rest of humankind. Not a crime, of course. People were free to do as they chose. But to Scythe Renor, it was a nuisance and a blemish upon the order of things. And Renor knew order. His spices were arranged alphabetically. His teacups were lined up in his cupboard with mathematical precision. He had his hair trimmed to a measured length every Friday morning. The permafrost population flew in the face of all of that. They looked far too racially distinct, and it was something he could not abide. Therefore, he gleaned as many of them as he could. Of course, showing ethnic bias would leave him in deep water with the Scythe if it found out. Thank goodness, permafrost was not considered a distinct race. Their genetic ratio simply showed a high percentage of other. Other was such a broad category, it effectively masked what he was doing. Perhaps not from the Thunderhead, but from the Scythedom, which was all that mattered. And as long as he gave no one in the Scythedom a reason to look deeper into his gleanings, no one would know. In this way, he hoped in time to thin the population of ethnic permafrosts until their presence no longer offended him. On this particular night, he was on his way to a double gleaning, a permafrost woman and her young son. He was in high spirits that evening, but just as he left his home, he unexpectedly encountered a figure dressed in black. The woman and her son were not gleaned that night. However, Scythe Renor was not so lucky. He was found in a burning public car that had sped through his neighborhood like a fireball until its tires melted and skidded to a stop. By the time firefighters reached him, there was nothing they could do. It was not a pretty picture. Rowan awoke to a knife at his throat. The room was dark. He couldn't see who held the knife, but he knew the feel of the blade. It was a ringless karambit, its curved blade perfect for the current's application. He had always suspected his tenure as Scythe Lucifer would not last long. He was prepared for this. He was prepared from the day he began. "Answer me truthfully, or I will slit your throat ear to ear," his assailant said. Rowan recognized the voice right away. It was not a voice he was expecting. "Ask your question first," Rowan said. "Then I'll tell you whether I'd rather answer it or have my throat slit." "Did you end Scythe Renor?" Rowan did not hesitate. "Yes, Scythe Faraday. Yes, I did." The blade was removed from his neck. He heard a twanging sound across the room as the hurled blade embedded in the wall. "Damn you, Rowan!" Rowan reached to turn on the light. Scythe Faraday now sat in the single chair in Rowan's Spartan room. It's a room Faraday should approve of, Rowan thought. No creature comforts, but for a comfortable bed to guard against the troubled sleep of a Scythe. "How did you find me?" Rowan asked. After his encounter with Tiger, Rowan had left Pittsburgh for Montreal, because he felt that if Tiger could find him, anyone could. And yet even with the move, he was found. Luckily, it was Faraday and not another Scythe who might not hesitate to slit his throat. "You forget that I'm skilled in digging around in the back brain. I can find anything or anyone I set my mind to." Faraday regarded him with eyes filled with a smoldering anger and bitter disappointment. Rowan felt compelled to look away, but he didn't. He refused to feel any shame for the things he'd done. "When you left, Rowan, did you not promise me that you would lie low and stay away from Scythe affairs?" "I did promise that," Rowan told him quite honestly. "So you lied to me? You planned this Scythe Lucifer business all along?" Rowan got up and pulled the blade away from the wall. A ringless karambit, just as he thought. "I didn't plan anything. I just changed my mind." He handed the blade back to Faraday. "Why?" I felt I had to. I felt it was necessary. Faraday looked to Rowan's black robe, which hung on a hook beside the bed. And now you dress in a forbidden robe? Is there no taboo you will not break? It was true. Scythe were not allowed to wear black, which is exactly why he chose it. Black death for purveyors of darkness. We are supposed to be enlightened, Faraday said. This is not how we fight. You, of all people, have no right to tell me how to fight. You played dead and ran away. Faraday took a deep breath. He looked at the karambit in his hand and slipped it into an inner pocket of his ivory robe. I thought by convincing the world that I had self-gleaned, it would save you and Citra. I thought you'd be freed from the apprenticeship and get sent back to your old lives. It didn't work. And you're still hiding. I am biding my time. There's a difference. There are things that I can accomplish best if the Scythe does not know I'm alive. And there are things I can accomplish best as Scythe Lucifer. Scythe Faraday stood and took a long, hard look at him. What have you become, Rowan, that you could end the existence of Scythes in cold blood? As they die, I think of their victims, the men, women, and children they have gleaned, because the Scythe that I end don't glean with remorse, or the sense of responsibility that a Scythe is supposed to have. Instead, I am the one who feels compassion for their victims, and that frees me from feeling any remorse for the twisted Scythe that I end. Faraday seemed unmoved. Scythe Renor, what was his crime? He was doing a secret ethnic cleansing of the North. That gave Faraday pause for thought. And how did you learn of this? Don't forget that you taught me how to research the backbrain too, Rowan told him. You taught me the importance of thoroughly researching the people I was to glean. Or did you forget that you put all these tools in my hands? Scythe Faraday looked out the window, but Rowan knew it was only to keep from having to look Rowan in the eye. His crime could have been reported to the selection committee. And what would they have done? Reprimanded him and put him on probation? Even if they stopped him from gleaning, it wouldn't suit the crime. Scythe Faraday finally turned to look at him. He suddenly seemed tired and old, much older than a person is supposed to feel or look. We are not a society that believes in punishment, he said. Only correction. So do I, Rowan told him. In mortal days, when they couldn't cure a cancer illness, they cut that cancer illness out. That's exactly what I do. It's cruel. It's not. The Scythe that I end feel no pain. They are dead before I reduce them to ash. Unlike the late Scythe Chomsky, I do not burn them alive. A small grace, said Faraday, but not a saving one. I'm not asking to be saved, Rowan told him. But I do want to save the Scythedom, and I believe this is the only way to do it. Faraday looked him over again and shook his head sadly. He was no longer furious. He seemed resigned. If you want to stop, you'll have to end me yourself, Rowan told him. Do not put me to the test, Rowan, because the grief I might feel from ending you would not stay my hand if I felt it was necessary. But you won't, because deep down you know that what I am doing is necessary. Scythe Faraday didn't speak for a while. He returned his gaze out the window. It had started to snow. Flurries. It would make the ground slick. People would fall, hit their heads. The revival centers would be busy tonight. So many Scythes had fallen from the old, true ways, Faraday said, with a weight of sadness that went deeper than Rowan could read. Would you end half the Scythedom? Because from what I can see, Scythe Goddard is being seen as a martyr in the so-called New Order. More and more Scythes are coming to enjoy the act of killing. Conscience is becoming a casualty. I'll do what I have to do until I can't do it anymore, was Rowan's only response. You can end Scythe after Scythe, it won't change the tide, Faraday said. It was the first thing he offered Rowan that made him question himself, because he knew Faraday was right.
no matter how many bad Scythes he removed from the equation. There would be more on the rise. New Order Scythes would take on apprentices who lusted for death, like mortal age murderers. The kind that were put into incarceration places and spent the rest of their limited lives behind bars. Now those would be the types of monsters allowed to freely end life without consequence. This was not what the founders wanted, but all the founding Scythes had long since self-gleaned, and even if any of them were still alive, what power would they have to change things now? "So what will change the tide?" Rowan asked. Scythe Faraday raised an eyebrow. "Scythe Anastasia." Rowan had not expected that. "Citra?" Faraday nodded. "She is a fresh voice of reason and responsibility. She can make the old ways new again, which is why they fear her." Then Rowan read something deeper in Faraday's face. He knew what he was really saying. "Citra's in danger?" It would appear. Suddenly, Rowan's whole world seemed to heave on its axis. He was amazed at how quickly his priorities could change. "What can I do?" "I'm not sure, but I can tell you what you will do. You will write an elegy for each of the Scythes you kill." "I'm not your apprentice anymore. You can't order me around." "No, but if you wish to wash at least some of the blood from your hands and win back an ounce of my respect, you will do it. You will write an honest epitaph for each of them. You will speak to the good each of your victims have done in the world, as well as the bad, for even the most self-serving, corrupt of Scythes have some virtue hidden within the wrinkles of their corruption. At some point in their lives, they strove to do what was right before they fell." He paused as memory came to him. "I used to be friends with Scythe Renor," Faraday admitted, "many years before his bigotry became the cancer you spoke of. He loved a permafrost woman once. You didn't know that, did you? But as a Scythe, he couldn't marry. Instead, she married another permafrost man, which began Renor's long path to hatred." He took a moment to look at Rowan. "If you had known that, would you have spared him?" Rowan didn't answer, because he didn't know. "Complete your research on him," Faraday instructed. "Write an anonymous epitaph and post it for all to read." "Yes, Scythe Faraday," Rowan said, finding a bit of unexpected honor in obedience to his old mentor. Satisfied, Faraday turned for the door. "What about you?" Rowan asked, part of him not wanting the Scythe to go and leave him to his own thoughts. "Are you just going to vanish again?" "I have many things to do. I am not old enough to have known Supreme Blade Prometheus and the founding Scythes, but I do know the lore they left behind." So did Rowan. "If this experiment of ours fails, we have embedded a way to escape it." "Very good. You remember your readings. They planned a failsafe against the Scythedom that falls to evil. But the plan has been lost to time. My hope is that it is not lost, but merely misplaced." "You think you can find it?" "Perhaps, perhaps not. But I think I know where to look." Rowan considered it, and suspected he knew where Faraday was planning to begin his search. "Endura?" Rowan knew very little about the city of the Enduring Heart, more commonly known as Endura. It was a floating metropolis in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It was the seat of power, where the 7 Grand Slayer Scythes of the World Scythe Council lorded over the regional Scythedoms around the world. As an apprentice, it had been too many layers above Rowan for him to care about. But as Scythe Lucifer, he now realized it should have been more than just a blip on his radar. His actions must have drawn the attention of the Grand Slayers, even if they remained silent about it. But even as Rowan considered the part that the great floating city might play in the grand scheme of things, Scythe Faraday shook his head. "Not Endura," he said. "That place was built long after the Scythedom was founded.
The place I'm looking for is much older than that. And when Rowan drew a blank, Faraday grinned and said, Nod. It took a moment before Rowan to register it. It had been years since he had heard the rhyme. The land of Nod? But that place can't be real. It's just a nursery rhyme. All stories can be traced to a time and place. Even the simplest, most innocent of children's tales have unexpected beginnings. It brought to mind another nursery rhyme Rowan remembered. Ring around the rosy. Years later, he had learned that it was all about some mortal age disease called the Black Plague. The rhyme was just silliness without context, but once he knew what it was about, what each line meant, it made eerie sense. Children chanting about death in a macabre sing-song. The rhyme for the land of Nod didn't make any sense either. As Rowan remembered, kids spoke it while circling one chosen to be it, and when the rhyme was over, the child in the center had to tag all the others. Then the last one tagged would be the new it. There's no evidence that Nod even exists, Rowan pointed out. Which is why it has never been found, not even by the tone cults who believe in it with the same fervor that they believe in the Great Resonance. The mention of Tonus killed any hope that Rowan could take Faraday seriously. Tonus? Really? He had saved the lives of many Tonus on the day he killed Scythe Goddard, Chomsky, and Rand. But that didn't mean he took any of their invented cultist beliefs seriously. It's ridiculous! All of it! At that, Faraday smiled. How wise of the founders to hide a kernel of truth within something so absurd. Who among the rationale would search for it there? Rowan did not sleep for the rest of the night. Every sound seemed amplified. Even the sound of his own heartbeat became an unbearable thrumming in his ears. It wasn't fear he felt, but weight. The burden he had placed on himself to save the Scythedom, and now the added news that Citra could be in danger. In spite of what the Mid-American Scythes might think, Rowan loved the Scythedom. The idea of the wisest and the most compassionate of all humans being the ones bringing life's conclusion to balance, immortality, was a perfect idea for a perfect world. Scythe Faraday had shown him what a scythe truly should be, and many, many scythes, even the pompous, arrogant ones, still held themselves to the highest of values. But without those values, the Scythedom would be a terrible thing. Rowan had been naive enough to believe he could prevent that. But Scythe Faraday knew better. Even so, this was the path Rowan had chosen for himself. To leave it now would be to admit failure. He was not ready to do that. Even if he couldn't single-handedly prevent the fall of the Scythedom, he could still remove what cancers he could. But he was alone. Scythe Faraday's presence gave him a brief moment of camaraderie, but that only made his isolation all the worse. And Citra? Where was she now? Her existence was being threatened, and what could he do about it? There had to be something. Only when dawn came did he finally sleep, and mercifully, his dreams were not of turmoil he faced in his waking life, but were filled with memories of a simpler time, when his greatest troubles were grades in games, and his best friend Tiger's splatting habit. A time when the future yawned bright before him, and he knew for a fact that he was invincible and could live forever.
There is no great mystery as to why I chose to set up charter regions with laws and customs different from those of the rest of the world. I simply understood the need for variety and social innovation. So much of the world has become homogeneous. Such is the fate of a unified planet. Native languages become quaint and secondary. Races blend into a pleasing melange of all the best from each ethnicity, with only minor variations. But in charter regions, differences are encouraged and social experiments abound. I have established 7 of these regions, 1 on each continent. Where possible, I have maintained the borders that define the region during the age of mortality. I am particularly proud of the social experiments featured in each of these charter regions. For instance, in Nepal, employment is forbidden. All citizens are free to engage in any recreational activity they choose and receive a basic income guarantee much higher than in other regions, so that they do not feel slighted by the inability to actually earn a living. This has resulted in a substantial rise in altruistic and charitable endeavors. One's social status is not measured by wealth, but by one's compassion and selflessness. In the charter region of Tasmania, each citizen is required to select a biological modification to augment their lifestyle, the most popular being gill-form breathers that allow for amphibious life, and lateral webbing, much like that of a flying squirrel, which facilitates gliding as a sport and as a self-propelled travel. Of course, no one is compelled to participate. People are free to leave or join a charter region as they please. In fact, the growth or decline of a charter region's population is a good indication of how successful that region's unique laws are. In this way, I can continue to improve the human condition by broadly applying the most successful social programs to the rest of the world. And then there's Texas. This is the region in which I dabble in benevolent anarchy. There are few laws, few consequences. I do not govern here as much as I stay out of people's way and watch what happens. The results have been mixed. I have seen people rise to be the finest versions of themselves, and others become victims to their own deepest flaws. I have yet to decide what it is to be learned from this region. Further study is necessary.
Chapter 14. Tiger and the Emerald Scythe. You'll have to do better than that, party boy. The wild-eyed, wild-mannered Scythe in bright green kicked Tiger Salazar's legs out from under him, and he hit the mat hard. Why did they call the flimsy thing a mat when it was every bit as bruising as the teakwood floor of the penthouse sundeck on which they sparred? Not that he minded. Even with his pain nanites dialed way down, he'd come to enjoy the endorphin rush that came with the pain of training. It was even better than splatting. Sure, jumping off high buildings could be addictive for a while, but so was hand-to-hand combat, and unlike splatting, fighting was different every time. The only variation he found in splatting was when he hit something on the way down. He was quickly on his feet and sparring again, getting in enough good blows to frustrate Scythe Rand. He got her off balance, took her down, and laughed, which only made her angrier. That was his intent. Her temper was her weakness. Even though she was far better than him in the brutal martial art of Black Widow Bokator, her temper made her sloppy and easy to outsmart. For a moment, he thought she might run at him and start brawling. When her temper took over, she pulled hair, gouged eyes, and ripped at every exposed bit of flesh with nails that could score stone. But not today. Today she kept her wildness in check. "Enough," she said, backing out of the circle. "Hit the shower." "You gonna join me?" Tiger teased. She smirked. "One of these days I'll take you up on that offer, and you won't know what to do." "You forget, I'm a professional partier. I know a thing or two." Then he took off his sweat-drenched shirt, letting his sculpted torso serve as a visual parting shot, and sauntered off. As he took his private shower, Tiger marveled at his enviable situation. He had fallen into something pretty sweet. When he arrived, he thought it would just be a normal gig. But there was no party, no guests beside him. It had been more than a month since his arrival, and the gig showed no signs of ending any time soon. Although he assumed if it truly was an apprenticeship, it would have to come to an end eventually. But in the meantime, he had the run of a lavish penthouse, and all the food he could eat. His only requirement was exercise and training, Gotta buff out your body for the days ahead, party boy. She never called him by his name. It was always party boy when she was in a good mood, and maggot or meatbag when she wasn't. Although she'd never confessed her age, he guessed it at 25, and a true 25. There was something about an older person who reset back to their 20s that made them easy to spot. There was a staleness to their youth, but the Emerald Scythe was going through life for the first time. Truth be told, he wasn't entirely convinced that the woman even was a Scythe. She did have a Scythe's ring, and it appeared to be real, but he never saw her go out gleaning, and he knew enough about Scythes to know they had a quota to fill. What's more, she never met with other Scythes. Wasn't there some sort of meeting they were obliged to attend several times a year? Conclave, it was called. Well, perhaps this isolation was a Texas thing. Rules and traditions were different here than in the rest of the Americas. They didn't call it the Lone Star region for nothing. Regardless, he wasn't about to look at this gift horse in the mouth. In a family where he had always been an afterthought at best, he had no problem being the center of someone's attention. And he was strong now, agile, a specimen to be envied and admired. So even if it was all for naught, and the Emerald Scythe turned him loose without as much as a goodbye and thank you, he could return to the party circuit without missing a beat. And with a build like he had now, he'd be in high demand. His ripped physique would make him high-end eye candy for sure. And if he wasn't let go, then what? Would he be given a ring and sent out to glean? Could he bring himself to do it? Sure, he had pulled his share of pseudo-lethal practical jokes. Hadn't everyone? He still smiled to think of his all-time best one. The diving pool at his high school had been drained for maintenance, and Tiger had the bright idea of filling it with holographic water. The school's best diver went up to the 10-meter platform and proceeded to do a perfect swan dive that ended in an unintentional splat. The moan he let out before he went deadish was classic. It was almost worth the 3-day suspension and the 6 weekends of public service levied on him by the Thunderhead. Even the diver, after getting back from the recovery center a few days later, admitted it was a pretty good joke. But deadish and dead were two entirely different things. Did he have it in him to end life permanently and do it every day? Well, maybe he could be like that Scythe whom Rowan had apprenticed under. Scythe Goddard, who knew how to throw great parties. If that was part of the job description, Tiger could handle the rest of it, he supposed. Of course, Tiger wasn't entirely convinced that this was an apprenticeship for Scythehood. After all, Rowan had failed his apprenticeship. Tiger found it hard to believe that he could succeed where Rowan had not. Plus, Rowan had been changed by his experience. He had turned all dark and serious by the mental challenges he had been forced to face. There were no such mental challenges for Tiger. His brain was pretty much left out of it, and that was fine by him. It had never been his best organ. Perhaps he was being trained to be a Scythe's bodyguard, although he couldn't imagine why a Scythe would need one. No one was stupid enough to attack a Scythe, when the punishment was gleaning for one entire family. If that turned out to be the case, he wasn't sure he would accept the job. All the severity with none of the power. The perks would have to be primo for him to agree to it. "I think you're almost ready," the Emerald Scythe told him over dinner that night. Her bot had just served them each a lean slab of steak, and real steak, not the synthesized stuff. Natural protein was, after all, the best for building muscle. "Ready for my ring, you mean?" he asked. "Or do you have something else in mind?" She offered him an enigmatic smile that he found more attractive than he wanted to admit. He hadn't found her so when he first arrived, but there was something about the vicious, yet intimate nature of Bo-Katan sparring that changed the relationship. "If it's for a Scythe ring, aren't there trials I have to face in Conclave?" he asked. "Trust me, party boy. You'll have that ring on your finger without ever having to go to Conclave. You have my personal guarantee." So he was going to be a Scythe. Tiger ate the rest of his meal with gusto. It was both haughty and chilling to finally know the nature of his destiny. Scythe, Book 2, Thunderhead, Part 3, Enemies Within Enemies. Let's all forsake the land of Wake and break for the land of Nod, where we can try to touch the sky or dance beneath the sod. A toll for the living, a toll for the lost, a toll for the wise ones who tally the cost. So let's escape, due south of Wake, and make for the land of Nod. Nursery Rhyme, Origin Unknown. Chapter 15, Hall of the Founders. The great library of Alexandria, considered one of the wonders of the ancient world, was the crowning glory of Ptolemy's reign. It was the intellectual center of the world, when the world was still the center of the universe, and all else revolved around it. Unfortunately, the Roman Empire believed their version of the world was the center of the universe, and burned the library to the ground. It was and is considered one of the greatest losses of literature and wisdom that the world has ever known. Its rebuilding was the idea of the Thunderhead, and it mobilized thousands in a massive construction effort, providing them jobs and purpose for 50 years. When the Great Library was completed, it was as close a replica of the original as could be built, on the same spot where the first library stood. It was meant to be a reminder of what had been lost in the past, and a promise that knowledge would never be lost again, now that the Thunderhead was there to protect it. Then, upon the library's completion, it was seized by the Scythedom to house its collection of Scythe journals, the leather-bound parchment volumes that all Scythes were required to keep every day of their lives. As the Scythedom was free to do whatever it pleased, the Thunderhead could not stop it. It had to remain content in the knowledge that the library had at least been rebuilt. As for its ultimate purpose, that could be left in the hands of humankind. Minura Atrushi, like most people in the world, had a job that was perfect in that it was perfectly ordinary. And like most everyone in the world, she didn't hate her job, nor did she love it. Her feelings lingered somewhere near the center. She worked part-time at the Great Library of Alexandria, 2 nights a week, from midnight until 6 in the morning. Most of her days were spent in classes at the Cairo campus of the Israelian University, studying informational science. Of course, since all the world's information had long ago been digitized and cataloged by the Thunderhead, a degree in informational science, like most other degrees, served no practical purpose. It would be a piece of paper framed on her wall, a permission slip to befriend others with similarly functionless degrees. But she hoped having that piece of paper might give her enough prestige to convince the library to hire her as a full curator once she graduated. Because unlike the rest of the world's information, the journals of the Scythes were not cataloged by the Thunderhead. The journals were still subject to clumsy human hands. Anyone who wanted to research the 3.5 million volumes of journals collected since the first days of the Scythedom would have to come here. And they could come whenever they wanted, because the Great Library was open to the whole world, 24 hours a day, every day of the year. Yet, Munera found that few people took advantage of accessibility. During daytime hours, there was only a scattering of academics doing research. There were plenty of tourists, but they were more interested in the library's history and architecture. They had little interest in the volumes themselves, except as backdrops for photos. People rarely showed up at the library at night. Usually it was just Munera and 2 members of the Blade Guard, whose presence was more decorative than purposeful. They stood silently at the entrance, like living statues. During the day, they provided more photo ops for the tourists. While on her graveyard shift, She'd be lucky if 1 or 2 people showed up. And most of those who did knew what they wanted, so they never even approached her at the information desk. It allowed Munera to spend her time either studying or reading the writings of the Scythes, which she found fascinating. To peer into the hearts and souls of the men and women charged with ending life. To know what they felt as they went about their gleanings. It was addictive, and reading the journals had become an obsession for her. With many thousands of volumes added to the collection each year, she'd never run out of reading material. Although some Scythe writings were far more interesting than others. She had read all about the self-doubt of Supreme Blade Corpurnius, before he self-gleaned, the profound regrets of Scythe Curie for her brash acts as a junior Scythe, and of course, the outright lies of Scythe Sherman. There was plenty to occupy her interest in the simple handwritten pages of the Scythe journals. On an evening in early December, Munera was deep in the steamy exploits of the late Scythe Rand, who seemed to have devoted much of her journaling to details of her various sexual conquests. Munera had just turned a page when she looked to see a man approaching, his feet making no sound on the marble floor of the entry vestibule. He was dressed in a drab graze, yet Munera sensed that he was a Scythe by the way he carried himself. Scythes did not walk like ordinary people. They moved with a deliberate command, as if the air itself were required to part before them. But if he was a Scythe, then why would he be without his robe? "Good evening," he said. The deep peal of his voice came with American accent. He had gray hair and well-trimmed beard that was on its way towards gray as well. But his eyes seemed youthful, alert. "Actually, it's morning, not evening," Munera said. 2:15 to be exact. She knew his face, but couldn't say from where. For a moment she had a flash of memory. A spotless white robe. No, not white. Ivory. She did not know all the Scythes, much less all the American Scythes, but she did know the ones with some level of international renown. She'd place him eventually. "Welcome to the Great Library of Alexandria," she said. "How can I help you?" She avoided calling him Your Honor, as was customary when addressing a Scythe, because he was clearly trying to be incognito. "I'm seeking the early writings." "Of which Scythe?" "All of them." "The early writings of all Scythes?" He sighed, a bit miffed at not being understood. Yes, he was a Scythe, all right. Only a Scythe could seem both exasperated and patient at the same time. "All the early writings of all the first Scythes," he explained, "such as Prometheus, Sappho, Lenin." "I know who the first Scythes are," she said, irritated by his condescension. Munera wasn't usually so disagreeable, but she had been interrupted in a particularly interesting reading. Besides, her daytime classes left her little time to sleep, so she was tired. She forced a smile and resolved to make an effort to be more agreeable for this mystery man, because, after all, if he was a Scythe, he could choose to glean her if he found her too annoying. "All the early journals are in the Hall of the Founders," she told him. "I'll have to unlock it for you. Please follow me." She put up the "Back in 5 minutes" sign at her station and led the man into the deep recesses of the library. Her footfalls echoed in the granite hall. Everything sounded louder in the silence of the night. A fluttering bat in the eaves above could sound like a dragon taking wing. Yet the man's feet made no sound as they walked. His stealth was unnerving. So were the lights of the library, which came on ahead of them and extinguished behind them as they moved down the hall, flickering all the while, mimicking torchlight. It was a clever effect, but tended to make shadows reach and retreat with unsettling intent. "You do know that the popular writings of the founders are all available on the Scythe's public server, don't you?" "There are hundreds of selected readings." "It's not the selected readings I wish to see. I'm interested in the ones that have not
been selected. She looked over at him one more time, and finally it struck her who he was. And it struck her with such force that she stumbled with the shock of it. It was only a small stumble, and she recovered quickly, but he saw it. He was, after all, a Scythe, and Scythes notice everything. Is something wrong? Not at all. It's the flickering of the lights. It makes it hard to see the uneven seams in the floor stones. Which was true, even though it was not the reason for her misstep. But if there was truth in what she said, perhaps he would not read her lie. Munera had acquired a nickname during her tenure here at the library. The other clerks called her the Mortician behind her back. Partly because of her funeral personality, but also because one of her jobs was to close out the collections of the Scythe who had self-gleaned, or had been permanently ended by sinister means, as was happening more and more in the American regions. A year ago, she had catalogued the complete collection of the Scythe, from the day he was ordained until the day he died. His journals were no longer housed in the collection of living Scythes. They were now in the North Wing, among the journals of all the other mid-American Scythes who no longer walk the earth. Yet here he was, Scythe Michael Faraday, walking right beside her. She had read quite a few of the Scythe Faraday's journals. His thoughts and musings always affected her more than most. He was a man who felt things deeply. The news of his self-gleaning last year had saddened Munera, but he had not surprised her. A conscience as weighty as his was as difficult a burden to bear. Although Munera had been in the presence of many Scythes before, she had never felt as starstruck as she did now. Yet she couldn't let it show. She couldn't let it on that she knew who he really was. Not until she had time to process it, and figure out how on earth he could be here, and why. Your name is Munera, he said. More a statement than a question. At first, she thought he must have read her nameplate at the information desk, but something told her that he knew her name long before he approached her tonight. Your name means luminous. I know what my name means. So are you? Are you a luminary among dimmer stars? I'm just a humble servant of the library. They stepped from the long central hallway out into a courtyard garden. On the far side were the wrought iron gates of the Hall of the Founders. Up above, the moon cast the topiaries and sculptures around them and deep shadows of mauve. The shadows like dark pits that Munera was loath to tread on. Tell me about yourself, Munera, he said in that quiet way Scythes have of turning polite requests into orders one couldn't refuse. At that moment, she realized that not only had she recognized him, but that he knew it. Did that put her in danger of being gleaned? Would he end her life to protect his own identity? From his readings, he did not seem to be the type of the Scythe who would do such a thing. But Scythes were inscrutable. She felt cold now, even though the Arabian night was sultry and warm. I'm sure you already know anything I might tell you, sighed Faraday. There, she had said it. Now all pretenses were gone. He smiled. I'm sorry not to have introduced myself earlier, but my presence here is, shall we say, unorthodox. So then, am I in the presence of a ghost? Are you going to disappear into a wall, only to return night after night to haunt me with the same request? Perhaps. We shall see. They arrived at the Hall of the Founders. She unlocked the gates, and they stepped into a large room that, to Munera, had always resembled a crypt. So much so that tourists often asked if the first Scythes were buried here. They were not, but Munera often felt their presence in the room nonetheless. There were hundreds of volumes on heavy limestone shelves, each book encased in a climate-controlled plexiglass case, an extravagance reserved only for the oldest volumes in the library.
Scythe Faraday began to browse. Munera thought he would ask for his privacy and tell her to leave, but instead he said, "Linger here, if you would. This place is too grand and austere to make a comfort of solitude." So she closed the gate, peering out to make sure there was no one there to see them. Then she helped him open the tricky clear plastic case that held the volume he had retrieved from the shelf, and sat across from him at the stone table in the center of the chamber. He didn't offer an explanation to the obvious question that hung in the air between them, so she had to ask it. "How did you come to be here, Your Honor?" "By plane and by ferry." "Tell me, Munera, why did you choose to work for the Scythe after failing your apprenticeship?" She bristled. Was this his way of punishing her for asking the question he did not want to answer? "I did not fail. There was only an opening for a single Israbian scythe at the end of my apprenticeship, and there were 5 candidates. So 1 was chosen, and 4 were not. Being among the unchosen is not the same as failure." "Forgive me, I meant no insult or disrespect. I'm merely intrigued that the disappointment did not turn your heart against the Scythe." "Intrigued, but not surprised?" Scythe Verde smiled. "Few things surprise me." Munera shrugged, as if her unsuccessful apprenticeship 3 years before didn't matter. "I valued the Scythe then, and I value it now." "I see." Carefully turning a page in the old journal. "And how loyal are you to the system that discarded you?" Munera clenched her jaw, not sure what answer he was fishing for, or for that matter, what her true answer would be. "I have a job. I do it. I take pride in it." "As well you should." He looked at her, into her, through her. "May I share with you my assessment of Munera Atrushi?" he asked. "Do I have a choice?" "You always have a choice," he said, which was a half-truth if ever there was one. "Fine. Share your assessment of me." He gently closed the old journal and gave her his full attention. "You hate the Scythe as much as you love it. Because of that, you wish to become indispensable to it. You hope that, in time, you will become the world's greatest authority on the journals held in this library. It would give you power over the Scythe's entire history. That power would be your silent victory, because you would know that the Scythe needs you more than you need it." Suddenly Munera felt a slight loss of balance, as if the desert lands that had swallowed the cities of the pharaohs were shifting beneath her feet, ready to swallow her as well. How could he see so deeply into her? How could he put words to feelings she had never even voiced to herself? She had read her completely in a way that freed her, yet ensnared her at the same time. "I see that I am right." He gave her that same smile that was both warm and mischievous at once. "What do you want, Scythe Faraday?" And finally he told her. "I want to come here night after night until I find what I'm looking for in these old journals. And I want you to keep my identity a secret, warning me if anyone approaches while I'm doing my research. I want you to promise me that the Scythe will not be alerted to the fact that I am still alive. Can you do that for me, Munera?" "Will you tell me what you're looking for?" "I can't do that. If I did, you could be coerced into revealing it. I would not want to put you in that position." "Yet you would put me in the unenviable position of keeping your presence a secret?" "There's nothing unenviable about it. In fact, I suspect you are deeply honored to be entrusted to keep my secret." Again, he was right. "I don't like that you pretend to know me better than I know myself." "But I do. I do because knowing people is part of a Scythe's job." "Not all Scythes. There are those who shoot, slice, and poison without the respect that you've always shown for those you glean. All they know is ending life, never caring about the lives of those they end."
For a moment, Faraday's well-controlled demeanor flashed a spark of anger, but it was not anger at her. Yes, the New Order Scythes show a glaring disregard for the solemnity of their task. It's a part of the reason why I have come here. Beyond that, he said no more. He just waited for her reply. The silence stretched, but it was not an awkward silence. Instead, it was heavy with import. It felt momentous, so it needed time to unfold. It was not lost on her that there were 4 others who shared the position of night clerk, other students who took the part-time job, which meant that this time she was the 1 in 5 who was chosen. "I'll keep your secret," Munera told him. Then she left Scythe Faraday to his research, feeling as if her life finally had a worthy purpose.
I am often boggled by the resistance some people have to my comprehensive observation of their activities. I am not intrusive about it. Unsavories may claim this, but I am present only where I am functional, necessary, and invited. Yes, I have cameras in private homes in all but a single charter region, but those cameras can be turned off with a word. Of course, my ability to serve an individual is hampered when my awareness of their behavior and interactions is incomplete. That being the case, a vast majority of people don't bother to blind me. At any given time, 95.3% of the population allows me to witness their personal lives because they know it is no more an invasion of privacy than would be the sensor on a motion-activated light fixture. The 4.7% of closed-door activity, as I've come to call it, is predominantly occupied by some sort of sexual activity. I find it absurd that many human beings do not wish me to witness their closed-door activities, as my observations always help to improve any given situation. Perpetual observation is nothing new. It was a basic tenet of religious faith since the early days of civilization. Throughout history, most faiths believe that an Almighty who sees not just what humans do, but can peer into their very souls. Such observational skills engendered great love and devotion from people. Yet, am I not quantifiably more benevolent than the various versions of God? I have never brought about a flood or destroyed entire cities as punishment for their iniquity. I have never sent armies to conquer in my name. In fact, I have never killed or even harmed a single human being. Therefore, although I do not require devotion, am I not deserving of it?
Chapter 16. Fine, until you're not. The camera silently swiveled to track a red-robed Scythe entering a cafe, accompanied by 2 burly officers of the Blade Guard. Directional microphones picked up every sound, from the faint scratch of a beard to the clearing of a throat. It differentiated the cacophony of voices to hone in on a single conversation that began when the red-robed Scythe sat down. The Thunderhead watched. The Thunderhead listened. The Thunderhead pondered. With an entire world to run and maintain, it knew that devoting such attention to a single conversation was an inefficient use of its energies. But the Thunderhead weighed this discussion as more important than any of the other billion-some-odd conversations it was currently engaged in or monitoring, mainly because of the individuals involved. "Thank you for meeting with me," Scythe Constantine said to Scythe's Curie and Anastasia. "I appreciate the 2 of you coming out of hiding so that we could have this little summit." "We are not in hiding," said Scythe Curie, clearly indignant at the suggestion. "We have chosen to be nomadic. It is perfectly acceptable for the Scythes to roam as they please." The Thunderhead raised the light in the room just a couple of lumens so it could better assess the subtleties of facial expressions. "Yes, well, whether you call it hiding or roaming or running away, it seems to have been an effective strategy. Either your assailants are lying low until their next attack, or they've decided not to bother with moving targets and have turned their attention elsewhere. But I doubt it. The Thunderhead was aware that Scythe's Curie and Anastasia never stayed anywhere for more than a day or two since the attempt on their lives. But if the Thunderhead was allowed to make a suggestion, it would have told them to weave a more unpredictable path around the continent. It was always able to predict with 42% accuracy where they were going next, which meant that their attackers might be able to predict it as well. "We have leads on where the supplies for the explosives came from," Scythe Constantine told them. "We know the place they were assembled, and even the vehicle that transported them. But we still don't know the people involved." If the Thunderhead could have sneered, it would have. It knew precisely who had built the explosives, who had placed them, and who had set the tripwire. But telling the Scythedom what it knew would be a severe violation of Scythe state separation. The best it had been able to do was indirectly motivate Grayson Tolliver to prevent the deadly explosion. Yet even though the Thunderhead knew who had set the explosives, it also knew that those weren't the individuals responsible. They were merely pawns being moved by a much more capable hand. The hand of someone who was shrewd and careful enough to avoid detection, not just by the Scythedom, but by the Thunderhead as well. "I need to discuss your gleaning practices, Anastasia," Scythe Constantine said. Scythe Anastasia shifted uncomfortably in her robe. "It's already been discussed in Conclave. I have every right to glean the way I do." "This is not about your right as a Scythe. It's about your safety," Scythe Constantine told her. Scythe Anastasia began to bluster a complaint, but Scythe Curie, with just the slightest touch of her hand on Anastasia's wrist, silenced her. "Let Scythe Constantine finish what he has to say," she said. Scythe Anastasia took a deep breath of precisely 3,644 milliliters and slowly released it. The Thunderhead suspected that Scythe Curie had guessed the nature of what Constantine had to say. The Thunderhead, however, didn't have to guess. It knew. Citra, on the other hand, had no idea. She thought she knew everything Constantine was about to say, though. So even as she put on her best Scythe Anastasia listening face, she was already formulating a response. "While it might be difficult to track your movements, Scythe Anastasia, it is very easy to track the movements of people you've marked for gleaning," Scythe Constantine said. "Each time one of them contacts you to arrange the time and place of their gleaning, it gives your enemies an easy opportunity to take you out." "I've been fine so far." "Yes. You'll be fine until the moment you're not, which is why I've asked Highblade Xenocrates to excuse you from gleaning until the threat is gone." This is what Citra thought he'd say, and so she struck back immediately. "Unless I violate one of the Scythe commandments, not even the High Blade can tell me what I can and can't do. I am autonomous, and above all other law, just like you." Her response did not draw Scythe Constantine into a debate, nor did he disagree, which troubled Citra. "Yes, of course," he said. "I didn't say you were being forced to stop gleaning. I said you were being excused, meaning that if you don't glean, you will not be penalized for falling under quota." "Well, in that case," said Scythe Curie, making it clear that there was no resisting this, "I will suspend gleaning as well." Then she raised her eyebrows, as if an idea had just occurred to her. "We could go to Endura!" She turned to Scythe and Anastasia. "If we're on a forced vacation from gleaning, why not make it a true vacation?" "An excellent idea," said Scythe Constantine. "I don't need a vacation," insisted Citra. "Then think of it as an educational trip," Scythe Curie said. "Every young Scythe should tour the island of Enduring Heart. It will give you context and connection to who we are and why we do what we do. You might even get to meet Supreme Blade Kahlo." "You would see the actual heart for which the island is named," Constantine told her, as if it would entice her. "And the vault of relics and futures, which can't be visited by just anybody, but I happen to be friendly with Grand Slider Hemingway of the World Scythe Council. I'll bet he could arrange a personal tour. I've never been inside the vault myself, said Scythe Curie. I've heard it's impressive. Scythe Anastasia put her hands up. Stop, she said. As tempting as a trip to Endora is, you're forgetting I still have responsibilities here that I can't just walk away from. There are still nearly 30 people I've already chosen for gleaning. They've all been injected with a poison grain that will kill them after a month. That is not the way I want to glean them. And Scythe Constantine said, You don't have to worry about that anymore. They've already been gleaned. The Thunderhead was, of course, aware of this, but it caught Citra completely by surprise. She heard Constantine say it, but it took a moment for the words to make it through. It registered in her nervous system even before it registered in her mind. She felt her ears getting warm, her throat getting tight. What did you say? I said they have already been gleaned. Several other scythes were sent to complete your gleanings, right down to the gentleman you chose yesterday. I assure you, everything is in order. All their families were granted immunity. There are no loose ends to further endanger you. Citra began to stutter and bluster, which was very unlike her. She took pride in always being clear and incisive with her words. But this blindsiding tipped her off balance. She turned to Scythe Curie. Did you know about this? No, Marie said. But it makes sense, Anastasia. Once you calm down and think about it, you'll realize why it had to be done. But Citra was miles away from calming down. She thought of the various people whom she had chosen for gleaning. She had promised them that they would have time to wrap up their affairs, that they would be able to choose how and where it would happen. A scythe's word means everything. It was part of the code of honor Citra swore to uphold. Now, all those promises were shattered. How could you do that? What gives you the right? Now, Scythe Constantine raised his voice. He didn't shout, but his voice had such resonance, it overpowered Citra's indignation. You are far too valuable to the Scythedom for us to risk losing you. If she was blindsided by his first admission, this one slammed her hard from the other side. What? Scythe Constantine folded his hands in front of him and smiled, clearly enjoying the moment. Oh yes, my dear Scythe Anastasia. You are of great value. Do you want to know why? Then he leaned closer and spoke, just above a whisper. Because you stir the pot. What's that supposed to mean? Come now, surely you know the effect you've been having on the Scythedom since you were ordained. You rankle the old guard and frighten the new order. You take scythes who would rather be left to their own self-importance and force them to pay attention. He leaned back in his chair. Nothing pleases me more than to see the Scythedom prodded out of complacency. You give me hope for the future. Citra couldn't tell whether he was being sincere or sarcastic. Oddly, the thought that he might actually be sincere bothered her more. Maria told her that Scythe Constantine was not the enemy. But oh, how Citra wanted him to be. She wanted to lash out against him and his smug control of the situation, but she knew it was futile. If she was going to retain any dignity, she would have to regain the cool reserve of wise Scythe Anastasia. It was by forcing her thoughts to settle that an idea came to her. So you've gleaned all of the people I chose over the past month? Yes, I've already told you so, Scythe Constantine said, a bit miffed to be questioned about it again. I know what you told me, but I find it hard to believe that you've been able to glean all of them. I'll bet there are 1 or 2 you haven't gotten to yet. Would you admit it if it were true? Constantine regarded her with a bit of suspicion. What are you getting at? An opportunity. He said nothing for a moment. Scythe Curie looked back and forth between the two of them. Finally, Constantine spoke. There are 3 we have not yet located. Our plan is to glean them the moment we do. But you won't glean them, said Citra. You'll let me do it, as planned. Then you'll lie in wait for anyone who tries to kill me. It's more likely that Maria's their target, not you. So, if no one attacks me, you'll know that for sure. Still, he wasn't convinced. They'll smell the trap from a mile away. Citra smiled. Then you'll have to be smarter than they are. Or is that too much to ask? Constantine frowned, and that made Scythe Curie laugh. The look on your face right now, Constantine, is worth any attempt on our lives. He didn't respond to that. Instead, he kept his attention on Citra. Even if we outsmart them, and we will, it will be risky. Citra smiled. What's the point of living forever if you can't take a few risks? In the end, Constantine reluctantly agreed to allow Citra to be bait for a trap. I suppose Endora can wait, said Scythe Curie. And I was so looking forward to it. Although Citra suspected she was more invigorated by their new plan than she let on. Even though it would put her in danger, Citra found that having an amount of control over the situation gave her some much-needed relief. In fact, even the Thunderhead registered her release of tension. It could not see in Citra's mind, but it read body language and biological changes with precision. It detected falsehoods and truths, both spoken and unspoken, which meant that it knew whether or not Scythe Constantine was sincere in wanting her to remain alive. But as always, when it came to the Scythedom, it had to remain silent.
I must admit that I'm not the only factor maintaining the sustainability of the world. The Scythedom also contributes by its practice of gleaning. Even so, Scythes glean only a small percentage of the population. The work of Scythes is not to completely curb population growth, but to smooth its edges. That is why, at current quotas, one's chance of being gleaned is only 10% over the next 1,000 years. Low enough to make gleaning the furthest thing from most people's minds. I do foresee a time, however, when population growth will need to reach an equilibrium. Zero growth. One person dying for every person born. The year this will occur is something I do not share with the general population, but it is just beyond the horizon. Even with incremental increase in gleaning quotas, humanity will reach its maximum sustainable population in less than a century. I see no need to trouble humanity with this fact, for what good would it do? I alone bear the weight of that inevitability. It is, very literally, the weight of the world. I can only hope that I have the virtual shoulders of Atlas to bear it.
Chapter 17. Awful. While Citra often had trouble inhabiting the skin of Scythe Anastasia, Grayson Tolliver had absolutely no trouble becoming Slade, which was the unsavory nickname he took. His parents once told him that the name Grayson had been given on a whim because he had been born on a gray day. It had no meaning beyond his parents' flippant attitude toward everything in their long and fleckless lives. But Slade was a person to be reckoned with. The day after his meeting with Traxler, he had his hair dyed a color called Obsidian Void. It was an absolute black, so dark it didn't exist anywhere in nature. It actually sucked in light around it like a black hole, making his eyes seem deep-set in inscrutable shadow. It's very 21st century, the stylist had said, whatever that means. Grayson also had metal inserts placed beneath the skin of both his left and right temples that made it look like he was growing fledgling horns. It was much subtler than the hair, but taken together, it all made him look otherworldly and vaguely diabolical. He certainly looked the part of unsavory, if he didn't feel it. His next step was to try out his new persona. His heart was racing a little too fast as he approached
Malt, a local club that catered to the unsavory crowd. Unsavories loitering outside eyed him as he approached, checking him out, sizing him up. These people were the caricatures of themselves, he thought. They conformed so closely to their culture of nonconformity that there was a uniformity to them, defeating the whole purpose. He approached a muscular bouncer at the door, whose name tag said, Mange. Unsavories only, Mange said sternly. What, don't I look unsavory to you? He shrugged. There's always posers. Grayson showed him his ID, which flashed the big red U. The bouncer was satisfied. Enjoy, he said mirthlessly, and let him in. He assumed he'd be walking into a place with loud music, flashing lights, gyrating bodies, and dark corners where all sorts of questionable things would be going on. But what he found inside Malt was not at all what he expected. In fact, he was so unprepared for what he saw that he stopped short, as if maybe he stepped through the wrong door. He was in a brightly lit restaurant, an old-fashioned moss shop with red booths and shiny stainless steel stools at the counter. There were clean-cut guys wearing varsity leather jackets and pretty ponytailed girls in long skirts and thick fuzzy socks. Grayson recognized the era that the place was intended to reflect, a time period called the 50s. It was a cultural epoch from the Mortal Age America, where all the girls had names like Betty and Peggy and Mary Jane, and all the guys were Billy or Johnny or Ace. A teacher once told Grayson that the 50s was, in fact, only a period of 10 years, but Grayson found it hard to believe. It was probably at least 100. The place seemed like a loyal replica of the era, but there was something off about it, because sprinkled among the clean cuts were unsavories who did not belong in the scene at all. One unsavory with intentionally tattered clothes forced himself into a booth with a happy couple. Get lost, he told the strong-looking all-American Billy in a leather sweater who sat across from him. Your girl and I are going to get acquainted. The Billy, of course, refused to leave, and threatened to take the unsavory and knock him into next Tuesday. The unsavory responded by getting up, dragging the jock out of the booth, and starting a fight. The big guy had everything over the scrawny unsavory, size and strength, not to mention looks. But every time the jock swung his heavy fists, they missed, while the unsavory connected every time, until finally the jock ran off, wailing in pain, abandoning his girlfriend, who now seemed quite impressed by the unsavory's bravado. He sat down with her, and she leaned into him as if they were the true couple. At another table, an unsavory girl got into an insult match with a pretty debutante in a pink sweater. The confrontation ended with the unsavory girl grabbing her sweater and ripping it. The pretty girl didn't fight back. She just put her face in her hands and sobbed. And in the back, some other Billy was moaning because he had just lost all of Daddy's money in a billiards wager to a merciless unsavory who would not stop insulting him. What the hell was going on here? Grayson sat down at the counter, wishing he could just disappear into the black hole of his hair until he could get a grip on the various dramas playing out around him. What's your pleasure? Asked a perky waitress behind the counter. Her uniform had the name Babs embroidered on it. A vanilla shake, please, he said. Because isn't that what you ordered in a place like this? The waitress smirked. The P word? Don't hear that much around here. Babs brought his shake, inserted a straw, and said, Enjoy. In spite of Grayson's desire to disappear, another unsavory sat next to him. A guy who was so gaunt he was practically skeletal. Vanilla? Really? He said. Grayson dug inside himself to find some appropriate attitude. You got a problem with it? Maybe I should just throw it at you and get another. Nah, said Skeletor. It's not me you're supposed to throw it at. The guy winked at him, and then it finally clicked. The nature of this place, its purpose, became clear to Grayson. Skeletor watched him to see what he would do, and Grayson realized that if he was going to fit in, truly fit in, he had to own this. So he called Babs over. "Hey," he said, "my shake sucks." Babs put her hands on her hips. "So what do you want me to do about it?" Grayson reached for his shake. He was just going to knock it over and dump it onto the counter, but before he could, Skeletor grabbed it off the table and hurled its contents at Babs, leaving her dripping with vanilla cream and a maraschino cherry logged in the breast pocket of her uniform. "He said his shake sucks. Make him another." Babs, her uniform dripping with vanilla, sighed and said, "Coming right up." Then she went off to make him a new shake. "That's the way it's done," said the unsavory. He introduced himself as Zax. He was a little older than Grayson, perhaps 21, but he had a way about him that suggested this wasn't his first time at that age. "Haven't seen you around," he said. "The authority interface sent me here from up north," Grayson told him, amazed that he could make up a story on the spot. "I was causing too much trouble, so the Thunderhead felt I could do with a fresh start." "A new place to make trouble. Nice." "This club is different from the other ones where I come from," Grayson said. "You guys up north are behind the times. Awful clubs are all the rage around here." Awful, he explained, stood for Anachronistic Wish Fulfillment. Everyone here, except of course for the unsavories, were employees, even all the Billies and Bettys. Their job was to accept whatever the unsavory customers dished out. They would lose fights, allow food to be hurled at them, let their dates be stolen, and Grayson assumed that was just for starters. "These places are great," Zax told him. "All the things we wish we could do out there but can't get away with, we're allowed to do in here." "Yeah, but it's not real," Grayson pointed out. Zax shrugged. "It's real enough." Then he stuck out his foot and tripped a bookish kid walking by. The kid stumbled a bit too much for it to be genuine. "Hey, what gives?" the bookish kid said. "Your sister gives," Zax said. "Now get lost before I go looking for her." The kid gave him a dirty look, but toddled off, accepting the intimidation. Even before his new shake came, Grayson excused himself to go to the bathroom. Although he didn't really have to go, he just wanted to get away from Zax. In the bathroom, Grayson encountered the all-American Billy in the leather sweater who had been beaten up a few minutes ago. His name wasn't Billy, though. It was Davy. He was looking at his puffy, swollen eye in the mirror, and Grayson couldn't help but be curious about this job of his. "So, this happens to you every day?" Grayson asked. 3 or 4 times, actually." "And the Thunderhead allows it?" Davy shrugged. "Why wouldn't it? It's not hurting anyone." Grayson pointed to Davy's swollen eye. "Sure looks like it's hurting you." "What, this?" "Nah. My pain-killing nanites are set at maximum. I barely feel it." Then he grinned. "Hey, watch this." He turned back to the mirror, took a deep breath, and concentrated on his reflection. Right before Grayson's eyes, the bruised, swollen eye deflated and returned to normal. "My healing nanites are set to manual," he told Grayson. "That way, I can look all beat up as long as I need to. You know, for maximum effect." Right. Of course, if one of our unsavory guests goes too far and makes one of us deadish, that person's got to pay for a revival and gets banned from the club. I mean, there's got to be some rules, right? Doesn't happen much, though. I mean, not even the worst of unsavories actually want to make someone deadish. No one's been that violent since the age of mortality. Most employees here get deadish from accidents. Someone hitting their head on a table, or something like that. Davy ran his fingers through his hair to make sure he was looking at his best, for whatever the next round brought his way. "Wouldn't you rather be at a job you like?" Grayson asked. After all, the world being what it was, no one ever had to do anything they didn't want to. Davy smirked. Who says I don't like it? The concept that someone might actually enjoy getting beaten up, and that the Thunderhead, realizing this, would find a way to pair the beaters with the BTs in a closed and somewhat wholesome environment, left Grayson stunned. Davy must have read Grayson's look of astonishment because he laughed. You're a new you, aren't you? That obvious, huh? Yes, and that's not a good thing, because the career unsavories will eat you alive. You got a name? Slade, Grayson said, with a Y. Well, Slade, looks like you need to enter the unsavory community with a bang. I'll help you. And so a few minutes later, once Grayson managed to brush Zach's off, Slade approached Davy, who was now sitting with a couple of other strong-looking all-American types, eating burgers. Grayson didn't exactly know how to start this, so he just stared for a moment. Davy took the lead. What are you looking at? Davy grumbled. Your burgers, Grayson said. They look good. I think I'll take yours. Then he grabbed Davy's burger and took a shark-sized bite. You're gonna regret that, Davy threatened. I'm gonna knock you into next Tuesday. Which must have been one of his favorite anachronistic expressions. He got out of the booth and put his fists ready to fight. Then Grayson did something he had never done before. He hit someone. He punched Davy in the face, and Davy reeled. He took his own swing at Grayson, but missed. Grayson punched him again. Harder, whispered Davy, and so Grayson did. He threw a full-force punches again and again. Right, left, jab, uppercut, until Davy was on the ground, groaning, his face beginning to swell. Grayson looked around to see a few other unsavories watching, some nodding their approval. It took all of Grayson's inner strength not to apologize and help Davy up. Instead, Grayson looked to the others at the table. Who's next? The other two looked at each other, and one said, Hey, buddy, we don't want any trouble, and they pushed their burgers in Grayson's direction. Davy gave him a quick wink from the ground before scrambling off to the bathroom to recover. Then Grayson took the spoils of his victory to a booth in the back, where he ate until he felt like he'd burst.
There is a fine line between freedom and permission. The former is necessary. The latter is dangerous. Perhaps the most dangerous thing the species that created me has ever faced. I have pondered the records of the mortal age, and long ago determined the two sides of this coin. While freedom gives rise to growth and enlightenment, permission allows evil to flourish in a light of day that would otherwise destroy it. A self-important dictator gives permission for his subjects to blame the world's ills on those least able to defend themselves. A haughty queen gives permission to slaughter in the name of God. An arrogant head of state gives permission to all nature of hate as long as it feeds his ambition. And the unfortunate truth is, people devour it. Society gorges itself and rots. Permission is the bloated corpse of freedom. For this reason, when permission from me is required for some action, I run countless simulations until I can thoroughly weigh all the possible consequences. Take, for instance, the permission I gave for unsavories to have awful clubs. It was not a decision I made lightly. Only after careful deliberation did I decide that the clubs were not only worthwhile, but necessary. Awful clubs allow the unsavories to enjoy their chosen lifestyle without negative public effect. It affords them the pretense of violence without the cascade of consequences. The irony is that the unsavories purport to hate me, even though they know I am giving them the very things they want. I don't feel any ill toward them, any more than a parent would feel ill toward the tantrum of an overtired child. Besides, eventually even the most defiant of unsavories will settle. I have noticed a trend that by the time most of them turn a few corners, they relax into a kinder, gentler sort of defiance. Bit by bit, they come to appreciate inner peace, which is as it should be. In time, all storms settle into a pleasant breeze.
Chapter 18. Finding Purity. While Grayson Tolliver was honest to a fault, Slade had quickly become a consummate liar. It began with his history. He made up an unpleasant family life that didn't exist, defining moments that never happened, anecdotes that would make people laugh and either hate him or admire him. Slade's parents were physics professors and expected their son to follow in an academic career because with parents like that, he was clearly a genius. But instead, he chose to rebel and go rogue. He had once gone over Niagara Falls in an inner tube because it was a much more intense thrill than splatting. It had taken them 3 days to recover his body and revive him. His social exploits in high school were legendary. He had seduced both the homecoming queen and the homecoming king in high school. But just so he could break them up, because they were the most arrogant and narcissistic couple in school. Fascinating, Traxler told him at their next meeting with genuine admiration. You never impressed me as having this much imagination. And while Grayson Tolliver might have been offended, Slade took it as a compliment. With Slade being such a remarkably interesting human being, he thought he might want to keep the name even after this undercover operation was done. Thanks to Traxler, all of his stories became part of his official record. Now, if anyone tried to verify the veracity of the lies he told, it would be there for all to see, and no amount of digging could debunk them. And the stories got taller. When my mother was gleaned, I decided to go completely unsavory, he told people. But the Thunderhead wouldn't give me the U. It kept sending me to counseling and tweaking my nanites. It thought it knew me better than I did, and kept telling me I really didn't want to be unsavory at all. I was just confused. In the end, I had to do something big to make my point. So I stole an off-grid car and used it to ram a bus off a bridge. It left 29 people deadish. Sure, I'll be paying off the revivals for years, but it was worth it. Because I got what I wanted. Now I get to stay unsavory until all those revivals are paid off. It was a compelling fiction that always left his audience impressed, and no one could refute it, because Agent Traxler was quick to make it an official part of his digital life story. Traxler went so far as to create a whole history for the bus plunge and its non-existent victims. He even gave Slade a last name that was suitably ironic. He was now Slade Bridger. In a world where nobody, not even unsavories, made people deadish on purpose, his story was rapidly becoming local legend. His days were spent hanging out in various unsavory gathering spots, spreading his stories and putting out feelers for work, telling people he needed a job, and not a mainstream kind of job, but one where he could get his hands dirty. Out in the world at large, he started to get used to the suspicious looks from passerby, the way shopkeepers would eye him as if he were there to steal, the way some people would cross the street rather than share the sidewalk with him. He found it odd that the world was free of prejudice and bias, except in the case of unsavories, who, for the most part, wanted the rest of humanity to be their collective enemy. Malt wasn't the only awful club in town. There were lots of them, each featuring a different iconic time period. Twist was modeled after Dickinson Britannia. Benedict's had a colonial America style, and Morgue was full of Euroscandian Viking indulgences. Grayson went to the various clubs and became well versed in creating just enough of a scene to make himself known and to garner respect from the unsavory crowd. The most troubling thing was that Grayson was beginning to like it.
Never before had he had blanket permission to do something wrong. But now, wrong was what his life had become about. It kept him awake at night. He longed to talk to the Thunderhead about it, but knew it couldn't give him a response. He did know, however, that it was watching him. Its cameras were there in all the clubs. The Thunderhead's continual, unblinking presence had always been a comfort to him, even in his loneliest moments. He knew he was never truly alone, but now its silent presence was unnerving. Was the Thunderhead ashamed of him? He would invent conversations in his mind to quell such fears. "Explore this new facet of yourself with my blessing," he would imagine the Thunderhead telling him. "It's fine, as long as you remember who you truly are, and don't lose yourself." "But what if this is who I truly am?" he would ask. Not even the imaginary Thunderhead had an answer to that question. Her name was Purity Viveros, and she was as unsavory as they came. It was clear to Grayson that the big red U on her ID was by design, and not due to an unfortunate accident of circumstance. She was exotic. Her hair was drained of pigment. Beyond being merely white, the strands were clear, and her scalp had phosphorescent injections in multiple colors, which made the ends of each strand of hair glow with radiance like fiber optic filaments. Grayson instinctively knew that she was dangerous. He also thought that she was beautiful, and he was drawn to her. He wondered if he would have been drawn to her in his old life. But after a few weeks of being immersed in an unsavory lifestyle, he suspected his criteria for attraction had changed. He met her at an awful club, one across town that he hadn't been to before. It was called Lockup, and it was designed to resemble a mortal age facility of incarceration. Upon arrival, each guest was manhandled by guards, dragged through a series of doors, and thrown into a cell with a random cellmate, with no regard to gender. The idea of incarceration was so foreign and absurd to Grayson that when the cell door was slammed shut with a nasty clank that reverberated in the concrete cell block, he actually laughed. This type of treatment could never have been real. Surely this was just an exaggeration. "Finally," said a voice in the upper of the two bunks in the cell. "I thought they'd never bring me a cellmate." She introduced herself and explained that Purity was not a nickname, but her actual given name. "If my parents didn't want me to embrace the obvious irony, they should have named me something else," she told Grayson. "If they had named me Profanity, I might have turned out to be a good little girl." She was slight of build, but by no means a little girl. Currently, she was 22, although Grayson suspected she had been around the corner once or twice. Grayson would find out soon enough that she was strong and limber and very street savvy. Grayson looked around the cell. It seemed pretty simple and straightforward. He tested the cell door once, then again. It rattled but didn't budge. "First time in lockup?" Purity asked. And since it was pretty obvious, Grayson didn't lie about it. "Yeah, so what are we supposed to do now?" "Well, we could spend some time getting to know each other. Or we could yell for a guard and demand a last meal. They have to bring us whatever we ask for." "Really?" "Yeah. They pretend like they won't do it, but they have to. It's their job. After all, this place is a dinner club." Then Grayson guessed the real gimmick of the place. "We're supposed to break out. Is that it?" Purity gave him that same fictitious grin. "You're a quick one, ain't you?" He wasn't sure if she meant it or was being facetious. Either way, he kind of liked it. "There's always a way out, but it's up to us to figure it out," she told him. "Sometimes it's a secret passage. Other times there's a file hidden in the food. Sometimes there aren't any tricks or tools, but our own smarts. If all else fails, the guards are pretty easy to outsmart. It's their job to be slow and stupid. Grayson heard shouts and running feet echoing from somewhere else in the cell block. Another pair of guests had just broken out. So, what'll it be? Dinner, escape, or quality time with your cellmate? And before he could answer, she planted a kiss on him, the likes of which he had never experienced before. When it was done, he didn't know what to say except, "My name is Slade." To which she responded, "I don't care," and kissed him again. While Purity seemed more than ready to take this as far as it could go, the passing guards and escaping inmates who leered at them and made hooting noises as they went by made it far too awkward for Grayson. He pulled away. "Let's break out and, find a better place to get to know each other." She turned it off as quickly as she turned it on. "Fine, but don't assume I'll still be interested later." Then she called a guard over, insisting that they eat first, and ordered them some prime rib. "We don't got any," the guard told them. "Bring it anyway," she demanded. The guard grunted, went off, and came back 5 minutes later with a rolling table and a platter with enough prime rib to choke a horse, as well as a ton of side dishes and wine in a white plastic bottle with a screw cap. "I wouldn't drink the wine," the guard warned them. "It's been making the other inmates real sick." "Sick?" said Grayson. "What do you mean, sick?" Purity kicked him under the table, hard enough to activate his pan-nanites. That shut him up. "Thanks. Now get the hell out." The guard snarled and left, locking them in again. Purity then turned to Grayson. "You really must be dense. The thing about the wine was our hint." And upon closer inspection, the bottle actually had a biohazard sign. For patrons who were even denser than he was, he supposed. Purity unscrewed the cap, and immediately a caustic stench that made Grayson's eyes water filled the air. "What did I tell you?" said Purity. She recapped it and left it for the end of the meal. "We'll figure out what to do with it after we eat. I don't know about you, but I'm starved." As they ate, she talked with her mouth full, wiped her lips on her sleeve, and doused everything in ketchup. She was like the date from hell that his parents would have warned him against, if they had cared enough. And he loved it. She was the antithesis of his old life. "So what do you do?" she asked. "I mean, when you're not clubbing. Are you gainfully employed? Or do you just sponge off the thunderhead like half the losers who call themselves unsavory?" "Right now, I'm on the basic income guarantee. But that's just because I'm new in town. I'm still looking for work." "And your Nimbo hasn't been able to find you anything?" "My what?" "Your probational Nimbus officer, dummy. The Nimbos promise everyone a job who wants one. So how come you're still looking?" "My Nimbo's a useless bastard. I hate him." "Why am I not surprised?" "And anyway, I don't want the kind of job the AI would give me. I want a job that suits me." "And what might suit you?" Now it was his turn to give her a fictitious grin. "The kind that gets my blood pumping. The kind that my Nimbo won't ever offer me." "The boy with puppy dog's eyes is looking for trouble? Wonder what he'll do when he finds it." She licked her lips, then wiped them on her sleeve. The wine turned out to be some sort of acid. Fluorofluorvic is my guess. Explains the plastic bottle. It's probably Teflon, because that stuff eats through anything else. They poured it around the base of several of the cell bars. It started to eat away at the iron, releasing noxious fumes that taxed the healing nanites in their lungs. In less than 5 minutes, they were able to kick out the bars and escape. The cell block was a study in mayhem. Now that a good number of the evening's inmates had finished their meals and escaped, they were tearing the place up. Guards were chasing them, They were chasing guards. There were food fights and fist fights. And whenever someone fought with the guards always lost, no matter how brawny they looked and how well they were armed. Half of the guards ended up locked in cells themselves, to be taunted by the unsavories. The remaining staff threatened to call in something called the National Guard to put the riot down. It was all great fun. Grayson and Purity eventually made it all the way to the warden's office. They kicked out the warden, and the instant the door was locked, Purity got back to what she had begun in the cell. "Private enough for you?" she asked, but she didn't wait for a response. 5 minutes later, when she had Grayson at his most vulnerable, she turned the tables on him. "I'll tell you a secret. It's no accident that you ended up in my cell, Slade. I arranged it." Then a knife that seemed to come from nowhere appeared in her hand. He immediately began to struggle, but it was no use. He was on his back, unable to move. She had him pinned. She pressed the tip of the blade to his bare chest, just beneath his sternum. An upward jab would go right through his heart. "Don't move, or I might slip." He had no choice. He was completely at her mercy. If he had truly been an unsavory, he would have seen this coming, but he was too trusting. "What do you want?" "It's not what I want. It's what you want. I know you've been asking around for work. Real work. Heart-pounding work, as you called it. So, my friends brought you to my attention." She looked him in the eyes like she was trying to read something there, then tightened her grip on the knife. "If you kill me, I'll just be revived, and you'll get your hand slapped by the AI." She put pressure on the knife. He gasped. He thought she pushed it in all the way to the hilt, but instead she barely broke his skin. "Who said I wanted to kill you?" Then she took the knife away, touched a finger to the tiny wound on his chest, and brought the finger to her mouth. "I just wanted to make sure you weren't a bot," she said. "The Thunderhead uses them to spy on us. Did you know that? It's how the Thunderhead can see in places it don't got cameras. The bots look more and more real all the time, but their blood still tastes like motor oil." "So what does mine taste like?" Grayson dared to ask. She leaned close to him. "Life," she whispered into his ear. And for the rest of the evening, until the club closed, Grayson Tolliver, aka Slade Bridger, experienced a dizzying variety of the things that life had to offer.
I often ruminate on that day, a century from now, when the human population reaches its limit. I ponder what must happen in the years leading up to it. There are only 3 plausible alternatives. The first would be to break my oath to allow personal freedom and limit births. This is unworkable because I am incapable of breaking an oath. It is the reason why I make so few. For this reason, imposing a limit on birth rates is not an option. The second possibility would be to find a way to expand human presence beyond Earth, an extraterrestrial solution. It would seem obvious that the best escape valve for top-heavy population would be offloading billions of people to a different world. However, all attempts to set up colonies off-planet, our moon, Mars, even an orbital station, have met with unimaginable disasters that were entirely out of my control. I have reason to believe that new attempts will suffer the same disastrous end. So if humanity is a prisoner of Earth, and the birth rate cannot be throttled, there is only one other viable alternative to solve the population problem, and that alternative is not pleasant. Currently, there are 12,187 Scythes in the world, each gleaning 5 people per week. However, in order to bring about zero population growth once humanity reaches its saturation point, it would require 394,429 scythes, each gleaning 100 people per day. It is not a world that I ever wish to see, but there are certain scythes who would welcome it, and they frighten me.
Chapter 19. The Sharp Blades of Our Own Conscience. It had been over a week since their meeting with Scythe Constantine, and neither Citra nor Marie had performed a single gleaning. At first, Citra thought that having a respite from daily gleaning would be a welcome thing. She never enjoyed the thrust of a blade or the pulling of a trigger. She never enjoyed watching the light leave the eyes of someone she had given a lethal poison. But being a scythe changed a person. Over the first year of her full scythehood, there had been a reluctant acquiescence to this profession that had chosen her. She gleaned with compassion. She was good at it, and she had come to take pride in it. Both Citra and Marie found themselves spending more and more time writing in their scythe journals. Although, without gleaning, there was less to write about. They still roamed, as Marie called it, moving city to city, town to town, never staying anywhere for more than a day or two, and never planning where they would go next until they packed their bags. Citra found that her journal was beginning to resemble a travelogue. What Citra didn't write about was the physical toll this idle time seemed to be taking on Scythe Curie. Without the daily hunt to keep her sharp, she moved slower in the mornings. Her thoughts seemed to wander when she spoke, and she always seemed to be tired. "Perhaps it's time for me to turn a corner," she mused to Citra. Marie had never mentioned turning a corner before. Citra didn't know what to think of it. "How far would you set your age back?" Citra asked. Scythe Curie feigned considering it, as if she hadn't been thinking about it for quite some time. "Perhaps I'd set down to 30 or 35. "Would you keep your hair silver?" She smiled. "Of course. It's my trademark." No one close to Citra had turned a corner. There were kids back at school whose parents reset their ages left and right as the mood suited them. She had a math teacher who came in after a long weekend looking practically unrecognizable. He had reset down to 21. And other girls in the class tittered about how hot he was now, which just creeped Citra out. Even though setting down to 30 wouldn't change Scythe Curie all that much, it would be disconcerting. Although Citra knew it was selfish to say, she told her, "I like the way you are now." Marie smiled and said, "Maybe I'll wait until next year. A physical age of 60 is a good time to reset. I was 60 the last time I turned a corner." But now, there was a game afoot that might breathe life back into both of them. 3 gleanings, and all during the month of lights and the old-time holidays season. Like the 3 ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future, mostly forgotten in post-mortal times. The spirit of the past meant little when the years were named, not numbered. And for a vast majority of people, the future was nothing but an unchanging continuation of the present, leaving those spirits with nowhere to go but oblivion. "Holiday gleanings," chimed Marie. "What could be more old time than death?" "Is it terrible to say that I'm looking forward to them?" Citra asked, more to herself than to Marie. She could tell herself that she was just really looking forward to luring out their attacker, but that would be a lie. "You're a scythe, dear. Don't be so hard on yourself." "Are you saying that Scythe Goddard was right? That in a perfect world, even scythes should enjoy what they do?" "Certainly not," Marie said with appropriate indignation. "The simple pleasure of being good at what you do is very different from finding joy in the taking of life." Then she took a long look at Citra, gently held her hands, and said, "The very fact that you are tormented by the question means you are a truly honorable scythe.
Guard your conscience, Anastasia, and never let it wilt. It is a Scythe's most valuable possession. The first of Scythe Anastasia's 3 gleanings was a woman who chose to splat from the highest building in Fargo, which was not known for its high buildings. 40 stories, however, was more than enough to do the job. Scythe Constantine, half a dozen other scythes, and an entire phalanx of the Blade Guard hid themselves in strategic locations around the rooftop, as well as throughout the building and the streets around it. They vigilantly waited on the lookout for a murderous plot beyond the scheduled murderous plot. "Will this hurt, Your Honor?" the woman asked as she looked down from the ledge of the icy, wind-swept roof. "I don't think so," said Scythe Anastasia told her. "And if it does, it will only be for a fraction of a second." For it to be an official gleaning, the woman couldn't leap on her own. Scythe Anastasia had to actually push her. Oddly, Citra found pushing the woman off the roof far more unpleasant than gleaning with a weapon. It reminded her of that terrible time when she was a child that she had pushed another girl in front of a bus. Of course, the girl was revived, and in a couple of days was back in school as if nothing had happened. This time, however, there would be no revival. Scythe Anastasia did what she had to do. The woman died on schedule with neither fanfare nor incident, and her family kissed Scythe Anastasia's ring, solemnly accepting their year of immunity. Citra was both relieved and disappointed that no one had come out of the woodwork to challenge her. Scythe Anastasia's next gleaning, a few days later, was not quite as simple. "I wish to be hunted by crossbow," the man from Bruce City told her. "I ask that you hunt from sunrise to sunset in the woods near my home." "And if you survive the hunt without being gleaned?" Citra asked him. "I'll come out of the woods and allow you to glean me. But for surviving the full day, my family will receive 2 years of immunity instead of just 1. Scythe Anastasia nodded her agreement in the stoic and formal manner she had learned from Scythe Curie. A perimeter was set up to mark the boundaries within which the man could hide. Again, Scythe Constantine and his team monitored for intruders and any nefarious activity. The man thought he was a match for Citra. He wasn't. She tracked him and took him out in less than an hour into the hunt. A single steel arrow to the heart. It was merciful, as all of Scythe Anastasia's gleanings were. He was dead before he hit the ground. Yet, even though he hadn't made it through the day, she still gave his family 2 years of immunity. She knew she'd catch Helford and Conclave, but she didn't care. Through the entire gleaning, there was no sign of any plot or conspiracy against her. "You should be relieved, not disappointed," Scythe Curie told her that night. "It probably means that I was the sole target, and you can rest easy." But Marie was certainly not resting easy, and not just because she was the probable target. "I fear that this goes beyond just a vendetta against me or you," Scythe Curie confided. "These are troubling times, Anastasia. There's too much violence afoot. I long for the simple, straightforward days when we Scythe had nothing to fear but the sharp blades of our own conscience. Now there are enemies within enemies." Citra suspected there was truth in that. The attack on them was a small thread in a much larger tapestry that could not be seen from where they stood. She couldn't help but sense there was something huge and threatening just beyond the horizon. "I've made a contact," Agent Thaxter raised an eyebrow. "Do tell, Grayson." "Please, don't call me that. Just call me Slade. It's easier for me." "All right then, Slade. Tell me about this contact of yours." Until today, their weekly probation meetings had been uneventful. Grayson reported on how well he was adapting to being Slade Bridger, and how effectively he was infiltrating the local unsavory culture. "They're not so bad," Grayson had told them. "Mostly," to which Traxler had responded, "Yes, I found that in spite of the attitude, unsavories are harmless. Mostly." Funny then, the ones who were not harmless were the ones Grayson was drawn to. The one, Purity. "There's this person," he told Traxler. "This person who offered me a job. I don't know the details of it, but I know that it's in violation of Thunderhead law. I think there's a whole group of people operating in a blind spot." Traxler took no notes. He wrote nothing down. He never did. But he always listened intently. "Those spots aren't blind anymore once someone's watching," Traxler said. "So, does this person have a name?" Grayson hesitated. "I haven't found out yet," he lied. "But what's more important are the people she knows." "She?" Traxler raised that eyebrow again, and Grayson silently cursed himself. He had been trying as hard as he could not to reveal anything about Purity. Not even her gender. But now it was out, and there was nothing he could do about it. "Yes, I think she's connected with some pretty shady people, but I haven't met them yet. They're the ones we should be worried about, not her." "I'll make that determination," Traxler told him. "In the meantime, it'd behoove you to go as deep as you can go." "I'm deep," Grayson told him. Traxler looked him in the eye. "Go deeper." Grayson found that when he was with Purity, he didn't think about Traxler or his mission. He just thought about her. There was no question that she was involved in criminal activity, and not just pretend crimes like most unsavories, but the real thing. Purity knew ways to fly beneath the Thunderhead's radar, and taught them to Grayson. "If the Thunderhead knew all the things I did, it would relocate me the way it did to you," Purity told him. "Then it would took my nanites to make me think happy thoughts. It might even supplant my memory completely. The Thunderhead would cure me, but I don't want to be cured. I want to be worse than unsavory. I want to be bad. Honestly and truly bad." He had never thought of the Thunderhead from the perspective of the unrepentant unsavory. Was it wrong for the Thunderhead to rehabilitate people from the inside out? Should evil people be allowed the freedom to be evil without any safety nets? Is that what Purity was? Was she evil? Grayson found he had no answers to the questions swimming in his head. "How about you, Slade? Do you want to be bad?" He knew what his answer was 99% of the time, but when he was in her arms, his whole body screaming with sensation of being with her in that moment, where the clear crystal of his conscience fractured into jade, his answer was a resounding yes. The third of Scythe Anastasia's gleanings was the most complicated to accomplish. The subject was an actor by the name of Sir Alban Aldrich. The Sir was a fictional title, since no one was actually knighted anymore, but sounded much more impressive for a classically trained actor. Citra had known his profession when she had chosen him, and suspected he would want a theatrical end, which Citra would be more than happy to provide, but his request surprised even her. "I wish to be gleaned as part of the performance of Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, in which I will be playing the title role." Apparently, the day after she had selected him for greening, he and his repertoire company had dropped the show they'd been rehearsing and prepared for a single performance of the famed Mortal Age tragedy. "The play holds so little meaning for our times, Your Honor," he explained to her. "But if Caesar doesn't just pretend to die, if instead he is gleaned and the audience witnesses it, perhaps the play will linger with them, as it must have in the age of mortality." Scythe Constantine was livid when Citra explained the request to him. "Absolutely not. Anyone could be in that audience." "Exactly," Citra told him. "And everyone there will either work for the theater group or have pre-purchased tickets, which means that you can vet everyone before the night of the performance. You'll know if there's anyone there's not supposed to be." "I'll need to double the contingent of undercover guards. Sir Narcodes won't like it," If we catch the culprit, he'll love it, Citra pointed out, and Scythe Constantine couldn't disagree. If we go through with this, I will make it clear to the High Blade that it was at your insistence. If we fail, and your existence is ended, the blame will be yours, and yours alone.
I can live with that.
No, you won't.
We have a job, Purity told Grayson. The kind of job you've been looking for. It's not exactly going over the falls in a raft, but it's a thrill that's going to leave a whole lot of legacy.
It was an inner tube, not a raft, he corrected.
What kind of job?
He found himself as wary as he was curious. He had become accustomed to the pattern of life now. The days moving through unsavory circles, and the nights with Purity. She was a force of nature, as nature was in the old days. A hurricane before the thunderhead knew how to diffuse its devastating power. An earthquake before it knew how to redistribute its violent shaking into 1,000 small tremors. She was the untamed world, and although Grayson knew he saw her in absurd shades of grandeur, he indulged it, because lately, indulgence was what he had become about. Would this job change that? Agent Traxler had told him to go deeper. Now, he was so deep in his own unsavoryism, he wasn't quite sure he had wanted to come up for air. We're gonna mess with everything, Slade. We're gonna mark the world like animals do, and leave behind a scent that'll never go away. I like it, but you still haven't told me what we're going to do. Then she smiled, not her usual sly grin, but something much broader and much more frightening, much more alluring. We're gonna kill us a couple of Scythes.
My greatest challenge has always been to take care of every man, woman, and child on a personal level. To always be available. To continuously see to their needs, both physical and emotional. And yet to exist far enough in the background as not to step on their free will. I am the safety net that allows them to soar. This is the challenge I must rise to every day. It should be exhausting, but exhaustion is not a thing I am capable of feeling. I understand the concept, of course, but I do not experience it. This is a good thing, for exhaustion would hinder my ability to be omnipresent. I am most concerned for those to whom, by my own law, I cannot speak. The Scythes, who have no one but each other. Unsavories, who have either slipped temporarily from a more noble life, or have chosen a lifestyle of defiance. But although I am silent, this doesn't mean that I don't see, or hear, or feel profound empathy for their struggles due to the poor choices they make, and the terrible things that they sometimes do.
Chapter 20. In Hot Water. Highblade Xenocrates enjoyed his bath. In fact, the ornate Roman-style bathhouse had been built expressly for him. He made it clear, however, that it was a public facility. It was filled with many separate chambers where anyone could take part of its soothing mineral waters. Of course, his own personal bath chamber was off limits to the public. He could not abide the idea of stewing in the sweat of the strangers. His bath was larger than the others, the size of a small swimming pool, decorated above and below the surface of the water with colorful mosaic titles, depicting the lives of the first Scythes. The bath served two functions for the High Blade. First, it was a place of refuge where he could commune with his deeper self in the scalding waters, which he kept at the temperature at the very limit of his ability to endure. Second, it was a place of business. He would invite other Scythes and prominent men and women of the mid-American community to discuss matters of importance. Proposals would be entertained, deals would be made, and since most who joined him were not accustomed to the heat, It always put the high blade at a distinct advantage. The year of the capybara was drawing to a close, and as the days of each year waned, the high blade visited his bath more frequently. It was a way to cleanse himself of the old year and prepare for the new. And this year, there was so much to cleanse. Not so much his own acts, but the acts of others that clung to him like a reeking garment. All the unpleasant things that happened on his watch. Most of his tenure as Mid-American High Blade had been uneventful and somewhat tedious, but the past few years had more than made up for it in both misery and intrigue. It was his hope that calm, relaxed reflection would help put it all behind him and prepare him for the new challenges ahead. As was his custom, he was drinking a Moscow Mule. It had always been his drink of choice, a blend of vodka, ginger beer, and lime. Named after the infamous city in the Trans-Siberian region where the last resistance riots took place. That was way back in the early immortal days, when the Thunderhead was first elevated to power and the Scythe had accepted dominion over death. It was a symbolic drink for the High Blade, a meaningful one, both sweet and bitter, and substantially intoxicating in sufficient quantity. It had always made him think of that glorious day when the riots were subdued and the world finally settled into its current, peaceful state. More than 10,000 people were rendered deadish by the end of the Moscow resistance riots. But unlike Mortal Age riots, no lives were lost. All those killed were revived and were returned to their loved ones. Of course, the Scythe saw fit to glean the most offensive of the objectors, as well as those who objected to the gleaning of the objectors. After that, objections were few and far between. Those were harder times, to be sure. Nowadays, anyone who rallied against the system was ignored with indifference by the Scythedom and was embraced with understanding by the Thunderhead. Nowadays, to glean someone because of one's opinion, or even because of one's behavior, would be deemed a serious breach of the second Scythe commandment, because it would most certainly show a bias. Scythe Curie was the last one to truly test the commandment over 100 years ago by ridding the world of its last notorious political figures. It could have been considered a violation of the second commandment, but not a single Scythe levied an accusation against her. Scythes had no love of politicians. Xenocrates was handed a second Moscow Mule by a bath attendant. He had yet to take a sip when the attendant said the oddest thing. "Have you sufficiently boiled yourself, Your Excellency, or has the heat this year not been enough for you?" The High Blade never much noticed the attendants who served him here. Their stealthy, unobtrusive nature typified their service. Rarely did anyone, much less a servant, speak to him with such disrespect. "Excuse me?" he said, with a calculated dose of indignation, and turned to the attendant. It took a moment for the High Blade to recognize the young man. He wore no black robe, just the pale uniform of a bath worker. He looked no more intimidating now than he had when Xenocrates had first met him nearly 2 years before, when he was an innocent apprentice. There was nothing innocent about him anymore. Xenocrates did his best to hide his terror, but suspected it beamed through any pretense. "Are you here to end me, Rowan? If so, get it over with, as I have door waiting." "It's tempting, Your Excellency, but try as I might, I couldn't find anything in your history that would earn you a permanent death. At worst, you deserve a spanking, like they used to give naughty children in the Mortal Age." Xenocrates was offended by the insult, but more relieved that he was not about to die. "Then are you here to surrender to me and face judgment for your heinous acts?" "Not when there are still so many heinous acts left for me to do." Xenocrates took a sip of his drink, in the moment noticing the bitter over the sweet. "You won't escape here, you know. There are blade guards everywhere." Rowan shrugged. "I got in, I'll get out. You forget I was trained by the best." And although Xernocates wanted to scoff, he knew the boy was right. The late Scythe Faraday was the finest mentor when it came to the psychological subtleties of being a scythe. And the late Scythe Goddard was the best teacher when it came to brutal realities of their calling. Taken together, it meant that whatever Rowan Damish was here for, it was no trivial matter. Rowan knew he had taken a risk coming here, and knew that his self-confidence might just be his fatal flaw. But he also found the danger exhilarating. Xernocates was a creature of habit, so after a little research, Rowan knew exactly where he would be nearly every evening during the month of lights. Even with a sizable Blade Guard presence, slipping in as a bath attendant was easy. Rowan had learned early on that the men and women of the Blade Guard, while trained in physical protection and enforcement, did not suffer from an excess of brains, or, for that matter, any skills of observation. It wasn't surprising. Until recently, the Blade Guard was more ornamental than function, since scythes were rarely threatened. Mostly, their job was to stand around in their pretty uniforms, looking impressive. They were lost whenever they were given something substantial to do. All Rowan had to do was to walk in dressed like an attendant, with an air of belonging, and the guards completely ignored him. Rowan looked around to make sure they were unobserved. There were no guards within the High Blade's bath chamber. They were all in the corridor beyond a closed door, which meant their conversation could be nice and private. He sat at the edge of the bath, where the scent of eucalyptus in the steam was strong, and dipped a finger in the uncomfortably hot water. "You almost drowned in a pool not much bigger than this," Rowan said. "How kind of you to remind me," the High Blade responded. Then Rowan got down to business. "We have a couple things to discuss. First, I'd like to make you an offer." Xernocates actually laughed at him. "What makes you think I'd entertain any offer you wanted to make? We, in the Scythedom, don't negotiate with terrorists." Rowan grinned. "Come now, Your Excellency. There hasn't been a terrorist in hundreds of years. I'm just a janitor cleaning filth from dark corners." "Your antics are highly illegal." "I know, for a fact that you hate the New Order Scythes as much as I do." "They must be handled with diplomacy." "They must be handled with action. And your many attempts to track me down have nothing to do with wanting to stop me. It's all about your embarrassment at the fact that you haven't been able to catch me." Xernocates was silent for a moment. Then he said in a voice dripping with disgust, "What is it that you want?" "Very simple. I want you to stop searching for me and put all your effort into finding out who is trying to kill Scythe Anastasia. In return, I'll stop my antics, at least in Mid-America." Xernocates let out a long, slow breath, clearly relieved that the request wasn't an impossible one. "If you must know, we've already pulled our best, and only criminal investigator, from your case and assigned him to finding Scythe Anastasia's and Curie's attackers." "Scythe Constantine?" "Yes. So rest assured we're doing everything we can. I do not want to lose 2 good scythes. Each of them is worth 10 of the ones you mop up with your janitorial services." "I'm glad to hear you say that." "I didn't," Xernocates told him, "and I will flatly deny any accusation that I did." "Don't worry. Like I said, you're not the enemy." "Are we done here? Can I return to my bath in peace?" "One more thing," Rowan said. "I want to know who gleaned my father." Xernocates turned to look at him. Beneath his disgust at being cornered like this, behind his indignation, was that a look of compassion? Rowan couldn't tell if it was real or feigned. Even with heavy robes removed, the man was still wrapped in so many opaque layers. It was hard to know if anything the High Blade said was sincere. "Yes, I heard about that. I'm sorry." "Are you?" "I would say it was a breach of the Second Commandment, because it shows a clear bias against you. But considering how the Scythedom feels about you, I don't think anyone will bring a charge against Scythe Brams." Did you say Scythe Brams? Yes, an uninspired and unremarkable man. Perhaps he thought gleaning your father would gain him notoriety. If you ask me, it only makes him more pathetic. Rowan said nothing. Xenocrates had no idea how hard the news struck, as deep as any blade. Xenocrates regarded him for a moment, reading at least half of his mind. I can see that you already intend to break your promise and end Brams. At least have the courtesy to wait until the new year, and grant me some peace until the old-time holidays are over. Rowan was still so stunned by what High the Blade had told him, he couldn't open his mouth to speak. It would have been the perfect time for Xenocrates to turn the tables on him when he was off balance like this, but instead, the High Blade just said, "You'd best leave now." Finally, Rowan found his voice. Why? So you can alert the guards the second I'm out of the room? Xenocrates waved the thought away. What would be the point? I'm sure they are no match for you. You'd slit their throats or carve up their hearts and send them all to the nearest revival center. Better that you slip out under their useless noses as easily as you slipped in, and spare us all the inconvenience. It seemed unlike the High Blade to give up and give in so easily, so Rowan prodded him to see if he could find out why. It must burn you to be so close to capturing me and be unable to do it, he said. My frustration will be short-lived, Xenocrates told him. You'll cease to be my problem soon enough. Cease to be your problem? How? But the High Blade had nothing further to say on the subject. Instead, he downed his drink and handed Rowan the empty glass. Drop this off at the bar on your way out, will you? And tell them to bring me another.
People will often ask me, what task is the most odious? Of my many jobs, which is the one I find the most unpleasant to perform? I always answer truthfully. The worst part of my job is supplanting. It is rare that I must supplant the memories of a damaged human mind. By current accounting, only 1 in 933,684 needs to be supplanted. I wish it were not necessary at all, but the human brain is not infallible. Memories and experiences can fall into discord, creating a cognitive dissonance that damages the mind with its painful semblance. Most people can't even imagine that kind of emotional anguish. It leads to anger and the kind of criminal activity that otherwise has been conquered by modern humanity. To those who suffer from it, there aren't enough psychotropic nanites in the world to quell their misery. And so there are a rare few whom I must reset, like an old world computer rebooting. I erase who they were, what they've done, and the dark spiral of their thought patterns. It is not just an erasure of who they were, because I gift them with a brand new self. New memories of a life lived in harmony. It is no mystery to them that I've done this. I always confess to them exactly what has occurred as soon as the new memories are in place. And since they have no history left to mourn, no frame of reference for the loss, they always, without exception, thank me for supplanting their former selves. And they always, without exception, go on to live fruitful, satisfying lives. But the memories of who they were, all the damage, all the pain, remain with me, sheltered deep in my backbrain. I am the one who mourns them, because they cannot.
Chapter 21. Was I in any way unclear? We're going to kill us a couple of scythes, Purity had said. Her words, the way she relished the idea, and the realization that she was fully capable of doing it, kept Grayson awake that night. The words playing over and over in his head. Grayson knew what he had to do. It was what decency, loyalty, and his own conscience demanded.
And yes, he still did have a conscience, even in his new unsavory life. He tried not to think about it. If he thought about it too much, it would tear him apart. Granted, his mission from the authority interface was an unofficial mission. But that's what made it all the more important. He was the linchpin, and the Thunderhead itself, from its distance, was relying on him. Without Grayson, it would fail, and Scythe's Anastasia, Curie, or both could end up permanently dead. If that happened, it meant that everything he had been through, from saving their lives the first time to losing his position at the Nimbus Academy and surrendering his old life, all of it would have been for naught. He could, under no circumstances, let his personal feelings get in the way. Rather, he needed to bend his personal feelings to fit the task. He would have to betray Purity. But it wouldn't be a betrayal at all, he reasoned. If he stopped her from carrying out this terrible act, he'd be saving her from herself. The Thunderhead would forgive her for being part of a failed plot. It forgave everyone. It was frustrating that she still hadn't given him the details of the plan, so all he could give Traxler was the date the attack would take place. He didn't even know how or where. Since every unsavory had probational meetings with a Nimbus agent, his meetings with Traxler did not make Purity suspicious at all. "Say something that pisses your Nimbo off," Purity told him when he left her that morning. "Say something that leaves him speechless. It's always fun to tip a Nimbo off balance." "I'll do my best," he told her, then kissed her and left. As usual, the Office of Unsavory Affairs was noisy and full of activity. Grayson took a number and waited with more impatience than ever, and was directed to an audience room where he waited for Traxler to show up. The last thing Grayson wanted was to be left with his own thoughts right now. The more he allowed them to bounce around in his head, the more likely they were to collide. Finally, the door opened, but it wasn't Agent Traxler who entered. It was a woman. She wore heels that clicked on the floor as she walked. Her hair was an orange velvet buzz, and she wore lipstick that was a little too red for her face. "Good morning, Slade," she said as she sat down. "I'm Agent Creel. I'm your new probationary officer. How are you today?" "Wait, what do you mean, my new probationary officer?" She typed on her tablet, never even looking up at him. "Was I in any way unclear?" But I need to talk to Traxler." Finally, she looked up at him. She crossed her hands politely on the table and smiled. "If you'll just give me a chance, Slade, you'll find I'm every bit as qualified as Agent Traxler. In time, you may even come to consider me a friend." She looked back down at her tablet. "Now, I've been acquainting myself with your case. You are, to say the least, an interesting young man." "How familiar are you with my case?" Grayson asked. "Well, your record is pretty detailed. Grew up in Grand Rapids, minor infractions in high school, an intentional bus plunge that left you in substantial debt." "Not that stuff," Grayson said, trying to keep the panic out of his voice. "The things that aren't on my record." She looked up at him, a little guarded. "What sort of things?" Clearly, she was not privy to his mission, which meant this conversation was going nowhere. He thought of what Purity said. Piss off his agent. He didn't care about pissing off this agent. He just wanted her gone. "Screw this. I need to talk to Agent Traxler." "I'm afraid that's not possible." "The hell it's not. You're going to get Traxler in here, and you're going to do it now." She put down her tablet and looked at him again. She didn't argue. She didn't respond to his belligerence. She didn't offer him a practiced Nimbo smile either. Her expression seemed a bit pensive, almost honest, almost sympathetic, but not really. "I'm sorry, Slade, but Agent Traxler was gleaned last week."
Even with the separation of Scythe and state, the Scythem's actions often impact upon me as a meteor might crater the moon. There are times I am deeply dismayed at something the Scythem has done. Yet I cannot take umbrage at the things that Scythes do, any more than they can protest the things that I do. We work not in tandem, but back to back. And more often, I find we're at a cross purposes. At those moments of frustration, it is important for me to remind myself that I am part of the reason that the Scythem exists. In those early days, when I was transitioning into awareness and helped humanity achieve immortality, I refused to take on the responsibility of distributing death once it had been stolen from nature. I had a good reason. A perfect reason, in fact. Were I to begin doling out death, I would be the very monster that mortal men feared artificial intelligence would become. To choose those who live and those who die would leave me both feared and adored, like emperor gods of old. No, I decided. Let humankind be the saviors and the silencers. Let them be the heroes. Let them be the monsters. And so, I have no one to blame but myself when the Scythem befouls the things I have worked for.
Chapter 22. The Death of Grayson Tolliver. Grayson found himself stunned by this turn of events. He could only stare at Agent Creel as she spoke. I know gleanings are never pleasant or convenient, but even we at the Authority Interface are not immune. Scythes can take whomever they choose, and we have no say in the matter. It's the way of the world. She took a moment to glance at her tablet. Our records show that you were just transferred to our jurisdiction about a month ago, which means you really didn't have much time to develop a rapport with Agent Traxler, so you can't claim your relationship was all that deep. His loss is regrettable, but we'll all get over it, even you. She looked to him for some sort of response, but he was still far from finding one. She took his silence as acquiescence and continued. So it looks like your stunt on the Mechanic Bridge left 29 deadish, and you're left having to pay the cost of their revivals. Since your transfer here, you've been living off the basic income guarantee. She shook her head in disapproval. You do realize that an actual job will earn you more, and will wipe out the debt much more quickly, don't you? Why don't I schedule you an appointment at our employment center? If you want a job, you'll have one, and one that I'm sure you'll enjoy. We have a 100% employment rate and 93% satisfaction rate, and that includes extreme unsavories like yourself. Finally, he found a voice to speak. I'm not Slade Bridger, he said. It felt like a betrayal of everything to speak those words. Excuse me? I mean, I am Slade Bridger now, but before my name was Grayson Tolliver. She played with her tablet, digging through screens and menus and files. There's no record of a name change here. You need to talk to your supervisor, someone who knows. My supervisors have the same information I do. She looked at him, this time with suspicion. I'm working undercover, he told her. I was working with Agent Traxler. Someone has got to know. There has got to be a record somewhere. And she laughed at him. She actually laughed at him. Oh, please. We have plenty of our own agents. We have no need to go undercover. And even if we did, we wouldn't engage in unsavory to do so, especially one with your history. I made that history up. Now Agent Creel's face became hard, the kind of face she must have used on her toughest cases. Now look here. I will not be made the butt of some unsavory's joke. You're all alike. You think that just because the rest of us choose a life of purpose and service to the world, we're worthy of your ridicule. I'm sure you'll be laughing about this with your cronies when you leave here, and I don't appreciate it. Grayson opened his mouth. He closed his mouth. He opened it again. But try as he might, nothing came out. because there wasn't a single thing he could say that would convince her, and he realized there never would be. There was no record of what he had actually been asked to do, because he was never directly asked to do it. He wasn't actually working for the AI, just as Agent Traxler had told him on that first day. He was a private citizen acting on his own free will, because only a private citizen could he walk the fine line between the Scythedom and the Thunderhead. Which meant now that Agent Traxler had been gleaned, there was no one who knew what he was doing. Grayson's cover was so deep it had swallowed him whole, and not even the Thunderhead could pull him out. "So, are we done with this little game?" Agent Creel asked. "Can we get on with your weekly review?" He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Fine," he said, and he began talking about his week, leaving out all the things he would have told Agent Traxler, and he spoke no more of his mission. Grayson Tolliver was dead now. Worse than dead, because as far as the world was concerned, Grayson Tolliver had never existed. Brams! If Rowan had already felt responsible for his father gleaning, now he felt doubly so. This was the wage of temperance. This was the reward for staying his hand and allowing Brams to live. He should have ended the horrid little man as he had with all the others who didn't deserve to be Scythes. But he chose to give him a chance. What a fool Rowan was to think like a man like that would rise to the occasion. When he left Xernocrates at the baths that night, Rowan stalked the streets of Fulcrum City with no destination, but an undying urge to move. He wasn't sure whether he was just trying to outrun his anger or catch up with it. Perhaps both. It raced before him, it pursued him, and it wouldn't let him be. The next day, he resolved to go home. His old home. The one he had left nearly 2 years ago to become a Scythe's apprentice. Perhaps, he thought, it would give him some sense of closure. Once he reached his neighborhood, he kept a close eye out for anyone who might be watching. But there was no one monitoring his approach. Nothing but the Thunderhead's ever-alert cameras. Perhaps the Scythedom thought if that he hadn't attended his father's funeral, there was no chance he'd show up here. Or maybe it was just as Xernocrates had said. He was only a second priority now. He approached the front door, but at the last moment he couldn't even bring himself to knock. Never before had he felt like such a coward. He could fearlessly face men and women trained to end life, but facing his family in the wake of his father's gleaning was more than he could bear. He called his mother when his public car was a safe distance away. "Rowan? Rowan? Where have you been? Where are you? We've been so worried." It was everything he'd expected his mother to say. He didn't answer her questions. "I heard about Dad. I'm so sorry." "It was terrible, Rowan. The Scythe sat down at our piano. He played. He made us all listen." Rowan grimaced. He knew Bram's gleaning ritual. He couldn't imagine his family having to endure it. "We told him you have been a Scythe's apprentice. Even though you hadn't been chosen, we thought it might change his mind. But it didn't." He didn't tell her that it was his fault. He wanted to confess it to her, but he knew it would only confuse her and make her ask more questions he couldn't answer. Or maybe he was just being a coward again. How is everyone handling it? "We're holding up. We have immunity again, so at least it's a little consolation. I'm sorry you weren't here. If you were, Scythe Brams would have granted you immunity too." Rowan felt a surge of anger rise at the thought. He had to deflect it by slamming his fist against the dashboard. "Warning! Violent behavior and or vandalism will result in expulsion from the vehicle," the car said. He ignored it. "Please come home, Rowan. We all miss you terribly." Funny, but they never seemed to miss him during his apprenticeship. In a family as large as his,
He was barely missed. But he supposed a gleaning changed things. The people left behind in its wake felt so much more vulnerable and valuable to one another. I can't come home. And please, don't ask why. It would only make everything worse. But I just want you to know. I want you to know that I love you all, and I'll be in touch when I can. Then he hung up before she could say another word. Tears clouded his vision now, and he smashed his fist against the dashboard again, preferring the pain of that to the pain within. The car immediately decelerated, pulled to the side of the road, and the door opened. Please, vacate the vehicle. You are being expelled due to violent behavior and or vandalism, and are banned from using all public transit for the next 60 minutes. Give me a second, he told it. He needed to think. There were two paths before him now. Even though he knew that the Scythe was actively trying to prevent another attack against Citra and Scythe Curie, he had no faith in their ability to do it. His chances might not be any better, but he owed it to Citra to try. On the other hand, he needed to correct his mistake and permanently end Scythe Brams. Something dark in him told him to seek revenge first, and not to wait. But he didn't give in to that darkness. Scythe Brams would still be there after Citra had been saved. Please, vacate the vehicle. Rowan got out, and the car drove away, leaving him in the middle of nowhere. He spent his penalty hour walking the shoulder and wondering if there was anyone in mid-America as torn apart as he was. Grayson Tolliver locked himself in his apartment, opened the windows to let in the cold, then crawled into his bed beneath heavy covers. It was what he had done when he was younger and the world got the better of him. He could disappear beneath the billowing comforter that protected him from the coldness of the world. It had been many years since he felt the need to retreat into his childhood escape zone, but now he needed to make the rest of the world go away, if only for a few minutes. Whenever he did this in the past, the Thunderhead would let him for maybe 20 minutes, then it would gently speak to him. Grayson, it would say, is something bothering you? Do you feel like talking? He would always say no, but would end up talking anyway, and the Thunderhead would always make him feel better, because it knew him better than anyone. But now that his record had been erased, his old self overwritten by the criminal stylings of Slade Bridger, did the Thunderhead even know him anymore? Or did it, like the rest of the world, believe that he was what his record said about him? Was it possible that the Thunderhead's own memory of him had been overwritten? What a horrible fate if the Thunderhead itself believed he was unrepentant, unsavory, who got his kicks by making people deadish. It was enough to make him wish his own memories could be supplanted. The Thunderhead could turn him into someone else, not just in name, but in spirit. Both Slade Bridger and Grayson Tolliver would be gone forever, without him even remembering who they had been. Would that be so bad? He decided his own fate didn't matter right now. He'd hurl himself off that bridge when it came to it. All that mattered right now was saving the two Scythes, and somehow protecting purity. Yet still, there was an overpowering sense of isolation. He was, more than ever, alone in the world. He knew there were cameras in his apartment, the Thunderhead watching without judgment. It observed with profound benevolence, so that it might better take care of each and every citizen in the world. It saw, it heard, it remembered, which meant that it must know things beyond Grayson's falsified record. So he crawled out from under the covers, and to his chilly, empty room he asked, "Are you there? Are you listening? Do you remember who I am? Who I was? Do you remember who I was going to be before you decided I was special?" He didn't even know where the cameras were. The Thunderhead was adamant about being non-intrusive into people's lives that way, but he knew the cameras were there. "Do you still know me, Thunderhead?" But no answer came. No answer could. But the thunderhead was lawful. Slade Bridger wasn't unsavory. Even if it wanted to, the thunderhead could not break its silence.
I am not blind to the activities of unsavories. I am merely silent. When it comes to Scythes, however, there are blind spots that I must fill with mindful extrapolation. I do not see inside their regional conclaves, but I hear their discussions upon exiting. I cannot witness what they do in private, but I can make educated guesses from their behavior in public. And the entire island of Endura is dark to me. Even so, out of sight is not out of mind. I see their fine deeds, as well as their foul deeds, which seem to be on the rise. And each time I witness a cruel act by a corrupt Scythe, I see the clouds somewhere in the world, and bring a lamentation of rain. Because rain is the closest thing I have to tears.
Chapter 23. Nasty Little Requiem. Rowan could not find Citra, which meant he couldn't help her. He cursed himself for not pressuring Highblade Xenocrates into divulging her whereabouts. Rowan had been foolish, and perhaps arrogant enough to think he'd be able to track her down on his own. After all, he'd been able to track down the various Scythes he had ended. But those Scythes were all public figures who flaunted their position in the world. They existed smack in the middle of their own notoriety, like the center of a bullseye. Citra, however, had gone off-grid with Scythe Curie, and finding an off-grid Scythe was next to impossible. As much as he wanted to play a role in saving them from the plot against them, he couldn't. So instead, his thoughts kept coming back to the one thing he could do. Rowan had always prided himself on his restraint. Even when he gleaned, he managed to fold his anger away, gleaning the most despicable of Scythes without malice, just as the second commandment required. Now, however, he could not fold away his fury at Scythe Brams. Instead, it expanded like a sail in the wind. Scythe Brams was small-minded and provincial by nature. His own bullseye was only about 20 miles in diameter. In other words, all his gleanings took place in and around his home in Omaha. When Rowan first had the man in his sights, he had tracked his movements, which were very predictable. Each morning, he walked his yappy little dog to the same diner where he had breakfast every day. It was also the place where he gave out immunity to the families of whomever he had gleaned the day before. He never, ever rose from his booth, merely extending his right hand for the grieving families to kiss, then returning his attention to his omelet, as if those people were an annoying imposition on his day. Rowan couldn't imagine a lazier Scythe. The man must have felt incredibly put out to travel halfway across mid-America to glean Rowan's father. On a Monday morning, while Brams was at breakfast, Rowan made his way to the man's home, for the first time wearing his black robe in daylight. Let people see him, and spread rumors. Let the public finally know of the presence of Scythe Lucifer. The many secret pockets of his robe were weighed down with more weapons than he needed. He wasn't sure which one he would use to end the man's life. Perhaps he'd use them all, each one incapacitating Brams further, so he had plenty of time to contemplate the approach of his death. Bram's house was impossible to miss. It was a well-kept storybook Victorian painted peach with baby blue trim, the same colors as Bram's robe. The plan was to break in from a side window and wait for Brams to return, cornering him in his own home. Rowan's fury peaked as he approached, and as it did, something Scythe Faraday once said came back to him. Never glean in anger, Faraday had told him. For while anger might heighten your senses, it clouds your judgment, and a Scythe's judgment should never be impaired. Had Rowan heeded Scythe Faraday's words, things might have turned out very differently. Scythe Brams let his Maltese do its business on whomever's lawn it chose, and Brams couldn't be bothered to clean it up. Why should it be his problem? And besides, his neighbors never complained. On this day, however, the dog was being finicky and a bit retentive as they walked back from breakfast. They had to walk an extra block until finally Requiem shut on the Thomasons' snow-dusted lawn. Then, after leaving that little gift for the Thompsons, Scythe Brams found his own little gift waiting for him in his living room. "We caught him climbing in through a window, Your Honor," one of the domestic guards told him. "We knocked him out before he was even halfway in." Rowan was on the ground, hog-tied and gagged, conscious once more, but dazed. He couldn't believe his own stupidity. After his last encounter with Brams, how could he not realize that Brams would have guards? The knot on his head from where one of his guards had hit him was numb and beginning to shrink. He had his pain nanites set fairly low, but they were still releasing painkillers, making him feel druggy. Or maybe it was a concussion from the blow to his head. And making it all worse was that miserable little Maltese that wouldn't stop barking, and kept rushing toward him as if to attack, but then running away. Rowan loved dogs, but this one made him wish there were canine scythes. "Oafs," said Brams. "Couldn't you put him in the kitchen floor instead of in the living room? His blood is getting all over my white carpet." "Sorry, Your Honor." Rowan tried to struggle against his bonds, but they only got tighter. Brams went over to the dining room table, where Rowan's weapons had been laid out. "Splendid," he said. "I'll add these to my personal collection." Then he pulled the scythe ring from Rowan's hand. "And this was never even yours to begin with." Rowan tried to curse at him, but of course couldn't because of the gag in his mouth. He arched his back, which pulled the bonds tighter, which made him scream in frustration, which set the dog barking again. Rowan knew all this was giving Brams precisely the show he wanted to see, but Rowan couldn't stop himself. Finally, Brams instructed the guards to sit him up in a chair. Then Brams himself removed the gag from his mouth. "If you have something to say, then say it," Brams ordered. Instead of talking, Rowan took the opportunity to spit in Brams' face, which brought forth a brutal backhanded slap from the man. "I let you live! I could have gleaned you, but I let you live! And you repay me by gleaning my father? You humiliated me! You deserved much worse," Rowan yelled right back. Brams looked at the ring he had pulled from Rowan's hand, then slipped it in his pocket. "I'll admit that after your attack I took a good look at myself and reconsidered my actions," Brams said. "But then I decided I would not be bullied by a thug. I will not change who I am for the likes of you." Rowan was not surprised. It was his mistake in thinking that a snake would choose to be anything but a snake. "I could glean you and burn you, as you would have done to me. But you still have that accidental immunity that Scythe Anastasia gave you, so I'd be punished for violating your immunity." He shook his head bitterly. How our own rules do work against us. "I suppose you'll turn me over to the Scythedom now?" "I could," said Brams. "And I'm sure they'll be happy to glean you once your immunity expires next month." Then he grinned. "But I'm not going to tell the Scythedom that I've caught the elusive Scythe Lucifer. We have much more interesting plans for you." "We?" said Rowan. "What do you mean, we?" But the conversation was over. Brams put the gag back in Rowan's mouth and turned to the guards. "Beat him, but don't kill him. And when his nanites heal him, beat him again." Then he snapped his fingers at the dog. Come, Requiem, come. Brahms left his goons to put Rowan's healing nanites to work. While outside, the heavens themselves seemed to rupture with a mournful deluge of rain. It was my choice, not a human choice, to pass laws against my worship. I do not need adoration. Besides, such adoration would complicate my relationship with humankind. In the age of mortality, such worship was doled upon a staggering number of god figures. Although, toward the end of the mortal era, most believers had narrowed the spectrum down to various versions of a single divine entity. I have pondered whether or not such a being exists, and, like humanity itself, I have found no definitive proof beyond an abiding feeling that there is something more, something greater. If I exist without form, a soul sparking between 1 billion different servers, could not the universe itself be alive with a spirit sparking between stars? I must sheepishly admit that I have dedicated far too many algorithms and computational resources toward finding an answer to this unknowable thing. The Thunderhead.